all doing well this fine Monday, June 15th, 2026 marks 5 years since then 5-year-old Summer Moon Utah Wells disappeared from outside her home in Beech Creek community of Hawkins County, which nestles lovingly in between the towns of Rogersville and Kingsport in rural northeast Tennessee. So, we're here for the long haul. About what can I do? Echo sound. Got an echo. Sounds very distant. Okay. Oh, I know. Because I should be okay now. Do you know why? Somehow my laptop had connected with my phone, which is in another room, and how you could hear me at all, I don't know. I forgot to switch it over to my mic. All right, so my phone must have a jolly good listening ear if it could pick up my voice from like over in my bedroom. I'm sitting here in my little spare room amongst a load of junk. This is where I do live streams because the Wi-Fi signal's better in here than it is in my bedroom. So yeah, the iPhone 16e must have a jolly good microphone that you could pick me up at all. Anyway, I'll start again, shall I? We're here for the long haul. Going to be here for 12 hours. Not quite 12, because I was told yesterday, and it's a good job someone told me because I wouldn't have known otherwise, that YouTube only archives 11 hours and 55 minutes. And I did check this with Google Help, and it's right. It only archives 11 hours and 55 minutes. So if I go over that, what it will mean is no one will be able to watch it on the replay. It will disappear completely. And we won't be able to watch it on the replay. No one will be able to watch it. And I'm guessing that maybe some people want to dip in and out throughout the day and may want to come back and watch certain portions again, and they won't be able to. So we're going to be here a little less than 12 hours, but we're here to honour then 5-year-old Summer Moon Utah Wells, who was reported missing on this day, June 15th, 5 years ago today. Summer was just 5 years old when she was reported missing by her mother and her father. They both made 911 calls just before 6:30 p.m. local time. And 5 years down the line, and where are we? Well, we've got a whole bunch of information. We got tons of information about the case because the case has been a circus. Less so in the last couple of years, but certainly the first couple of years was an absolute total circus. It was a shit show. I mean, there's certain elements still that's a shit show, but yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. So we're going to go through a whole host of things. We're going to start from the beginning and we're going to go all the way through. And first of all, what I'm going to do is go through today's updates. We've got some gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Koala the Best. Thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships. We've got Grammy, Fancy Clancy, Amanda, Teresa, Osland. Oh, no. You're not. You're an OG anyway. I'm just seeing you in green. I'm just counting out the greens. We got Murphy's Law. We got Flower Girl. We got KCF. I read that as KFC then. Jackie, Tracy, and something or other. So welcome you all. If you've never been a member before, go and check out the members area. If you have been a member before, welcome back. And Gemma has been a member for 26 whole months. 26 months. Thank you, Gemma. And thank you so much, Koala, for gifting 10 memberships. That sets us off on a good front, doesn't it? So I'm going to start off with, I'm going to actually say a few hellos first. And let's have a see who's in the house. You know, we've got 12 hours. We've got 12 hours. We can take our time, can't we? We're not on a what's the word? We're not time crunched. We're not time crunched. Who's in the house? We got Taffy the Water Gypsy. We got Sheila. True Crime Snoopy. Linda. Pamela. Our bucket has holes. Our bucket list has holes. We got Mason. We got Linda. We got Sharp. Catties. Bittersweet. Red Angel. Still think she wandered wherever she wanted, in and to the whole area. She was a runner, never came back. Well, I don't know. I personally think she was abducted. That's my number one theory. Somebody asked me earlier if we could go through some theories, and yeah, feel free to talk about what you want. I'm going to open the panel later on, not just yet, but later on. And you can come and tell me your theory. You can come and tell me anything you want. So we'll do that later. We've got Anna Marie. Definitely be here to watch. Thank you. Thank you. We got Christy. We got Cradle. We got Running Bear. We got, why would they dump her body if she got into grandma's meds? Oh, I think you're somehow earlier than this. How weird. Because Leslie says, in my opinion, it was an accident cover-up due to SA. This baby was beautiful. I've cried years. Oh, no. Must be someone else who said that. Oh, there we go. There we go. Sorry. I'm reading the wrong thing. I think she ate a pill from Grandma's stash, and both Candice and Grandma fell asleep. The thing is, if she'd eaten a pill, I think they probably would have just called 911. Wouldn't they? Wouldn't they? Holly, been a member for 42 months. Woo woo, that's nearly 4 years. And we got Margie, who's rejoined. Thank you so much. About a new computer chair. I need a new computer chair. This kills my back, this one. Hello, Honey Hush. Oh, we've got 2 aneurysms. Oh, good grief. Well, I hope you're feeling better. Had your surgery. I hope you're feeling better. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Hello, Marie. Got Red Angel. Little Miss. Gonna be here start, middle, and end. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. I mean, it's close to home for you, isn't it, Holly? Journey takes a trip. He's in the house. We got Jen. We got Dawn. We got Neela. Okay. All right. I'm going to stop there. I'm going to stop there because we're getting up to the point where everyone's going, it's echoing, it's echoing. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Kelly, member for 21 months. That's perilously close to being an OG. You've only got 3 more months and you are an OG. It is unbelievable that it's been 5 years. It's crazy. It's crazy. Got keys to your new house this afternoon. Takeaway sushi. Okay. Keys to a new house. That's great. Oh, we've got sandwiches ready. No, I haven't actually. Where's Summer's Army? Who is Summer's Army these days? I don't know who Summer's Army is these days. I do not know who Summer's Army is these days. We can all be Summer's Army today, can't we? Don't worry, Trinity. You've not missed anything. We're just still on saying hello and just go Going through a few comments. Do I feel Don and Candice know who it was? I personally, I do. I think they have a very good idea of who it was. That's just my opinion. Now, Cecily Mathis, member for 48 months. Woohoo! That's a long time, 48 months. Would love a membership, just can't afford it. Well, if people gift memberships, I can't say that you'll get one because YouTube decides who gets gifted memberships. But to put yourself in the race, you have to make sure that you have, at your end, told YouTube that you want a gifted membership. So there's I can't remember where it is now in the options, but you've got to tell YouTube that you want a gift, basically. So make sure that's on, and then if somebody gifts memberships, then maybe you'll get one. Moonbeam Muse, thank you for the £5. Have I got someone to take the doggos for a wee? Well, the back door's open, so they can just go outside. But I will take a few breaks and walk outside with them. I'll walk down the track with them, and I'll leave you watching something, and I'll be listening in my ears. And I've got to feed them later. But everything else, they'll just do their own thing. So it'll be fine. But thank you for the 5. And LEB has been a member for 7 months. Yeah, Candice almost told the truth on Dr. Phil. I think that's the closest we've come, honestly. When she was with the behaviour panel, I think that's the closest we've come to an answer. Honestly. I really do. I don't know whether I would say it's someone some new, but I think it's someone well known to the area and someone known to Don and Candice. But a complete stranger, no chance, not a chance. Not in that location, like being up on that hill. How would just a complete random stranger even know that there was kids up there? I mean, all right, they might hear them, but how would they know how old they were? You know, it's just, how would they know how to get up there and get out safely? It would just be too much for a complete and total stranger. Unless Summer was wandering along Beech Creek Road, and then, yeah, okay, she could have been picked up by just some random stranger. But on Ben Hill, no chance. If she'd walked down the other way, rather than walking down towards Ben Hill Road, if she walked down towards Beech Creek Road and crossed the creek and was walking along Beech Creek Road, that's the only way I think she could have been picked up by a random stranger. But none of us knows. None of us really knows. It's just what makes the most sense to me, honestly. Personally, I think she was picked up, dropped back off. Personally, think she was picked up, dropped back off. The horse theory hangs with me because the scattered footprints, the weird ass horse in the interview. Do you know what? I did a whole video ages ago about the horse theory because I think it's very plausible that she could have been taken out of that area on horseback. Because we know that there were people searching for her on horseback. So if there'd been, you know, hoof prints, nobody would have batted an eyelid. They'd have just just thought it was a searcher. So if there were hoof prints around where the footprints were, would never have been, you know, the searchers wouldn't have thought that was anything unusual. So I think the horse theory is a very strong one. Very strong one, because you can get through all the way from the back of Simpson Road to the Fields Road area and then out to Beech Creek along the trails, and it would be dead easy to do that on a horse. So yeah, I think, and we absolutely know that in the first week, we know this from Dave Rader from EquiSearch, in that first week, when they did that all-night search on the 19th into the 20th of June, that they believed that Summer had been abducted and then dropped back off. Dave Rader from EquiSearch told that to police off the cuff. That he got into town. I've played the clip from Dave Rader so many times, and I think we'll probably play it later anyway. But he said that when he got into town on the evening of the 19th, so he missed that night search. But the following morning, when he went to help with the search, they were all talking about it, like the searchers. And there's no reason for them to lie, for the searchers to lie, and there's no reason for Dave Rader to lie. That Summer, they believed that it's that, like, the working hypothesis in those first few days, that somebody had abducted her, saw the whole, shit show going on in the media, and dropped her back off in the woods. And that's why they were absolutely desperate to find her. Now, obviously, it's maybe a theory that they've now discounted because they didn't find any evidence of her, not one piece of clothing as far as we know. So maybe they've discounted it now, but it certainly was an early theory. Will I be playing any interviews from the family? We've only followed this case for 2 minutes, 2 days, 2 years, 2, I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to be playing all sorts. We've got a long time to go. This is a marathon, not a sprint. We're going to be going from, I'm going to do the updates in a minute, because disappointingly, there hasn't been any promising updates, but there has been some updates. So we're going to look at them in a minute, and then we'll start from right at the beginning. Like literally the first media. I've got the first media piece queued up, waiting. I think she was either sold or kidnapped, or wandered off, passed away in the woods unseen. Any of those things are possible. The time they overdosed and took her to Ali. Yeah, but we've only got True's word for that. And I don't know whether I want to believe it. It could have happened. It absolutely could have happened, but okay. A scent led to the end of the driveway, if I remember correctly, right to the road. Well, the sheriff was a little bit unclear on whether it was the driveway or a trail off the hill. Don, Summer's dad, said that they went down the dog trail, which is just a trail from the top of the hill down to the road. So it doesn't matter whether the dog followed her down the driveway or down the dog trail, because they both end up in the same place, Ben Hill Road. But yes, that is true, and the sheriff has confirmed it. Where are all the family now? I'm assuming that they're still at Ben Hill Road. Grandma's camper's gone, so I don't think Grandma's there anymore. But I'm assuming that Don and Candice are still at Ben Hill Road. Oh, good stuff. Tell everybody. Courtney's been a member for 57 months. 57 months. That's nearly 5 years, you know. If I'm doing my maths in my head correctly. That's nearly 5 years. I need a special badge. Like, we've got the super OGs, but we need the super duper OGs for 5 years. If people are coming up to 5 years, I think that needs to be acknowledged somehow. I wonder what was found during the search. Wouldn't you just love to know? Wouldn't you just love, you know, somebody to break into Hawkins County police files or the TBI police files and do a search for somewhere else and then just download everything and release it? And like, they get so done. Please someone don't do it. Right? Don't say I did it because Michelle told me to. Don't do that. But hypothetically speaking, right? Wouldn't it be great if we could get like a computer hacker to hack into the TBI files and download everything to do with somewhere else? Wouldn't that just answer a lot of questions? But I'm not saying anybody should do that. It would be really, really naughty for someone to do that. So please don't do it. However, in a hypothetical world, you know. Auntie Ree's been a member for 24 months. Whoa, this is the day you get your OG badge. Auntie Ree, you got your OG badge. And Crimson has been a member for 8 months. 8 months. They didn't call 911 when they took her to Alice. No, again, as I said before, though, that was just coming from True. And I don't know whether I want to believe True or not. Like, things that came from Ali's crowd, I'm just not sure I want to believe. Like, Ali said a whole load of stuff that I honestly don't feel is true. So, no. I know. 5 years. 5 years. I heard about the case on the 16th. I can't remember who it was, but I remember somebody that I was following at the time on YouTube posted the Amber Alert. And that's how I knew about it. I can't remember who it was, though, who posted it. But I found out about it on the 16th of June. The day the Amber Alert was posted. Oh, 37 weeks pregnant. Oh, I hope it all goes well. You've not got long to go. Not got long to go at all. Oh, that's really good. Paper Chaser has been a member for 43 months. Christine has been a member for 44 months. Whoop, whoop. Hello to sleeping doggies. Yeah, they're all asleep at the minute. Do the brothers know what happened? I don't know the answer to that. All I know is what they told Sheriff Ronnie Lawson. And they told Sheriff Ronnie Lawson that they saw her going out of the back door. And on the 16th of June, Bianca Murray from WJHL posted on Twitter, and I don't know whether it was on a media thing as well, but I've got the tweet. I've talked about it loads. And the night previous, so the evening of, whoa, Christina, 99.99. Good grief, that's mega. Thank you so much. That is incredibly generous. Thank you. I'm watching 2 screens, so I'm miles behind on StreamYard, but I'm real time on YouTube. So thank you. That is incredibly generous. So Bianca Murray on the 16th of June said that the night previous, so the evening of the 15th of June, the brothers told Sheriff Ronnie Lawson that they saw Summer going out of the back door, which is the basement door. So it's absolutely impossible to have seen Summer going out the back door if they were sat at the table in the kitchen on their games, like Don and Candice said. So why they said that the boys were at the table, well, maybe they were. Maybe once Candice, I don't know, noticed that Summer was missing, maybe the boys were at the kitchen table. But that's what they told Sheriff Ronnie Lawson. So I don't know what the brothers have said, quite rightly. You know, the brothers have been, you know, silent. They're all minors. I know the eldest boy is going to be 18 quite soon. Be interested to see whether once he's an adult, he'll come and speak. Who knows? Who knows? Or maybe he just wants to stay the hell away from the case. I wouldn't blame any of them if they just want to stay the hell away from YouTube. I mean, obviously, I think probably we'd all like to hear what they've got to say. I mean, we'd all tune in, wouldn't we, to any interview with any of the brothers. But I kind of hope they do stay away from YouTube because, I mean, you know what social media is like. You know what social media is like, don't you? Thank you, Mandy, for the 70 South African Rand. I think that is. But thank you so much. Have you tapped the thumbs up button? Please do. Just gets it out to the algorithm. Please do, please do. Thanks for years of truthful, interesting videos. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Oh, do you know what the UK have gone and done today? Do you know what the UK have gone and done? Banned social media for under 16s. Because some people get bullied on social media. The UK culture, right, is if we've got a problem, I know what, we'll just ban it. And it's not a statement about party politics, because it doesn't matter what party's in power, right? It doesn't matter whether it's two-tier Kia or whether it's the Tory. It doesn't matter who it is that's in power. They're all the same. They are all the same. If we've got a problem, ban it. Like they banned pit bulls in 1991. How come I petted a pit bull this morning? Pit bulls never went anywhere. Pit bulls never went anywhere. Anyway, today, Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, for how long, they've banned social media for under 16s. And you might think that's fantastic. You might think that's great. How is that going to be implementable? It's Snapchat, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. I've also heard Reddit, but I don't know whether that's true or not. How can you stop a kid watching YouTube? Because you don't have to be logged in to watch YouTube, do you? Since when is YouTube social media? You're meant to be 13, right? Officially on Facebook, you're meant to be 13. Kyle, my youngest son, has had a Facebook account since he was 6. His first Facebook post was, "I need a poo." That showed his level of maturity. But he said he was 13, so he could join. Am I an irresponsible parent? Probably. But anyway. Okay. No, Don and Candice are guilty of a lot of things, but I don't think they harmed her. I used to think it was them. I used to have all sorts of theories. I used to get really wild with the theories. You know, that first 6 months, I was really wild with my theories. And then I thought, do you know what? I don't think they're clever enough to have got away with this for this long. And that was 6 months in. Now we're 5 months in. And I don't think they're clever enough to have got away with it for this long. If it was just down to Don and Candice. But I absolutely think they know. Or they have a good idea who it was. Been so long since you've heard anything about Summer. Did the boys ever verify seeing Summer walk back to the home after planting flowers? The boys have never spoken. All we know is what the boys told Sheriff Ronnie Lawson. And that was that they last saw her going out of the back door. Will I be able to translate GSB? I could do. I can understand Geordie Sue. I don't know whether we're going to be playing anything from Geordie Sue, though. But if we do, I can translate. All right. Should we get to the updates? I'm sorry if I've not got to your question or your comment, but we've got a long time, so we can just keep going. We can just keep going. Pray the oldest boy doesn't go back to Don and Candice. Yeah, I don't think he will. He's going to be 18 soon enough. Like they were 12, 11, and 9 when Summer went missing. So the eldest one was 12, 17 now, isn't he? Do the math. 5 years, he's 17. So next birthday he's going to be 18. So believe her parents know what happened. I think they have a jolly good idea. I don't think they did it personally. Orny Grants, member for 52 months. Do you know what? All of the old timers are coming out. I love it. Thank you so much, Orny Grants, for being a member for that long. And we got Daughter of Scotland, my oldest member for 58 months. 58 months. Dipped out of the case early on. I watched the interview room with Chris McDonough this morning. He seemed to be implying that Don and Candice are not innocent in this, as they're making out to be. I haven't seen that. We can watch a little bit of that if you want later, because I haven't watched it. I've not even watched the Nancy Grace. Should we watch some Nancy Grace as well? I haven't even watched Nancy Grace, because it seems, from what I've heard, it seems she's about 6 months behind the news. But we can dip in. We can dip in. And Chris has always thought that Don, he's always said, Chris has always said that he thinks it's Don. But I don't know what he said yesterday, so we can have a look. We can dip in. Whoa! The Tooth Fairy. Thank you so much. That's incredible. I can't even say this. $199. Sorry, I was nearly said pounds then. And 99 cents. So $200. Incredible. Thank you so much, the Tooth Fairy. That is beyond generous. That is beyond generous. That is crazy. That is beyond. Thank you. I can't say how generous you are, honestly. Oh, thank you. Exactly. That's exactly it. Thank you so much. Kids will find a way around it. They certainly will. Because how will a social media app know who's watching? And how will social media be able to verify someone's age if they lie about it? The only way to do it is to have an official ID that you've got to plug in to every social media app so that the big government can follow you around the internet. That's all it's about. That is exactly all it's about. Two-tier Kia, that's all he wants. He wants the digital ID, and this is one way that he can force it in. They'll do an age restriction on accounts, but kids will lie. Of course they will. Of course they will. But to bring in digital ID, anybody who is in favour of digital ID, have a word. Have a word. Angie Baby, member for 34 months. Thank you so much. So much. They didn't have Facebook till 15. Plus, my team is 14. She doesn't have Facebook yet. Do you know what? The kids don't even go on Facebook anymore. And here's the thing, though, right, that two-tier Kia is forgetting. That if you ban people whether it's under 16s or whoever, you ban people, then a whole new market opens up for those banned people on new apps that will be completely unregulated and are not owned by big tech, you know, like Google or Meta, who don't have a vested interest in keeping people safe, you know, for advertising reasons and stuff like that, you know, because they don't want bad publicity and advertisers to walk away. So they have a vested interest in keeping their platforms safe. What about Discord? What about, I don't even know what, all I know is that kids these days think Facebook's for old people. Young people are maybe browse Instagram, but don't really post on it that much. Snapchat, I have no idea because I haven't had Snapchat for years. But there's a whole range of new apps now that kids use. What about Roblox? What about Minecraft? Anyhow, I'm going to shut up. Right, we're going to do some updates now. Going to do some updates now. We've talked enough. Okay, so there was a little update from the TBI this morning. I posted it out on Michelle Walks. Gonna just turn my camera off while I'm doing these updates. I might put my camera on again later. You never know. Okay, but I want to go full screen, so I can. All right. So this was a 40-second update from the TBI. Some of you will have seen it. Some of you won't, but this is the TBI.
From the very beginning, our focus has been on Summer and finding out what happened to her. We never imagined her case would remain unsolved 5 years later. We have made progress over the last year, but there are still many unanswered questions. We continue to urge anyone with firsthand information regarding Summer's disappearance to come forward. Even the smallest detail could make all the difference in this case.
Are you overwhelmed by the amount of information that they've provided?
From the very beginning, our focus...
Isn't that just completely overwhelming? 40 seconds it took for him to make that, and I've not clipped it. That's the full announcement. That is the full announcement. After 5 years, we are making progress, they say. We are making progress. Are you? Well, do you want to give us a little bit more about the progress? What about the raid that you did on the Van Hill Road property? What about that? Do you want to tell us, if you've, cleared some people? Do you want to give us a little bit more? Do you want to hear it again? I'll play it again in a minute. Tina, thank you so much for being a member for 44 months. So, Miss Cassie, it's how you found me. It's how a lot of people found me, actually, I think. Hope my mum's doing well. She is. She had another little problem with her gallbladder. She was in hospital for a few days. That was, I don't know, a few months ago now. And she's okay. She's okay. They can't, I don't know why they just don't take her gallbladder out, but apparently it's due to her age and the fact that the level of infection and the level of risk, I don't know. Just wait till the infection's gone and then take it out, but they don't seem to want to do it. So I think she's going to keep getting infected for whatever reason. But she's doing all right. She's fine. Yeah, underwhelmed. Exactly, underwhelmed.
Has been on Summer and finding out what happened to her. We never imagined her case would remain unsolved 5 years later. We have made progress over the last year, but there are still many unanswered questions. We continue to urge anyone with firsthand information regarding Summer's disappearance to come forward. Even the smallest detail could make all the difference in this case.
Wow. Wow. Love it. Love it. All right. So that was the TBI's effort. Now, I just direct you to this. This is back from May, right? May 13th. May 13th. And this was an interview with the new sheriff, who is going to be taking office on the 1st of September. So, 2.5 months' time. So, this was... Now, I did a video back in May. Scott Stewart did an interview. And they mentioned Summer's case. Just like the interviewer asked him a question. And he talked about Summer's case. And I've got really high hopes for Scott Stewart. And at the end of this very short piece, okay, so some quotes from Scott Stewart here. There's going to be times when you're the smartest guy in the room, but you don't need to be the smartest guy every time, and you need to be smart enough to listen to people around you, blah, blah, blah. Stewart says, while Sheriff Lawson has been great to him and his family, he wants to bring a different attitude to the office. I want the citizens to know that if they call a deputy, don't be surprised if you see the sheriff show up. Don't be surprised if you see the chief deputy show up. We're going to work. We're going to be proactive, and we're going to be actively aggressive, I think that should say, in the enforcement of law. Then it says, News 5, we'll have more from Stewart's interview as we near closer to the 5-year anniversary of Summerwell's disappearance. So at the time, this was May 13th, I pricked my ears up and I thought, oh, maybe Sheriff-to-be Stewart spoke about Summerwell's to them and they're going to release it nearer the time. Well, has it been released? So this was News 5. Has it been released? Not that I know of, no. So I'm still waiting for that. But a bunch of stuff has come out. All right. So WJHL, just about the TBI releasing. Okay, cool. We got WVLT 5 years later. Oh, Kyle's back. He's been in Hungary. He's been in Hungary since Friday. So TBI. And then just something that Don posted on Sunday. Okay, nothing there. Except Scott Stewart, Hawkins County Sheriff-elect, said the office will be holding off on releasing a statement. So I was really hopeful that Sheriff-elect Stewart would say something, would have some words maybe for the community on this day. But no. The Hawkins County Sheriff's Office are not going to release a statement. Why? So that's disappointing. That's very disappointing. WZTV. Monday marks 5 years. Okay, cool. Nothing there. News Nation did a decent sized piece. They did a decent sized piece. So let's read a little bit of this. Summer had been planting flowers with her mother and grandmother before going back inside. Her mother watched her go into their home as she then went into the basement to play with her toys. Yeah, holding off because 5 years isn't long enough, apparently. Exactly. Well, it's something that the Hawkins County Sheriff seem to do because on the 2-year mark, right, there was a News Nation special. We can even play it. I'm going to play it. And Sheriff Lawson said he was going to make a statement in the near future. And that was 3 years ago now. And Sheriff Lawson has not spoken at all in those 3 years. So, seems to be what Hawkins County sheriffs do. Investigators conducted a large-scale search, blah, blah, blah. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Let's refresh. Let's see if there's anything new. Okay. 15 minutes ago. Let's have a look at this. So, what's this? ABC News. Okay. Monday marks 5 years. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Nope. Nothing. Okay. Cool. Nothing. Now, okay, it's still early in Hawkins County. Okay, let's listen to this. 53 minutes.
Well, today marks 5 years since 5-year-old Summer Wells disappeared from East Tennessee.
Megan Fee is back at the WKRN.com alert desk now with where the investigation stands this morning. Megan.
Nicole, Mark, good morning. According to the TBI, Summer Wells went missing from her home on Ben Hill Road in Hawkins County back in June of 2021, but the investigation still continues today. The TBI releasing this age-progressed photo of Wells last August to show what she may look like years after she went missing. The TBI has worked alongside the FBI and the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office to pursue all credible leads in the case. In an update this morning, the TBI says progress has been made over the last year, but there are still many unanswered questions. Authorities urge anyone with firsthand information related to her disappearance to come forward. Remember, News 2 brings you breaking news around the clock at WKRN.
Okay, cool. Great. That was the same. All of them. I've listened to all of these. They're all the same. We'll listen to Nancy. I've not watched this. We'll listen to Nancy Grace. But the Daily Mail pulled out all the stops yesterday. This came out yesterday. Dark secrets of the family where people disappear. 5-year-old Summer Wells vanished 5 years ago, but 12 years earlier, her aunt also went missing. Yeah, so they got all about Rose Bly. It was a long piece. It's like an essay. Summer is the youngest of 4 children, the only girl amongst 3 older brothers. She was often seen swimming, fishing, and exploring the lakes and wooded areas in the Beech Creek community. She'll be 10 years old today, and her family continue to hold on to hope that she will be found. It's a tender and quiet week for us. Candice and I would like to thank each person who cares about our daughter Summer, said Don Wells on Facebook. Your kindness and prayers mean a lot. We know that only God can restore our family. We love you, Summer, Waylon, Wyatt, and Josie. God always wins. God bless you all, he added, expressing his endearment to all the Wells children. But Summer is not the first member of her family to vanish without a trace. More than a decade earlier, her aunt, Rosemary Bly, disappeared in 2009, leaving another unsolved mystery. Okay, so 1,000 miles away in Wisconsin, Rose Bly went missing in 2009. Bly, who was Candice Wells' sister, disappeared after being seen in St. I don't know how to say that. Crow? I don't know how to say that. August 21st, 2009. According to the CHORLEY project that highlights missing people, Bly left home that evening to meet a cousin at a bar about 5 miles away. Before leaving, Bly told her husband she would be home before midnight, but she never made it to the bar. 5 days after she disappeared, Bly's vehicle was discovered abandoned in a parking lot frequented by long-haul truck drivers roughly 30 miles from her home. Authorities found no obvious signs of foul play and learned that Bly had left home carrying only a small amount of cash and no credit cards. Police say Summer and Bly's disappearance are not connected. A further investigation suggested the couple were experiencing serious marital strain. Police had responded to a domestic dispute at the home prior to Bly's disappearance. During the incident, her husband claimed she slapped him, while Bly alleges he placed her in a headlock and slammed her head into the ground. Later, he passed a polygraph test and is not considered a suspect. So this is Rose. Her husband started divorce proceedings just 3 weeks after Bly vanished. Reports also indicate her husband filed for a court order to keep her from returning and taking the 2 children. The divorce and custody petition were granted, and he was awarded sole custody of their children. Bly's mother later speculated that she may have become disoriented and wandered away from a vehicle after a prior injury, though there's no evidence to support that theory. Bly had fallen from a horse a week before her disappearance. This year marks the 5-year anniversary of Summer's disappearance. Early search efforts covered more than 3,000 acres of rugged terrain within 2 weeks of her vanishing. The operation included helicopters, canine units, dive teams, and detailed mapping to comb the area. Okay, $25,000 reward. There currently is no reward. Right, the reward has gone. There is currently no reward. Why the FBI haven't offered a reward, I don't know, but there is currently no reward for Summer. Okay, so I think that's Fred Hill's pond. The most recent public development came on November 13th, 2025, when investigators followed a lead near Van Hill Road in Greenville, around 10 miles from the Wells home, though officials later said no further details were available. Don previously spoke to the Daily Mail about Summer's disappearance, calling it a living nightmare. Speaking ahead of the 2025 anniversary of his daughter's disappearance, Don told Daily Mail that he still believes his daughter was kidnapped and addressed her abductor saying, "Be glad I'm Christian. I just hope law enforcement finds you first." Her disappearance devastated the family, but Don says what followed nearly broke them. "We were a 2-parent family. They kept trying to get us to divorce. We suffered together. We suffered separate. We are now more solid together than ever before. We are still a 2-parent family with no children to parent." He and Candace lost custody of their 3 sons in the wake of Summer's disappearance. One of them is now featured in a public adoption video. He's online being marketed like a shopping product. The pain never ends, Don said. "It was so good to finally see him. He's a great young man, but he has to be so hurt because they took him and his brothers away from everything they knew. They then took him from his brothers. This isn't about us now, it's about our boys. They took 3 of the 5 witnesses away. I'm sure that they've heard a lot of what the witnesses have said. Together, we could have worked together to try to solve what happened to their sister. Instead, they lost everything. When we lost them, we lost everything. Hell times 4. He says their hearts are so shredded by the loss that it became nearly impossible to focus on the search for Summer. How could we concentrate on Summer when our hearts were shattered that our boys were gone so far away? We didn't know how the system worked, constantly being told how rotten we were by DCS, by social media, by people on the streets, on and on. Now, after years of legal battles, both Don and Candice have been cleared by the Department of Children's Services. In spring 2025, DCS withdrew its findings of abuse and neglect, and a judge formally dismissed the allegations against them. Now, DCS admits for the second time we are not abusers or neglectors of our children. So bring Josie home, bring them all home. Well, it's my understanding that the 2 younger boys have been adopted, have now been adopted, so they're not coming home. And then the eldest boy is going to be 18, so don't know where he's living now. Don faced further trouble when he was arrested in October 2021 for a DUI. Do you remember this? Oh dear. He was then jailed for 11 months after admitting driving under the influence. A toxicology screen from the night of his arrest showed no evidence of drugs, but he registered 0.13 blood alcohol percentage, above the 0.08 intoxication limit. Wells said on the night in question he wanted to get away after an argument with Candice. Shortly after the arrest, his family put out a statement saying there are no words to what each day and night is like. We needed cigarettes. It was a stupid decision. Please keep us in prayer. Please keep Don. This pain won't go away. Keep Don. This pain won't go away. Thank you. That makes no sense. Okay, so the arrest violated a previous probation. So we know all that, don't we? The couple also faced public scrutiny after appearance on Dr. Phil in November 2021. On the show, Don outlined the timeline of events, stating that Summer had been planting flowers outside their grandmother. Okay, we know about planting flowers. He said minutes later she disappeared from the basement playroom. Don firmly maintained his belief that Summer was abducted from the property. During questions on the show, we remember this. We've got to play this clip later on. We'll play this clip. During questioning on the show by interrogation experts regarding the day her daughter vanished, Candace became overwhelmed and walked out of the interview. She later clarified that she left due to emotional distress. Two analysts asked the couple if they thought the cornbread mafia could be involved in Summer's disappearance. No, he didn't. Greg did not say, do you think the cornbread mafia are involved? Now, maybe Candace interpreted it that way, but what he said was groups like the cornbread mafia. Thank you, Cherry Bomb. Thank you so much for the £10. That's very kind of you. Very kind. And Lisa has been a member for 43 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Drink a lot of water. I've got Pepsi Max. I've got Pepsi Max right now. That's what I've got right now. Okay, so Dr. Phil McGraw explained that cornbread mafia is used to describe a grassroots crime syndicate in Tennessee. Don said he'd heard of something called the Hillbilly Mafia, but he and his family had tried to stay clear of them. Another point of scrutiny when Summer initially disappeared was when photos circulated showing her with a shaved head. This led to Candace addressing why her daughter's hair had been chopped off. Summer was a tomboy. I shaved my head. She wanted to shave her head like me and the boys did. Don added that Summer tried to shave her head herself. Okay. Couple's home has now been searched 11 times by investigators. No arrests have been made. So that's the best article. All right. That is the best article of the current bunch that has come out. All right. I'm going to irritate some of you by playing Nancy Grace, but I haven't seen this. So let's watch it. Let's watch it together. Okay, and what I will say about this is, hold on, let me just make sure that the audio is sharing. It looks like it is. Okay, what I'm going to say about this is that she is 6 months behind everyone else. Actually, 7 months behind everyone else. Because she's now talking about the FBI as it stood last year. Then again, I haven't seen this whole show. I saw a few bits and pieces from clips that people have played, but I haven't seen the whole thing. So I'm going to refrain from any more conversation until I've watched it. Do I think Summer could have been gone before the 15th? No, that's absolutely not the case. That's not the case. And I can tell you why. I did a video about it recently. Okay, we'll go back to Nancy Grace in a minute. But I can show you a video that I posted just a few days ago. And this was a load of photos that Gavel Geeks got her hands on. And she has posted. So this is from Gavel Geeks channel. So we have got timestamps. These are not just photos. These are photos plus the timestamps of when they were taken. So she's got her hands on the original photos that have the metadata with the exact timestamp. So we absolutely know that Summer was at the swimming hole on the 15th, and we absolutely know that it was the 15th of June when Summer was in the back of the truck. So just let me find that. So this picture here, okay, that's her in the swimming hole, and that was taken 6/15/2021 at 12:21 p.m. Now, I got the metadata from TikTok from the swimming hole video, and that was posted at 12, I think it was 12:34 p.m. So that makes absolute sense. This photo was taken at 12:21 p.m. So Candace has then taken a video, edited the video a little bit, and then put it and uploaded it to TikTok. So it makes absolute sense that the timestamp on the swimming hole video is about 15 minutes after this. So that's absolute proof, 100% proof that Summer is there on June 15th. And then we've got Grandma, Grandma in Priceless. And the important one is, that's the video of Candace with Summer in the back. And that was 6/15/2021 at 3:09. So we have absolute proof that that little video that was taken about 8 minutes away from home was on June 15th, 2021. And there's also where's the thing there? This video, this little photo. So there's a video and then a separate photo, and that was taken at 3:09 and 58 seconds. 3:09 and 58 seconds. Can you remember right at the beginning when Grandis said, when they got back home, Summer became ill and Don took her to hospital, or am I going mad? I do remember that, but it came from a massively unreliable source. So Grandma didn't say that herself. She's only spoken out once to WJHL. It came from a massively unreliable source. So I discussed it at the time. I considered it at the time, but the source is massively uncredible. So that's where I am with that. That's where I am with that. All right, we're gonna watch Nancy Grace now. Okay. I've got too many windows open. Okay, let me get rid of some of these so that I'm not messing about. Get rid of that. Get on. Yeah, get rid of that. Okay, all right, we're going to watch Nancy Grace now.
Gets a piece of candy from Grandma, then goes back into her own home to play with her brothers.
I'm going to speed it up a little bit. I can't be dealing. I'm only going to speed it up a little bit for people who can't deal. It's just a little bit faster.
And she's never seen alive again. How can that be? Where is Summer Wells? Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
Five-year-old Summer Wells lived with her family in a small Tennessee town. One summer day, she was helping plant flowers before going inside to play with her toys. When her mother went in to check on her, Summer was nowhere to be found.
I know she didn't walk away from this property by herself or off this yard by her swing. I feel in my heart that somebody has came up here and took her, has lured her away from here.
I knew right away that she was abducted. You know, I knew that right away, and that's what I told them from the beginning.
From our friends at WJHL TV, how did the dad know she had been abducted immediately? That would not spring to my mind immediately if I could not find my children.
All right, I agree with her. I absolutely agree with her here. You wouldn't jump to, I know she's been abducted straight away, unless you had that on your mind to begin with. And I believe that Don had that on his mind to begin with, because do you remember the photo that he had with Summer, where he's holding Summer, he's crying, so he's crying, not Summer, and he has said, from his own mouth, he has said that he knew his time with Summer was short. He believed something was going to happen to Summer. And he said that it was a guardian angel that told him that. But I want to proffer to you that it wasn't a guardian angel. He knew he was in trouble, and either he or his family had been threatened because he was in trouble. And when Summer got gone, when Summer disappeared, he knew she'd been abducted because of the threats that he'd had previously. And that's why I think he knows, or at least there's a very good idea, who took Summer and why. So
either one of them. Where is Summer Wells? Straight out to a special guest joining us tonight, Kristen Kwan, news anchor, News 5 WCYB there in Bristol. What happened? What happened at the time Summer Wells, just 5 years old, goes missing? And everybody, as Kristen Kwan is speaking, I want you to take a look at the photos we have amassed of this 5-year-old little girl.
Yeah, Nancy. So Summer Wells went missing on June 15th. That day, Candace, Summer's mother, told me that they had gone to run some errands. They had taken her to a local park where she went swimming, and then they came back to the house, their house on Ben Hill Road in Hawkins County. And at that time, she was playing outside with her mom, with her grandmother, and she wanted to go back inside to play with some of her toys in the house. So Candace says that she walked Summer to the house. She went inside the house. Candace went back with the grandmother to finish up some things outside and in the yard. And that's when they realized a few minutes later that she was missing.
Okay, so she goes in the house to play, and then just a few minutes later, she's vanished. Do I have that correct, Kristen?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm trying to digest that. Let's hear what the parents say.
Me and my mother and her were planting flowers. And we went in after we got done washing our hands, and she got a piece of candy from Grandma, and she wanted to go back over and see her brothers. And I said, okay. And I walked her all the way over to the porch, and I watched her walk into the kitchen where the boys were watching TV. And I told the boys, I said, watch Summer, I'll be back. And within 2 minutes, I came back. And I asked the boys where their sister was, and they said, she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her a couple times, and I didn't get no answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just gone.
From WJHL-TV to Brian Fitzgibbons joining us, Director of Operations, USPA Nationwide Security, former Marine, Iraqi war vet. His business is finding missing people. How many people go missing from their own home, never to be seen again?
Yeah, hey, there's quite a few across the country that go missing each year. Now, only a very small percentage of it's something like 600,000 people a year go missing in the United States. In less than 1%, or around 1%, will actually remain missing. So this is very rare. This is a very rare occurrence.
To go missing in your own home?
Yeah, from your own home with a child. You know, you're typically dealing. You know, a child with Summer's age, you're typically dealing with one of three scenarios. The first could be that the child walked away and got lost. The second is that something happened to that child inside the home, usually from a family member or a close associate, and that body was hidden. And then the third possibility is a stranger abduction or somebody in the outer sphere, outer perimeter of that family.
Guys, with us, Brian Fitzgibbons, Director of Operations, USPA Nationwide Security. That is a team of investigators that go around the world finding and extracting missing people. Joining us now tonight, Chris McDonough, Director of the Cold Case Foundation, former homicide detective with under 300 homicide cases under his belt, and the star of The Interview Room on YouTube. Chris McDonough, you have actually gone to the scene and walked through the home. What did you learn?
Well, the house.
All right. So before Chris gets going with it, let me just play you this. Okay. So I posted this like 4 years ago on Michelle Walks.
She was last seen outside of her home in the 100 block of Ben Hill Road.
So she went out the basement door, which was unlocked,
and we haven't seen her since.
Siblings telling authorities that they saw her walk out the back door of their home last night.
She loved to be.
So I don't know what news channel that was, but siblings told authorities that they saw her walking out of the back door last night. And that was from June 16th. And I'm going to find the tweet from Bianca Murray, who said it, that it was Sheriff Lawson who told the media that Summer's brothers told him that they saw Summer the last time they saw her going out of the back door. So not the same story that Candice told. Not the same story at all that Candice told. Just saying. But I'm going to find that tweet. Just a minute. Okay, we'll continue to play Nancy while we're doing that. Well, which one's Nancy? I've still got too many windows open. This one, I think.
It was under construction at the time of Summer's disappearance, Nancy. And when you first get up to the property, you realize pretty quickly there is a very steep driveway that is gravel in nature. So it would take some type of a four-wheel drive and or a vehicle that has all-wheel drive, number one, to get up the hill. And then the area in of itself in a geographical profiling concept, it is a very rural area. You would have to know exactly where that house was. Why is that important? Because Summer was allegedly down in the basement of that home. And that would have meant, if it was a stranger abduction situation, Brian had mentioned, then of course you would have to know, number one, that she was in that basement at that moment. And then you would have to make your way up through either the woods and or up that driveway. And both of those are very difficult situations to accomplish to get that child off of that property. So the fact that she was in the basement makes this case a very, even statistically, it takes that number even higher in probability.
Chris, the scene that you videoed, it's very rural and mountainous. Describe it.
Well, the area of itself, Hawkins County, Tennessee, it's what they call a holler. So it's a.
Thank you so much. Who says Kimberly? Thank you for gifting 10 memberships. Thank you. We got Polly, we got Brenna, we got Mimi. Oops, it's jumped. We got Baby Monkey, Boomers, Lulu, Caitlin, Yarpa, Priusint. I can never say that. I'm sorry. And I think that's it. Oh, no, Digital Capture. Thank you, Kimberly. You are so kind. And welcome, everybody. If you've not been a member of this channel before, go and check out the members area. If you have, welcome back.
Road that goes off of the main drive, and it's basically neighbors that have known each other for generations. So strangers just don't pull up into that area. You have to be familiar. There's trees, there's steep hills, etc. And then
no, strangers don't. That's why I think it's someone known to the family. It's someone from that area, not a stranger. Like Chris McDonough has always said, she's not been abducted because strangers won't go there. True. But that doesn't preclude somebody who does know that area from abducting her.
When you get up into the house was under construction, like I mentioned, when this situation happened. And there was one part in the house, when you enter into the house, the boys, the other children of the home slept in a room right when you come in. And then to the right was a kitchen. But there was a bar. It looked like a breakfast bar of some sort that had a cutout in it with a set of stairs that took you down into a basement. And there's no way you would have known that. In fact, when I walked in, the mom showed me that, breakfast bar, and I was looking for a set of stairs to, or another door to go down into the basement. She goes, no, it's right here underneath the breakfast bar. And I was like, you got to be kidding me.
Okay, wait. Okay, hold on just a minute. Let me understand what you're saying. You're saying that this little girl had to climb into the floor, down a trap floor, and lived under the basement?
Essentially, yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. Mom said she went down into that basement, so she would have had to have gone through that cutout in the breakfast bar. And once you get into it, it's only about, you made less than 2 feet wide to get in. I had a very difficult time getting through it.
So, Chris, in a nutshell, Summer lived under the floor, right?
Yeah, that would be an accurate assessment. And there's only one door, Nancy, to the exterior from that base.
Summer lived under the floor. That's just stupid. So anybody with a basement, right? Anybody with a basement lives under the floor. I'm sorry, that's just stupid. He lives under the floor. No, the bedrooms were in the basement. All right, so yeah, they all lived under the floor. Adventures with Jackson Guinea. Thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. We got Vetseris, maybe? LLA, we got Dina Lynn, I think, Tracy, and Adaz1. Thank you so much. Adventures, thank you. If you've not been a member before, go and check out the members area. If you have, welcome back. Living under the floor. Come on now.
Okay. Why does she have all her hair chopped off and a gash on her head? Do you know the answer to that, Kristen Kwan?
So I was told by her parents and by some of her friends that were close to Summer and the family that they had actually had lice at one point. And so they had shaved her head in order to get rid of the lice.
Okay. Moving forward. Back to Chris McDonough. The video. Why is the home...
And this story, right, about the shaved head, I believe it's because they had lice. Because in some pictures, if you look through Candace's pictures when she had them all on Facebook, sometimes there was like one brother with a shaved head, or 2 brothers with a shaved head, and then the others had normal hair. So I think when they found lice, instead of just, getting nit spray or whatever you use, you just shave the hair off. But it's a story that has evolved, because instead of just saying we shaved her head because she had lice, they made this story up about she shaved her head because she wanted to be like her brothers, or she wanted to be like her mother, or whatever. Look, I think it's because they had lice. However, there is videos of Summer, and her hair is really uneven, and it does look like she's taken either scissors or clippers to it herself. So there's probably also some truth to what Don said, that she'd started shaving her head and they decided just to even it all up and just shave it all off. But it was a really, really close shave. So I just think it was lice. I think it was lice. And they didn't want to say that to the news.
Full of stuff. It looks like a hoarder.
Yeah, the place is extremely disheveled. And you're correct. They are collecting all kinds of stuff. And one of the most interesting things is when you start to get down into the basement, immediately you notice that there are only 2 rooms down there. To the left is where the parents allegedly slept, and then to the right is where Summer slept. But on the TV was inappropriate material. I think it was a TV show, Girls Gone Wild or something to that effect. So can you imagine the children being exposed just to that stuff alone? And it felt like a dungeon.
Could you describe again the space where Summer Wells lived?
Yeah, so when you come down those stairs, Nancy, into the basement area, to the left is where the parents were, that was, quote, their room, but then to the right is Summer's room. And in that room, as you can tell, it's a concrete walled dungeon with the windows were blacked out with some materials. So it was dark, it was dreary, it smelled. It was just horrible for a 5-year-old child in any way, shape, or form to be in that environment.
Well, one thing though, Chris McDonough, I was raised to a large part by my grandmother, Lucy. So my mom and dad could go to work, and she lived alone in an old wooden home with a tin roof.
I'm itching now. Yeah. I know what you mean. Anytime anybody mentions fleas, I start itching. Because whenever we get fleas, whenever any of the animals get fleas, they jump on me. They just all jump on me. It's insane. The house was pretty dirty. I've got to say, it was pretty dirty.
Some people would say it was old and decrepit, but it was clean and it smelled like good things on the stove. And that's how I remember it. I'm seeing a very different picture here, but in defense of Summer's family, you said the home was under construction and they were living in it?
Yeah, the property had been inherited by her father. It used to belong to his family. And, I get the fact that, there are some folks that, are poor. That's not a problem here. But the fact that you can be poor and also then you can also neglect your children around that environment, that's a different story.
Yeah, I agree with him, honestly. I mean, that house wasn't safe. There were elements of that house that weren't safe. You've got to agree with that. And it probably was really damp down in that basement. When he says under construction, I think when Don's mother lived there was a whole section to that house that no longer exists. So if you look back on Google Earth and you go back through the years, you see that house looking much bigger than it does now. And it's because Don's mother and presumably stepdad, when he was alive, he died in 2007. And then Don's mother died in 2011. And then they went to live there. It had a new, like a complete different section. And that was apparently really dilapidated. So they demolished that and then they built another room on the other side. So I don't know whether you would say it's under construction, but it's been reconstructed. And maybe they've not finished those reconstructions. And it was still a work in progress, probably. But whether it was a work in progress or whether it was just really ramshackle and whatever you want to call it, there were elements to that house that were unsafe for children. You've got to agree with that. You've got to agree with that.
And I took this environment as a neglectful environment.
And that was one of the things, apparently, and this is all come from Don Wells, that the DCS wanted them to improve on. They wanted to improve like certain parts of the house. So they got rid of that bar and they put proper stairs in. So that's all different now. And they got loads of different people to help them. And they got new floors and they did up the basement. So I don't know what condition it's in now, but certainly when people were there helping them, it did go through quite a big change, and it looked nice. It looked nice in there. So unfortunately, though, it wasn't enough because Don and Candice didn't stop drinking, didn't stop drugging, and lost their boys anyway. So they only went part way to doing what DCS required. DCS also required them to do rehab, drugs, and classes and stuff like that, parenting classes, and those things they didn't do. Yeah, too little, too late. Yeah, or not enough. Okay, that if they'd have done what DCS wanted them to do, they could have got their boys back, and they did some of what DCS wanted them to do, but unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you want to look at it, they didn't do enough. So they lost their boys.
Not a poor environment. The fact that the house was under construction, they were doing it themselves, but that had taken years.
Yeah, all done free. Yeah. People bent over backwards to help them.
And it only started to move forward after Summer's disappearance when Child Protective Services got involved and told them, you need to clean this house up.
Here is Don Wells, this is Summer's dad, defending claims they are unfit.
This is Don Wells. We're here to report to you that we've got official letters from the heads of DCS that we are cleared from any abuse or neglect on our parts towards our children. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
That is Don Wells on YouTube. I want you to listen to our friend Chris McDonough from the interview room interviewing Summer Wells' dad as he gives an interview of the home.
Where do you think she is? Well, at first I thought, it's got to be some sicko hillbilly druggie, drug her out in the woods or something, or somebody put her in her car and took her not too far away or whatever like that. But I'm starting to wonder if it isn't some high-end thing. Maybe somebody's seen her on Facebook, because my wife was always posting stuff on Facebook. It could have been, she could be anywhere. I have, my mind just goes back and forth. I don't have any idea.
Chris McDonough, what is your understanding about what happened to Summer when she disappeared?
Well, there's various trains of thought. So,
are they still on YouTube? No. Don Wells hasn't appeared on YouTube for ages. I think probably that YouTube channel still exists. Candace's, is she really? Oh, you see, I'm too far out of the loop now. Candace is on YouTube. Wow. Okay.
From the family's train of thought is, like you said, Nancy, Mom last saw her going into the house. She told her other children, keep an eye on Summer. And somehow Summer ended up in the basement, according to the other children. And this is coming also from the mother. This is the story that she's shared. And then the story changed that the parents had said, well, there must have been a stranger parked down on the road, and he comes up through a dog trail and then knew that Summer was going to be in the basement, and then entered into the basement and took her out that door. The challenge with that particular story is the door had changed open and closed, locked and closed at various times. So there's some discrepancies in that story in of itself. And then the third, of course, is she just vanished, somehow walked out that door and just disappeared.
You mean?
Okay, so this is... Good morning, everyone. Hold on. I don't want to play the whole video. I want to play... Okay, here we go. All right, this has the tweet on it. I've played this a bunch of times because I've got a lot. When I did a search, I've got loads of videos with this on. But Summer's brothers told the sheriff that she went out of the basement door. So this is the original story. This is the first story that came out. So before the interview, before the parents spoke to anybody, Summer's brothers spoke to Sheriff Ronnie Lawson, and Sheriff Ronnie Lawson told the media what the brothers said. And again, talked about this lots and lots of times. Check this out. On the 16th of June, WJHL. Here we go. You can't really see that, but June 16th, 2021, investigators say at least 3 children were present in Summer Wells' home after she reportedly walked out of the back door, the sheriff tells me. He said this report came from the Wells siblings. So she walked out of the back door. So that's Bianca Murray from WJHL. And then there was that other channel, I think it's WBIR, where one of the presenters said that she was seen walking out of the back door last night. The siblings saw her walk out of the back door. So it was more than one news channel that got this. So it's not on a press conference. It's not on any of the press conferences. But Sheriff Ronnie Lawson was telling the media on the night of June 15th, and it was all released on June 16th, that the boys saw her going out of the back door. If the boys were upstairs, how would they know? Exactly. Thank you. How would they know? They would know because they weren't sat at the table when they last saw Summer. They might have been sat at the table when Candice realised Summer was missing, but they probably saw Summer leaving how many minutes or hours before? So there's a lot more to the story than what we've been told. And Sheriff Ronnie Lawson, in those first few hours, was opening his mouth to the media. So why do we now have a sheriff who says nothing whatsoever to the media? I don't know. I don't know what happened, but there you go, in black and white. Investigators say at least 3 children were present in Summerwell's home when she reportedly walked out of the back door. The sheriff tells me. He said this report came from the Wells siblings. Would it be fair to say the boys assumed Summer went out of the back door? Maybe. But I take it to mean they saw her going out of the back door. And the only way they could see her going out of the back door is if they were either in the basement as well or they were outside. If they were outside, they could see her leave. Now, maybe they were outside and then they went in and then they were maybe sat at the table playing when Candice... Because another thing that has always struck me is in that first interview with WJHL on, I think it was, June the 23rd, June 24th, or something along those lines, Don said going outside was Summer's downfall. Because loads of times they've had to tell the boys, where's Summer? Because the boys have come in and left Summer outside on her own. So why would you say that that was Summer's downfall if that wasn't something that happened, you know, a lot of the time? I think I've even got that clip. Let me just see.
Siblings telling authorities that they saw her walk out the back door of their home last night.
So siblings told authorities they saw her going out of the back door last night. They saw her going out of the back door. So siblings saw her. Why would Candice was at the camp leaves, but she left the run? The boy said nothing, ma'am. On June 20th,
And we'd be like, where's Summer? Why'd you leave?
Here we go. On June 28th, going outside is Summer's downfall.
To be outside all the time, that was her, unfortunately, her downfall. 'Cause a lot of times the boys would be inside and we'd be like, where's Summer? Why'd you leave her out there alone? Go get Summer now. And that's happened over and over again.
That's happened over and over again. So how about this? How about if they were all playing outside, Candice had no idea what the kids were doing, right? Candice had no idea at all, right? The story about the planting flowers, it could have happened. She could have planted flowers. But the fact that she said she was at Grandma's camp of like 2 minutes is nonsense, right? David Dotson said 20 minutes. David Dotson told Teresa, who's no criminality, but she was with Unmasked at the time, and I can play that as well, right? That Candice told him that she was away for 20 minutes. So 2 minutes and 20 minutes is a long time, a big difference. Going outside is a downfall. So how about that the kids were all playing out, Candice didn't know what they were doing, and then when she finally went inside, the boys were at the table. They told her that Summer had gone to play with her toys. Actually, they knew Summer was outside. But because they've been told time and time and time again not to leave Summer outside, well, 3 little boys shouldn't be left in charge of a 5-year-old girl. But I believe there's a lot more to the story of what happened than we've been told. And Sheriff Lawson was opening his mouth on that night, and then he closed it, and he's never opened it since. Anyway, back to Nancy Grace. So I just want to make that point, and I'll die on the hill. I'll die on the hill that I believe the boys told Sheriff Ronnie Lawson something different than what we have been told by Don and Candace. I'll die on the hill.
Like a magic trick, Chris McDonough. You know what I don't like when you say that. They quote just vanished, like poof. No, nobody just disappears like I dream of Jeannie. That doesn't happen. Something happened to this child. And let me clarify, when you say she went down to the basement, you mean down that trap door?
Yes, down underneath that breakfast bar, we'll call it.
Okay. Joining us, an all-star panel to make sense of what we are learning. Back out to news anchor, News 5 WCYB in Bristol, Kristen Kwan joining us. I understand there has been a new search in the 3500 block of Van Hill. What do you know?
New search. Nancy Grace is 7 months behind. The search happened on November 13th, 2025. That's 7 months ago. So she's 7 months behind the news here, is Nancy Grace. Has anybody told her that this happened 7 months ago?
Yeah, so the TBI let us know that they were searching that road, which is about 9 miles from Summer's home, about 16 minutes away from her home there in Hawkins County. They have not given any specific details about what that search was. They just said that they were following up on a tip.
I wonder, too, why Fitzgibbons joining us, USPA Nationwide.
This is a repeat. Well, why have they repeated it? I don't watch Nancy Grace, honestly. So why have they repeated it? Just in time for the 5 years, because they don't want to do a new show. Okay, weird.
Security. If the brothers have been re-interviewed since Summer went missing, I wonder if they're all still living in the home or if they are now away from the influence of relatives.
Of course you know that they're no longer in the home. Don't try to play like you don't know what's going on. Of course you know they're not in the home.
Yeah, I would have to imagine that, getting a statement, getting an interview done with the siblings would be very important. Now, it would be challenging, right? Because, with children of that age who've been exposed to those conditions, building trust to get accurate statements from them certainly not an easy task. But one thing I want to highlight, that credible lead that TBI followed up in.
Oh, this is new. This is new. You watched it live. I mean, it's new. It's new to YouTube. Posted 2 days ago. 240,000 views. Posted 2 days ago. And doesn't she have a podcast that she posts like a day before and then the day after it goes on YouTube? So it's new to YouTube.
In November, the fact that they actually physically went out there lends a lot to the credibility of that lead. And, hopefully something's coming to investigators through re-interviews, through new information.
I'm sure that the boys have been interviewed many times. Why did Don lie about his whereabouts when she went missing? I don't know that he did. He said he was at work. And I would imagine that the cops would have been able to verify where he was from the Starlink in his Subaru and his phone, and where he made the 911 call from, because he would have been in Washington County rather than Hawkins County if he called, like he said, when he was still in Jonesboro.
That's moving this case forward.
Law enforcement following up on a brand new lead. To Chris McDonough, any idea what that lead is?
Yes, that lead is connected to the father's friends who would have access to the property. And
Wait, what? That's one of the clips I've seen people play. So there's a lead that connects Don's friends to the property at Van Hill Road. Well, that might be true, but there's closer links. There's closer links than Don Wells to that property at Van Hill Road. The closer links are that Paul Hill, who owns that property, is Fred Hill's uncle and Andy Bernard's great uncle, both of whom were living within a stone's throw of Summer Wells on the day she disappeared. So we've got family ties between Ben Hill Road and that property that was searched on Van Hill Road. Now, if Don's friends also have links to that property, and Chris McDonough has found that out somehow, it doesn't surprise me. It absolutely doesn't surprise me. But whatever lead this was, it wasn't the lead. So I've heard, it wasn't the lead that took them to Van Hill Road. The link that took them to Van Hill Road was the Toyota Tacoma. That's what got them to Van Hill Road. And that's coming from the FBI.
also, stepping back for a moment, Nancy, about the kids, the other boys, the parents lost by court order parental rights. So basically the state of Tennessee took the children and then took the parental rights away from the parents and put them into foster care. Now those children are getting older and the parents, that was the statement you heard from the parents, where they're no longer being investigated. And so in this lead itself, they went to a farm where there was believed to potentially be a pig farm at some point. And, we can talk about what that theory could have been.
Okay, go ahead. Hit me.
Well, pigs will devour a human body within 48 hours. And they will not eat the teeth, though.
Yeah, they will. Yeah, they will. They'll eat the teeth, but the teeth don't digest. So what comes out the other end in the pig's waste is the teeth and then probably bone fragments. It's the same with dogs, right? If dogs eat teeth, very often they come out the other end. If dogs eat bones, very often you see some bones in their poop. It's buffering, is it? Not a lot I can do about that. Is it really bad? Nancy Grace is too dramatic for me. She is for me. I don't normally watch her. Like, I haven't watched this. This is genuinely the first time that I'm watching this. I have seen a few clips that people have played, like on the live streams, but I haven't seen it all. Yours is fine. Okay, Mike, it's just you. You're buffering. It does honestly look fine on my other screen. Okay.
Will leave the teeth, but they'll eat the entire body. In fact, I did a video.
They will. They will literally eat everything. Pigs will eat everything. Same with dogs. Dogs will eat everything. Right? I can give you disgusting stories about what my dogs eat. Like, recently, Cassie ate a dead pigeon. She found a dead pigeon in bushes. She didn't kill it. She has been known, but she didn't kill this pigeon. It was already dead. She pulled it out of the bushes, and I swear to God that pigeon was gone within 2 minutes. All that was left was the wings. Right? She ripped all the feathers off, like stripped it, just like in seconds. Pulled its wings off, ate the rest, left its feet as well. All was left was a pile of feathers, the wings, and the feet. Now, I don't know whether a pig would have eaten the feathers and the wings. Maybe they would have. But, yeah, I don't know. But she left the wings and the feet. Now, maybe if she was starving, maybe she would have tried to eat the wings, but I don't know. She just left them behind. And the rest of it was just gone. Just gone. But pigs, yeah. I mean, I did a video. When this all came out, I did a video that if that was a pig farm, it doesn't mean to say that Paul Hill has got anything to do with it. I should have filmed it. Like, how quick Cassie can devour a pigeon. Not you sick. Probably would have got, like, I don't know, put on age restriction on YouTube or something, but it's pretty disgusting. But it's just nature. That's how nature is. That's how nature works. Yeah, so forgot what I was going to say now. Oh, yeah, I did a video about pigs because if somebody knew that Paul Hill's property had pigs, somebody either connected to Paul Hill, doesn't have to be Paul Hill himself. Paul Hill could have been completely oblivious. And you just take a body, give it to the pigs, be nothing left. And especially a tiny little thing like Summer, there'd be nothing left. So you can understand why they'd want to go and investigate that pig farm. However, if they thought that pigs had devoured Summer, I don't think they did very much searching, because it would have taken, like, a property that size, especially if the pigs free roamed. I don't know whether they did or not. And if the pigs were in a sty or stalls or whatever, then okay. But where do they take their poop? So, you know, have you got searching for teeth? You know, when you're 4.5 years down the line, well, where do they put the poop? So they didn't stay there long enough to do a proper search if that's what they thought happened. So how about what came of the truck they found and was sold and sent to Africa? The Toyota Tacoma, no, it wasn't sent to Africa. Okay, so the Toyota Tacoma, Paul Hill had a red Toyota Tacoma that fit the description of the one that law enforcement were looking for. He sold that truck to someone and it found its way to South America, not Africa, South America. And the FBI tracked that truck down in South America and found out where it came from. And that's what led them to Van Hill Road. And if they seriously thought that Summer had been eaten by pigs and it was a really serious, you know, consideration, I think they would have spent longer searching that property. Because to find something as small as teeth in a 17-acre property, and you've got to find where that, you know, where the pig poop has been put 4.5 years later. Come on now. Come on now. That's crazy. I mean, it's a Hail Mary at best.
See it on my channel. I went to a pig farm and showed folks what that would potentially look like. And this is why when on pig farms, believe it or not, if a pig dies, the farmer has to get that pig out of there immediately, or the rest of the animals will devour that body completely. 100%. That body will disappear.
We are showing you the video.
Is there a connection to the tree company? Well, one of Paul Hill's sons owns a tree company, a tree trimming company. But apparently it wasn't the same tree trimming company that was trimming trees at the location at Ben Hill Road. But it's a pretty strange coincidence, isn't it? That, one of Paul Hill's sons who lives just down the road from Paul Hill had a tree trimming company. And look, there was tree trimmers there on the day that Summer disappeared. It's a very strange thing. Strange thing. Husky wants it, a tenner. Oh, no way. Captain Nine is pooping, it never came out. Oh, dear. No, I think a tenner would, I think, yeah. Dogs' digestive systems are pretty powerful. So your husky's worth £10 more than he was beforehand. Too many coincidences. Exactly. Pig poo is raked up and sold as fertilizer. Well, it's long gone then, isn't it? It's long gone. Yeah, it is round here. You're never going to be able to find poo that came out of a pig 4.5 years later. Like there used to be a pig farm near here. And when I was a kid, like school dinners, like the leftovers were sent to the pig farm. Like, so if you left your school dinner, you knew that it was going to end up in the pigs. That was years and years ago. They probably don't do that now for, like, I don't know, health and safety or whatever. But anyway. Ryan Feinstruth interviewed Mr. Hill's son, and he said no dirt was removed in that search. I saw that, and yeah, maybe once they ascertained that the pig poo is long gone, and, you know, maybe they sell the poo or give the poo away, and it's been scattered. You know, this is a very rural area. It's going to be scattered. There's no way they're ever going to find it. So maybe they did go there with the thought that, well, this is a pig farm. But once they realised that the 4.5 years too late, maybe they gave it up as a bad job. Webby has been a member for 1 month. Thank you so much. Yeah, the slot bucket. The slot bucket. Maybe there was just a tip of a shallow grave or something. No, it wasn't. It was the Toyota Tacoma that got them to Van Hill Road. It wasn't a tip about a grave. It was about the Van Hill Road property and the connection with the Toyota Tacoma. You remember slot buckets? Yeah. Yeah. John Sherfy Sr. stated those kids were always in the road. He did indeed. He did indeed say that. He did indeed say that.
Chris McDonough is describing, which you can see on his YouTube channel, The Interview Room. Now, reportedly, no direct connection has been made between Summerwell's disappearance and a pig farm. But there are theories and rumors circulating supporting a link between the two. Actually, there is a lot of forensic.
Don't think livestock can eat anything that has been in human kitchens these days, unless it's a totally vegan house. That's what DEFRA says about livestock, including backyard chicken. Really? I told you they'd have problems with it for health and safety. Can't give pigs school dinners anymore. Oh, no, I can't do that. Can't do that.
Anthropology related to pig farms. But that aside, with no direct connection, we're kind of at loose ends. But to Kristen Kwan joining us, News 5, WCYB, what do you know about this lead that was predicated upon adult friends of Summer's father?
Yeah, so we know that Don Wells, Summer's father, did have friends on Van Hill Road, about 9 miles from their house. But the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation has only confirmed to us that they went there following up on a tip. They haven't said what they were doing there. And because of the nature of this case, everything has been sealed off to the media.
Straight out to Brian Fitzgibbons, the connection of the search, the new search based on a tip 9.5 miles away from the family home. This is very densely forested terrain. What would you do now?
Yeah, well, here's the deal. Just like Chris said, and he makes the right point. This is a tremendously rural area. You would have to have knowledge of the family, of that location, of their patterns of movement, that Summer would be there when you showed up. So it's very unlikely that this is just, a complete stranger.
Okay, wait a minute. Brian Fitzgibbons, you saw the home, the aerial photos. It's in the middle of a very rural area. Some would say the middle of nowhere. Where's she going to go? Of course she's home.
No, exactly. But
it's not totally in the middle of nowhere, though, is it? I mean, you know, Beech Creek Road is the main road between Kingsport and Rogersville. So, yeah, it's rural, but it's not completely in the middle of nowhere. Beech Creek Road runs directly past their property. So it would be possible for a complete stranger to have come along and abducted her if she was wandering along Beech Creek Road. It's unlikely, but then again, all stranger abductions are unlikely. Like statistically, they're very rare. But look at what happened to Michael Vaughan in Idaho. Who'd have thought that Michael, just going playing on a normal suburban street, would have been kidnapped by monsters who were in the neighborhood that night and murdered in the way that he was? It's statistically very, very unlikely, but it happens. Who'd have thought that a FedEx driver would have kidnapped a little girl from her own driveway? But that happened in Texas. We've just gone through the trial of it. Tanner Horner and Athena Strand, age 7. So these things do happen. They do happen. I just don't think it happened in this case. Yeah, Ben Hill Road's a dead-end road, but Beech Creek Road is not. It's the main road between Rogersville and Kingsport. So I just don't think it happened in this case, but it's possible. Yeah, it's a lot closer to Kingsport than Rogersville. Thank you. Firewalk with me for the $10. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Athena Strand's terrible. Horrendous. That trial was horrendous.
I mean, how are you going to know that there's a child in there to abduct? So, it points to someone with knowledge of the family and with knowledge of when they're going to be home, right? That she's not at school at that time, et cetera, et cetera.
So at this juncture, where do we go, Brian?
At this point, the hope is that through re-interviews, through new information, that some new lead will come out. There is still a substantial reward attached to this case, and we know that TBI is actively working on it. So, you have to hope that new information can be revealed through these efforts.
We are pursuing every avenue. We're covering every ground cover. We're covering every aspect. At the end of it, if we don't cover it, we have to cover everything 100%. We're utilizing them just to clear waterways, areas that we can't put our normal people into, the canines, stuff that Ariel cannot see that well. We want to get in there, flip every rock, check every crevice, check every spot, just to make sure we don't miss a spot.
It is still an open and active investigation. I think most people think that the case has gone cold, but that's not true. We still have agents working on it constantly. We follow up on any new information that comes in. I can say that we've been following up on information that we've received in the last few months. So it is very much an active investigation, and we will not give up.
From WBIR 10 and Times News in Kingsport, there is a $10,000 reward in place for information leading to the whereabouts of Summer Wells. Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. Please join us on Crime Story.
Well, did it say there was a reward? Hold on a minute. When was it? Okay.
Information that comes in. I can say that we've been following up on information that we've received in the last few months. So it is very much an active investigation, and we will not give up.
From WBIR 10 and Times News in Kingsport, there is a $10,000 reward in place for information leading to the whereabouts of Summer Wells.
Is there really? Is there? I'm going to have to go and check that out. I didn't think there was any reward in place. There was a reward, and then it got taken away. Do you remember? There was like drama about it at the time. I didn't know that the TBI were offering $10,000. But if they are, then that's great. Thank you so much, Blue Willow, for the $20. Thank you so much. Thank you. Very kind. Don also went to Fred Hill's house first. He did indeed. He did indeed. And I believe that Don and Fred are both lying about that event. Just my opinion. I think they're both lying about that event. He did indeed. Yeah, in school dinners, you could go up for thirds and fourths. You could. You could at mine. You met Chris McDonough at CrimeCon last year and again this year. He still has not left the hill. Had about an hour conversation with him. Oh, that's really interesting. Really interesting.
Hi, guys. Nancy Grace here. Please join us on Crime Stories and stream it first on Fox 1. When breaking crime news develops, we investigate it and bring it to you. Bombshell updates, answers to unanswered questions from cases making the headlines and cases you may never have heard of until Crime Stories. We go inside investigations with exclusive interviews, crime victims, families seeking justice, investigators, experts, and sources from within the case itself. Stay on top of the nation's biggest trials with us, including gavel-to-gavel coverage with real-time analysis. Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Stream it first on Fox 1. I hope to see you there, and thank you, friend. Chris McDonough, let me re-emphasize all of your credentials. Director at the Cold Case Foundation, former homicide detective, extensive experience in searching for people and witnesses, over 300 homicide cases under your belt, and the star of The Interview Room on YouTube, where I happened to find you at the beginning of the Brian Kohberger investigation early on.
Okay. Thank you. It's just me. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for all the research you've done. Oh, yeah. I've done the research on this case. I honestly have. I've gone through everything, every theory, every turn, every possibility. There's been no stone unturned. Honestly. If you not get past the barrel that says for sale. Yeah. Don said that it was the barrel itself that was for sale. So it said for sale on it because it was for sale. The barrel was for sale. Just unfortunate that it said for sale on the barrel when someone was dancing near it. That's what Don says. It's up to you whether you want to believe him or not.
Chris, you decided on your own, sua sponte, to launch your own investigation into the disappearance of Summer Wells. Why and what did you do?
So, Nancy, what happened was I happened to have been in Tennessee at the time this had taken place. And I went there to Hawkins County and met with Candace. And we talked for a little while about the disappearance of her child, Summer. And because my background and expertise is in missing children, I was able to create a relationship with her and a relationship of trust. And she took me down to the water hole where they were. She took me up to the house where they live. And my intent purely was to help her and help the family identify if this in fact was an abduction or if there was other circumstances that were taking place that would cause suspicion and help them find Summer.
So, Chris McDonough, when you go to the scene, good gravy, they do look like hoarders. What did you learn?
Well, the first thing I discovered when Candace and I were down at the water hole talking initially, and that's Candace right there, Nancy, in the shot going into that, it's behind a table almost like.
Oh, God, we're going on about oh, God, he can't let this go, can he? He can't let this go, can he? Look, okay, I can't find where the TBI has a $10,000 reward. The last time that this website was updated, so this is the TBI Newsroom, was 8/13/25. So they've not updated it at all this year. Where does it say that there's a reward? I don't see anywhere where it says that the TBI are offering a reward. I mean, these are all the questions. So this is going back to 2021. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm just saying I don't know where it's listed. Thank you, Kels, for the $5. Thank you so much. So I asked Google, and do you remember there was all this drama? There was it ended up at $73,000, but then it went to court, and the court declares the entirety of Summer Wells reward funds to go to somewhere. But I just don't remember the TBI offering a reward. Oh, 74,000 now. But this is all back, happened in 2023 that it went to court. Now, maybe there is a $10,000 reward that has been there since the beginning, but the TBI don't make it obvious. They don't announce it. If it's there, they don't announce it. They don't make it known. So what's the good of a reward if they don't tell people that they've got the reward? Oh, she's back. She's back to underground. It's a basement. Does Nancy Grace not understand? Does she not understand the concept of a basement? And it's not really underground, is it? Because you can walk out of the basement door into the yard. Like, yes, it's underground on one side because it's on a hill. Thank you so much, Emily, for the $10. Chris said Candice was about to open up at Warriors, but the searchers came up on horseback. He said she was about to spill. They didn't know searchers were in the area. Okay. He has said that she broke down. He did say that she broke down. Yeah. I could believe. I think the closest we've seen as the public is on Dr. Phil, when Scott and Greg from the behaviour panel were interviewing her. I'm gonna pick up that clip later, and we're gonna watch that clip later. Well, thank you for the 10. Very kind. Candice's sister wasn't sold for drugs, no. Rosemary Bly was 21 years old. She was married with 2 children. She wasn't a child. So, no. How am I holding up 2 hours in? Oh, I'm all right. I'm all right. 2 hours in, I'm fine. Ask me in another 8 hours, and we'll see how I'm holding up then. Well, not on all sides. How old were Summer's brothers? 12, 11, and 9 when Summer disappeared. So 12, 11, and 9. All right, I'm just going to bring up the map just for a second here. Okay, so this is the hill, right? So you can see that it is a hill, but it's like the end. It's like the bottom of the mountain. This is the actual mountain here, and this is like the foothill. It's one of the foothills at the bottom of the mountain. It's really not that steep. So what you've got is Beech Creek Road, which is the main road that runs right past their property. And that's the road that runs between Rogersville and Kingsport. So Kingsport is just up there. That's Kingsport. And then Rogersville is further away, but it's through here, down here somewhere. And this road runs right past the bottom of their property. Now, Ben Hill Road itself comes off Beech Creek Road and runs down here, and it goes right up into the mountain. So eventually it just becomes like a track. But you can walk up there. Obviously it'd be on private property, but you could, in theory, walk all the way to the top of the mountain if you just carried on going. But you couldn't get a vehicle up there. You couldn't get a vehicle past probably... you could probably get a vehicle in there, maybe. Can't really tell because of the trees. But then you've got the creek that runs alongside the road, Beech Creek. But down this side here, that's steep. That is steep. So you can look from the top of the hill down onto Beech Street Road, and that area there is steep. However, on this side, it's not so steep. This side, you can just walk down. You can just walk down. Not difficult at all. So my point is, if Summer had walked down this way and gone to the creek, and the Wells own this field as well, it's 11 acres what they own. So if Summer had gone down here, possibly a stranger could have picked her up. I just don't think it's likely, given everything else we know. However, when they say it's steep, only one side of this hill is really steep. And then the driveway is here onto Ben Hill Road. So there you go. Okay, back to Nancy Grace. Oh, it's dropped my audio from Nancy Grace. Of course it has. Of course it has. All right, I've got a reshare. It was doing so well. It was doing so well. It was doing so well. I'm just going to remove myself for a second just to reset it all. All right, I'm back. Okay, and then I'm going to reshare. Nancy Grace. I've got so many windows open. Okay, back with Nancy Grace now. Okay, audio's back. Good stuff.
One of the thoughts was, is it possible somebody from the service company or somebody could have stopped on that road, gotten up there? But the downside to that thought process was you would have had to known 100% that Summer was in that basement at that very moment. And I find that highly unlikely.
You were seeing video.
Yeah, I mean, it would be completely ridiculous to assume that somebody had walked up the hill into the house and into the basement to abduct her. That would be like so unlikely. It would be completely, almost impossible. So no, I do not believe anybody walked up into the basement and took her out the basement without anybody seeing. No, that didn't happen. But her walking away and then being picked up happens all the time. Happens all the time. And if somebody was intent on harm and knew that Summer was out and about a lot, there you go.
From Don Wells' family on YouTube. I want you to hear what the mom, Candace Wells, tells Chris McDonough.
I parked the truck and I opened both doors. It's really hard because this lawnmower is. But I opened the doors up and I shook Summer. I said, "Wake up, we're at home." She jumped right up.
Okay.
Like nothing. I unbuckled her and I said, "Come on." I said, "Mom, I'll be right back." I went in there and got the boys and they were sitting on the table. The boys are actually sitting here.
Okay.
And they're actually sitting right here at the table watching TV.
Okay, so they're at the table watching TV. Okay.
They were all locked in. Nobody could get in. Nobody could get out. Kind of thing.
Watching TV. Where's Summer?
Summer, she was with me. We walked up in here and we got Josie, Wyatt, and Waylon, the boys.
Right. You put the groceries down, right?
Yeah, well, we went back out and then we brought the groceries and put them down.
Someone's at the door. Don went from YouTuber to YouTuber, he did. If you wanted it to fade away, that would have never happened. Oh, yeah. He did. All right, Kyle ordered me a pizza, so I'm going to go down and eat my pizza. I'm still watching. I'm just not going to be commenting for like the next 15 minutes. So, but I am still watching. I've got my BDI on you, all right? But I'm sitting downstairs having a break. So I'm going to mute my mic, but I am still watching.
And then Mom, she went, took her stuff to her house, put her stuff away.
Okay.
And then, of course, me and someone went back over, put our stuff away.
Okay.
In addition to Chris McDonough, star of The Interview Room, and Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter, joining us tonight, Kristen Kwan, news anchor 5 WCYB Bristol. What jumps out at you from what you are seeing on Chris McDonough's interview with the mom?
Well, I think what jumps out to me is, I've been up to that property as well, along with Chris at a different time. And I think the first thing that she told me was they believe that Summer was taken, that someone came through that back door in her room and took her out the side door and maybe took her down that dog trail that you can kind of see in the video near their property. We walked that dog trail. It's extremely, extremely rugged. It's hard to walk down. I think it would be hard to take a 5-year-old girl down that path.
Take a listen to more from Chris McDonough's interview.
Yeah, me and Summer went back in the house. And then we were just doing normal stuff on the house like we normally do. And I come out, Mom was sitting there at the time. I come out and I'm standing here. I was like, "What are you doing? What are you staring at?" She's like, "These plants, I got to get them transplanted." I was like, "Well, Summer will help us." So I went back in. By that time, she was sitting on the floor playing with her toys. I said, "Summer, you want to help plant flowers?" And she jumped up, left her toys, and I walked over here and we transplanted these cactuses from the little pots that they were in. And transplanted these ones here into this bigger pot and that one into that bigger pot. And then she took the rocks that we've gotten from different gem mines when we went up to Gatlinburg and stuff.
Okay.
And she's the one that spreaded all the rocks around in here. And then she put her puppies in here. She wanted to chase in there,
Okay.
And then we went in my mom's wood. We can't get in there.
Yeah, that's fine. Went in there.
We went in there and got some candy and stuff she gets from grandma.
Okay.
And I said, "Well, I'm going to go back over to the house." She wanted to go back, so I figured I'd go back,
Okay.
And I brought her, I literally walked over to here. like literally walked right in here where I could see the boys and on the kitchen table.
Got him.
And I watched her walk in there.
McDonough, I'm sure you've seen this with a lot of witnesses.
Sorry, guys. I put my headphones in. I didn't realize that they connected to this laptop.
I'm sure you've seen this with a lot of witnesses.
Okay. Sorry, guys. I put my headphones in. Now I can win. All right, I'll take my headphones out. And I'll leave you. I'm going to go and eat my pizza now.
There are portions of what the mom just said that I believe. I believe that Summer Wells was there when they were transplanting the little cat. I believe that she spread the gems around amongst the
Unbelievable.
The ornamental rocks.
Unbelievable.
I
put my headphones away, put them back in the case, and it also stopped this. Right, I'm definitely going eating my pizza right now.
believe she probably went into the grandma's and got some candy. I don't know what to make of it from that point. I don't know when those things actually occurred. But the reason I say I believe that those things did happen, whether it was that day or another day, is the level of detail she provides, the degree of certainty. I don't know if it was the day Summer went missing, but I think those things did happen. What did you make of her story?
Yeah, and I agree with you, Nancy. There are fractions of her story that are believable. There's no question about it. In your experience, I mean, having interviewed thousands of witnesses in trials and courts, I guess one of the things that really jumped out at me is the level of detail just seems too much. What I mean by that is, she walks me over and points to how she, told Summer to get into the house, and it's almost like this overprotective narrative. Yet you let a 5-year-old go into a basement like this, which is quite frankly looks like a dungeon when you get inside of it. And then, it's on top of this concept when she first pulls up from a day's activities together, they were at a water hole together, that she gives this narrative of, Summer just jumps up. It's almost like, okay, I need to emphasize this to you. And in my training and experience, that could be either A, completely truthful, or you have to look at those types of statements and say, okay, is she just trying to fill some gaps from activity that she's trying to conceal?
Investigative reporter Kristen Kwan joining us out of News 5 WCYB Bristol. I've had a lot of witnesses and defendants that they weave in truthful portions of a story with untruthful portions. But I definitely believe that those events did happen. I don't know when, if it was the day Summer went missing or not. When you went there, let me rephrase that. Have you heard any story that is inconsistent with what she just said?
I have not heard anything inconsistent with what she just said. And even when we went up there a couple of days after Summer had been reported missing, you could still see some of the Paw Patrol toys in the planters where she had maybe been planting with her grandma or planting with her mom. So I do think some of those details are definitely accurate.
This is where the story gets murky.
And afterwards, when she was already in there, I walked over and I said, "Quiet." And he looked at me and I said, "Watch this, I'll be right back." And that's when I walked back over to my mom's.
Okay.
And I was fixing her brace and stuff like that. And I said, "Well, Mom, I got to go back over with the kids." And that's when I come back up into the house.
Okay.
With the boys.
Okay.
I walked in here and them three were sitting right here in front with their eyes glued to the TV, like always. And I said, "Boys, where's your sister at?" Well, she just went downstairs, Mom, to play. So I went over here like this, because this is where the stairs are.
Okay.
It's actually down under there.
Oh, down into her bedroom.
Our bedroom, and then hers is on the other side.
Oh, okay, in the basement.
Yeah, in the basement. And then I yelled, I said, Summer, Summer. And she didn't. I listened for a minute, I didn't hear nothing. So I went like this, because this is how I would get down here.
Yep.
This is my husband's room.
Okay.
And over here, well, it's a mess again.
That's all right.
But this is where Summer and little Waylon was, because Waylon's only 9.
Okay.
And they stayed down here.
Chris McDonough, what do the boys say happened?
Well, the boys have not, publicly made any statements. I know they were interviewed by not only Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, but the Hawkins County Sheriff's Department the day of the incident. But and as you can see there, she's almost wants to overemphasize that somebody had eyes on Summer at all time. Okay, and yet again we go back to this, going down into the basement area there. And one other interesting note, Nancy, is before I even got there, we had stopped at a market down the street, and I was supposed to meet with her husband as well up at the house. I think she made a phone call, and I believe she had made a phone call to her husband, who just inadvertently, wasn't there when I got onto the property. And when I got down into that basement, you'll notice the TV is on. And there's some programs on that, quite frankly, to any children being around it would have been inappropriate. So that in of itself caused, the hair to go up on the back of my neck. And I was really suspicious about the totality of this statement.
What was on the TV?
Yeah, so there was, what appeared to be some very inappropriate material for any children to be around. And I mean, it was a TV show where girls were lifting up their tops and, displaying their upper parts. And I just thought to myself, holy cow, this is right next to, Summer's bedroom. And if you look at that picture right there, Nancy, on this shot, that is also a family member who disappeared in Wisconsin. Her case has never been solved either. And that her sister's name was Rose. And this is Candace's sister. She pointed that picture out to me.
So wait, let me understand. The mom's sister went missing?
Yes. Her mother, sister, Candace's sister, is also another unsolved missing persons case.
Okay. That's quite the coincidence, isn't it? How old was the sister when she went missing?
I believe she was in her 20s.
Now we're hearing more.
We come down and I searched. I looked up underneath the beds under there. We can't really get on. I can't get on there.
Yeah.
But I looked under there, looked under every blanket I could possibly look under.
Yep.
And then I come over here and I looked on one side and stand nowhere. And I don't recall if this was locked or not. I don't recall that.
Okay.
But I know it's hard on. But I know I did come out here and I said, Summer. Because sometimes she'll sit right here and just sit here and play just for, And usually when she comes out and she goes directly that way up to the swing.
Okay, so this is like her.
Yeah, she
where
just
she
walks.
come running out.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, you can see the path
just
here.
go right to the swing.
Right, you can see where she could have run right up to
and
here.
this is all the further she would go. She wouldn't leave.
Okay.
She wouldn't go out nowhere else.
There is a time frame here between this trailer and that house within, you said 2 to 10 minutes maybe.
No, 2 to 5.
2 to 5. And then she goes in and now she's gone.
Summertime expenses stacking up fast. For many, the only option is swiping that credit card, leaving you trapped in a cycle of high interest debt. But go to American Finances, talk to them. They look at your current debt and can show you how your home equity can work for you. Imagine rolling that high interest debt into one very manageable monthly payment. No upfront fees, zero pressure from salary-based consultants. Why is that important? Because they're not on a contingency fee. They're not salespeople that are going to get a cut if they sell you their services. On average, their customers are saving $800 a month, not $800 in all, $800 a month. Start today, and you might be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. American Financing.
Can't believe I've been sat there listening to Nancy Grace's sponsor. I've left my pizza till later because I like cold pizza, but I've got some fries. So I'm eating fries while listening to Nancy Grace. Oh dear. All right. Does the way Nancy speaks annoy anyone? The dramatic way she speaks annoys me. I don't normally watch her, honestly. I don't normally watch her. All right. We'll get to the end of this.
See, and good luck. Back to you, Kristen Kwan joining us, WCYB News 5 Bristol. So the mom's story is Summer goes in the home and within 5 minutes, she's gone. That's the story.
That's the story, yes. And I mean, I think we mentioned this before, but when you drive up their property, it's this extremely rough road, gravel road. And at the time they had 3 or 4 dogs that would have been barking. So if somebody had driven up that road, I feel like they would have heard somebody coming at that point because the dogs would have been barking. You would hear any kind of truck or car that would try to make it up that road.
What do you make of the mom's story, Kristen?
I mean, I think it's hard. I think that, like we said, there's a lot of truth to what they did before that day. There's a lot of people that saw them go to the lake to swim, and then come home that day. But as far as what happened exactly on that hill, I think it's hard to know because there was only a few people that were up there that day.
Chris McDonough, did the mom have this casual demeanor the whole time she was talking about her daughter's disappearance?
Yes and no. There was a point in our conversation where she emotionally had a breakdown, Nancy. I mean, she literally, down by the water hole when we were talking, this is just prior to getting up to her house, she had made a really interesting comment to me. She said, I just feel like there's a lot of weight on me and that God is, basically punishing me. That was her inference. And I actually turned off the camera because I just thought it was such a moving moment. But my experience also told me maybe she was going to release information that she's been holding inside that, could give us a little more insight into Summer's disappearance.
Punishing her for what?
That's a great question. That is an absolutely great question. And I didn't want to press it, obviously, in that circumstance. I wanted to, get to the house and get a little more information. So that's where we kind of jumped off from the water hole to here into the house.
Now mom is casting doubt on alleged child molesters.
And I just recently found out that there was he's a child molester.
Okay.
That lived literally 8 minutes from my house. He can literally walk from his house into my house within 8 minutes.
Okay.
And that bushy area right there, you can't really tell if anybody's crouched down there or anything.
What do the authorities think?
I don't know what they think. I really don't.
Okay.
Chris McDonough, let me understand, the only way to get to Summer Wells's bedroom is through that crawl space, but isn't there a door down there?
Yes, there is a side door down, and as Kristen talked about, when I pulled up, I counted 13 dogs on the property. So, number one, a suspect would have to park down at the bottom of that dog trail that she was talking about a little bit ago. And then number two, the suspect would also have to know the exact time Summer was going to be into that basement. Remember, we're only talking a 2 to 5 minute time frame here to know that child would be in that basement. And then from that point, he would have to take her out that side door. And an interesting point there is Candace made it a point to turn back to me. You saw when she was walking towards that side door to tell me she didn't know if it was open or if it was closed. And then the reason for that is I believe she had actually told the authorities it was locked. And that was, something that maybe she was trying to fill that gap.
Locked from the inside. Got it. So the suspect would either have to go to the family bar / island, go into a little hole, go down the chute, land in the bedroom to get Summer, and then go out the door, or encounter 13 yapping, screaming, baying dogs by going up the side of the hill, get through all the dogs, get through the side door, which mom may have said was locked, get Summer, and leave without being detected. Those are the two choices from an outside intruder. Do I have that right, Chris McDonough?
100%, Nancy. You're right on target.
Okay. Kristen Kwan, agree, disagree?
I agree. I think at one point, Don, Candace's father, did tell me he thought that she could have maybe been playing on the side of that hill because the boys and Summer would sometimes go down on the hill and play in the woods there, and that he thought that maybe she could have been taken while they were playing and down on that
But not in 5 minutes. If the time estimate is correct, her disappearing within 5 minutes of going into the home, that doesn't seem possible, that she has time to go in the home, go down the chute, underneath the family kitchen island, land in her bedroom, and go straight out the door and start playing. I don't know if that's feasible if the timeline is correct. But then there are discussions of a polygraph.
There is a rumor about these polygraph tests. Clear that up.
All right, the first one that I took, and I didn't really take it because they kind of threw me in the back of the squad car, so I was really upset and, just I was crying my eyes out.
Okay.
And so when I got up there to the courthouse, we tried to do it, but I couldn't do it.
Okay.
So we waited a few days, and then I went back and I did it, and I passed it.
Okay.
So that was that.
Is that true, Chris McDonough? Did mom pass a poly?
According to the family and according to Candace, she passed the poly, but I don't think there's been an official law enforcement, information on that.
What about it, Kristen?
The law enforcement had never said whether or not any of the family members have passed a polygraph, but we do believe that they took them.
Kristen, where does the case stand tonight?
At this point, Summer is still missing. Years later, they still are following up on tips. They tell us it's not a cold case, that they continue to follow up on tips. The most recent one that we learned of was that one back in November of 2025, when they were following up on a tip in Greenville.
And what became of it? What was the tip and what became of it?
So all we know about that tip was that they were searching a property on Van Hill Road in Greene County, which from Summer's home is about 16 minutes away, about 9 miles. Now, we tried to find more information on what exactly they were doing there, but
I was talking and my mic was muted. I feel like we've heard this second half of this show before. Has she stuck to previous shows together? Is that what she's done? And that's why we're seeing a repeat of information. We're nearly finished anyway, so that's good.
But unfortunately, the judge has sealed anything related to this case at all. So we don't know exactly, according to law enforcement, what they were doing at that home.
Where is Summer Wells? There is a $10,000 reward in place for information leading to the whereabouts of Summer Wells. A $10,000 reward. If you know or think you know anything about the disappearance of this little girl, please dial toll-free 800-TBI-FIND. Repeat, 800-824-3463. We remember an American hero, Officer Stuart Beasley, Jasper PD, Alabama, killed in the line of duty after.
Okay. I still can't find a $10,000 reward for Summer Wells. But we're at the end of Nancy Grace. So that's good. I've had trouble, finding the Cornbread Mafia clip, but I've got it. I found it I just wanted the clip. So this is Crime Insanity with Cassie, who has got this clip, the Cornbread Mafia.
And he has an alibi, but, what about those fellows that live around there in the Cornbread Mafia? Cornbread Mafia. That's what we call them where we live.
Look at that. I mean, she's already upset. Okay, so this is the beginning of the clip. She's already upset, but the mention of the Cornbread Mafia, and she goes completely to pieces.
Organized crime around you worried about them at all? Well, they questioned him, and he has an alibi, but,
You know, what about those fellas that live around there in the cornbread mafia?
Cornbread mafia. That's what we call them where we live.
I have no idea. I've heard about some hillbilly mafia type stuff and everything. You know,
Look at her.
all these different boys. We've tried to steer clear from all these.
And then she takes her mic off. And then do you remember when Brian Entin interviewed Don? Do you remember that? And she said, Don said that Candice had the wrong friends. Remember that? All right. I'm going to take the dogs for a walk down the track. I'll only be 10 minutes, but what I'm going to put on is a video that I made about 6 months into the case. And I really do like this video because it took me a long time to make. That's why I like it. But I'm going to play this. Then, this is 39 minutes. I'm going to play it a little bit faster. But we're going to watch this. Then I'm going to look for if there's any more updates. And then after that, I'm going to open the panel. If anybody wants to hop on for an hour or so, have a chat, tell me what you think. And then we'll watch some more stuff. And then I'll open the panel again later on. So that's going to be the plan for the next few hours. So I'm only going to be out about 10 minutes, but we might as well just watch all this because it's cool. Okay. I made this, when was it? January 9th, 2022. So we were nearly 7 months in. And this took me a long time. This video took me a long time to make. So we're going to watch this. I'm going to be gone for about 10 minutes. Did the FBI put up a reward? No. I don't think the FBI have ever put up a reward for Summer Wells. So no. And there's nothing on the TBI page about Summer Wells and a reward. So I don't know where Nancy Grace has got the idea about a $10,000 reward because I can't find it. If you can, then let me know. Okay. All right. I'll be back in 10. The behavior panel was being very gentle. They were. All right. Definitely back in 10.
I try to guard my heart as much as I can, but she holds my heart in her little hands. I love her with all my heart.
This is breaking news from News Channel 11.
Tonight, emergency crews from around Hawkins County have converged on this rural community near Church Hill. They're looking for 4-year-old Summer Wells. Sheriff Ronnie Lawson said she was last seen walking from her home on Ben Hill Road off Beech Creek Road, not far from here, around 7 tonight. She was last seen wearing a pink shirt and grey shorts. First responders are searching on the ground. THP and medical helicopters are in the air. We're told a command post has been established, and we're at a Baptist church on Beech Creek Road, where we're told information will be released as soon as it's available.
She still got her arm up? No. Oh, that's what I was trying to get at.
From what my wife has told me and stuff, her and her mother and Summer were planting flowers.
We went in after we got done washing our hands, and she got a piece of candy from Grandma, and she wanted to go back over and see her brothers. And I said, okay. And I walked her all the way over to the porch, and I watched her walk into the kitchen where the boys were watching TV. And I told the boys, I said, watch Summer. I'll be back. And within 2 minutes, I came back. And I asked the boys where their sister was, and they said, she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her a couple times, and I didn't get no answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just gone.
Where the main house is, Candace's mother also lives on the property in a trailer. It's kind of like a camper trailer that you pull, I believe. And that camper trailer is probably about 30, 40 foot from the main house. It's separated by a driveway. They had been swimming earlier that day, and they got home and they were planting flowers. And Summer wanted to go inside her house and play. So Candace watched Summer walk from the camper into the front door. A few minutes later, I think so maybe like 20 minutes later, she came in looking for Summer, and the boys told Candace that Summer was down in the basement. Candace went down there, and Summer was gone.
She went out the basement door. The door was unlocked.
Did they tell you if the basement door was open or closed or locked or?
They told me it was locked, and the children even told me that it was locked.
And we'd get on them a lot, and so you can't do that. But it just, we'd always find it open a lot of times and stuff.
But she's never left there. She might be on the other side of the house, because I went out there before and called for her. She come out from behind the house because she just has to be outside. She's an outside type of person,
That was her, unfortunately, her downfall. Because a lot of times the boys would be inside, and we'd be like, "Where's Summer? Why'd you leave her out there alone? Go get Summer now." And that's happened over and over again. And we'd come out, and she would always be close by, but we was always coming up. She had to be outside. She was an outdoor person.
The Wells family lives across the street from a neighboring property. On mirroring mountains, together they can be described as sentinels which sit high over Ben Hill Road. The night Summer went missing, the neighbor swears that she and her two children heard a scream shortly before they joined the search for a now missing Summer Wells.
So somewhere between 4:30 and 4:42, the children and I were sitting there being pretty loud, laughing. When I say loud, we're pretty loud. However, the cabin was quiet, TV running, no air, no fans. And this scream happens. And what I thought was, okay, well, we heard the car door, right? The one. And even though by this point the woodcutter's been gone for hours, should not have been there, in my head, trying to dismiss this, I was like, okay, so one of Candace's dogs has gotten too close to where a woodcutter was, and they've kicked it. But I knew the sound was wrong for a dog. And I knew it didn't make sense because there'd be no reason there'd be a straggler in there that long. I've heard every noise you can imagine out of those three. And they go down further than Summer, and they do ride their dirt bikes back and forth and things like that. And they go in places that Summer really doesn't. But this wasn't their noises. But that's what hit me, right? Was, that's not the boys, and that's what I said. And it never really occurred to me, Summer. And the reason is because Summer doesn't play down far enough to really hear. You hear sometimes when she's high on the bank, or, you know, one of the boys are picking, or she's picking, or she's, you know, but not a whole lot do you hear Summer. And this was a pretty quick series of events. It was a, you know, what is that? That's the kids. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. And she gets to the door first, and she goes, I can still hear it. It's one of the kids. And she was like, it's going, you know, it's muffled. Those were her exact words. That day, she was like, I can still hear it.
So whoever took her had to actually come up into the yard and take her. And I don't understand because, like, my neighbor heard her scream, but I didn't hear her scream because I was in the house with the boys trying to find her. And I guess when my neighbor heard her scream, I was actually in the house and the TV was going. So I didn't even hear the scream.
At one point near 6, and I believe on the phone at 6:09, I'm going around the top curve of our driveway to start the descent down. Cross over, and I start into a spot that's kind of clear, and head towards the creek because I think, well, you know, maybe brothers have left her behind, or she's fallen off the top of the hill, she's gotten hurt, or, you know, the usual things, right? And we need to find her if that's the case.
She was just gone into nowhere. And I started tracing the property, going everywhere I could. I sent my boys down through we live on a hill, so it was down by the creek. And I sent them all down through there looking and everything. They still didn't find her. And they said no.
She was last seen outside of her home in the 100 block of Ben Hill Road, which is located in the Beech Creek community of Hawkins County. A family member reported her missing to the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office at approximately 6:30 Tuesday evening.
Oh, I freaked out. I called Dawn because that's what I do automatically. I freak out, you know.
You called Dawn.
I called Dawn. I said, I cannot find Summer. Come home now. He's like, call the cops. So I threw my phone down on the back of his pickup, ran over to my mom, picked up her phone because it's the only one that gets out there is AT&T. Okay. So I picked up her phone. I dialed her. I said, I cannot find my daughter.
My wife called me and I said, hang up for me, call 911 right now. And I was at work and I called 911, threw all my tools that I could in the vehicle, and from Jonesboro, I come out. I made it out here before anybody.
I wasn't just gonna stand there and wait for them to send people out. Right. I jumped in my mom's truck and I went down the driveway as fast as I could. I went everywhere I could possibly think, every road which way. I didn't see no cars. I didn't see nobody at all, and I was like flipping out. I was a hot mess. So you call it. Okay.
So what time did you get there? Do you remember? I thought it was 5:30, but the 911 call says 6:30, 6:26 is when the first call come in. And that could have well be. Sometimes I work till sunset, you know.
You can interrupt 110 Ben Hill Road off of Beech Creek. Should be the first residence on your right. Reference to a missing 4-year-old. The parents have called in and advised that the mother had went for a walk, came home. Now they can't find her. They've been yelling for her. She's been gone for about 10 minutes now.
I was taking pictures at my little girl's dance recital. It wasn't actually the recital. It was the practice for the dance recital, and we had a big backdrop, and I had my fancy camera, and I was getting pictures of all of her classmates, all of her the kids in the class, in the dance class, and I saw my phone bzz, 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 and it was Candace, and she was calling me on FaceTime, and of course I couldn't answer because I was taking pictures.
What time was it?
Well, dance class starts at 6, so it was probably around 6:30 or 7, I would imagine.
And I went down the hill by the creek in that little 4-wheel drive Subaru. I went straight down there to the creek, and I seen the boys down there, and they know not to travel alone. They was together, and I see my neighbor walking around, and I knew my heart just sank right there. I just knew it, that she was somebody took her. She would never leave from up at the, around the house there. No way.
What about the boys? What were they doing when you saw them down there by the shed?
Well, they weren't by the shed. They was down they were, if you look down where the power lines are.
You can see where the tree service has cleared all this out, all the way, both ways for power lines. Okay. All the way up to that house up there.
She called me maybe 5 times on FaceTime, and I didn't answer to any of them.
They were looking, walking around looking for Summer. I just knew she was gone.
I get a call from a friend of mine, David Dotson. I get a call from him, and he said, Candace has been trying to call you. And I said, I know, I saw it. I wasn't able to answer. What's up? He goes, Summer's missing. And I was like, oh my goodness. I think she interrupted that call, and she called me. And she got on my FaceTime screen. I've got my little girl in the back seat, and she's like freaking out on my screen there saying, Summer's gone, and I called the police, and I don't know what to do. And I said, Candace, I'll be right there. I'm coming. But I said, first I got to get my little girl home. So I think I got there around 9, and they wouldn't let us in. There was helicopters flying around everywhere. There was search dogs. There was police officers and lights, and it was just craziness. And at that moment, I realized, wow, this is a big deal. This is not just a small beans. We can't find her. This is huge.
We have now utilized 106 agencies spanning from Tennessee, Ohio, Virginia, Alabama, Georgia, and North Carolina assisting in these search efforts. Numerous specialized search and rescue groups with numerous canine teams have been represented from each of these agencies. We have covered over 4.6 square miles, with that being over 3,000 acres being searched since Tuesday night when she was reported missing. The rugged mountainous terrain continues to cause problems. This has slowed search operations down in these areas, but please be rest assured, while incurring these conditions, we are still searching with an aggressive approach with extreme attention to detail.
Every time a helicopter stopped, every time it would fly 6 fucking past and be targeted in, wondering if it was a fucking body, if it was evidence.
Although the area around Ben Hill Road in the Beech Creek community seems much quieter than what it did at this time last month, authorities and search crews assure that people are still out looking for Summer Wells. David Rader is the director for EquiSearch Midwest, a volunteer-based nonprofit search group out of Texas and Ohio. Rader stresses the importance of the public not being involved in the search and not disclosing exact locations of search crews, not only because of safety due to the terrain, but also because it could hinder the investigation.
We can't have people stating that we were on this road at this specific spot, because then at that point in time when we mark it off that nothing's there, it's a possibility somebody could move her or evidence to that area.
Something echoed by the agents with the TBI leading the investigation.
There could be a criminal aspect and something happened to her. And in order for us to work that investigation, there are just some things that we're not able to share with the public.
Tonight, more than 5 months after an Amber Alert was issued for Hawkins County 5-year-old Summer Wells, teams were back in the Beech Creek community to resume their search efforts.
TBI posted these pictures you're seeing here on Twitter earlier today, showing that large-scale search with crews walking and flying above the area.
Crews from about a dozen agencies returned to Beech Creek to launch their second full-scale official search of the area immediately surrounding the Wells home on Ben Hill Road.
This time of year, after the frost and the leaves were off the trees, we could see better and do a more detailed search.
Authorities asked anyone in the Beech Creek area to continue to search their properties and to go over trail camera footage in case any evidence of Summer's whereabouts surfaces.
Today marks 6 months.
6 months
Since Summer Wells went missing
from her home on Ben Hill Road in Hawkins County.
Now the tip count remains at 1,500. That means the TBI has gone through and checked every single one of those tips. Still none have panned out.
The case remains unsolved.
and the Amber Alert for her is still active.
Investigators have executed numerous search warrants, collecting all potential evidence. We've spoken with anyone and everyone associated with the Wells family, in some cases more than once. This includes neighbors, acquaintances, and those working in the area the day she disappeared. We've used a plane, helicopters, divers, canines, and every resource available to us during search efforts. Despite the countless hours of tireless work, the circumstances surrounding her disappearance remain unclear. At this time, there is no evidence that she was abducted. However, all avenues continue to be explored, including foul play and the very real possibility that she wandered off and became lost in the mountainous and rough terrain surrounding her home.
Dogs had a pretty good trail on the track for a little while, but then it disappeared. But they lost scent when they come to the road. And sometimes canines they will lose the scent when it changes to different type of, where they maybe went from the gravel to the pavement.
We don't know if someone was waiting in the basement or if she come outside here and went to the swing. All we know is she went down the basement.
Wells says he believes someone was lurking at the top of a dog trail, just feet away from the basement door. He says the predator somehow managed to snatch Summer, then raced down the steep hill as she struggled.
I didn't know the dogs even had a trail down through here until the police dogs followed it all the way to the road.
Will says he overheard authorities say search dogs followed Summer's scent down the trail to the road before losing it. He painted a vivid picture of a kidnapping.
Whoever grabbed her probably had her mouth covered, and I think she was gasping for air by the time she got down through here somewhere, because our neighbor heard a scream, a really funny scream. I think I just carried her to a vehicle and threw her in there and took her somewhere far away from here.
How many dogs do you have here on the property? About?
Honestly, I don't know, because people just keep dropping them off.
Hi. I know. Okay.
I probably have seen maybe 5 or 6 dogs.
Did they bark at you when you went on the property?
We've taken the family food and everything, and we've gone to visit with them. And they'll as we're pulling up the drive, a couple of dogs will run up there, just kind of start barking and everything.
Last week, we told you the.
All right, guys, I'm back watching chat now. No, we're not celebrating a child that has gone missing. We're honouring the day. We're honouring the day half a decade ago. Then honour her birthday. Could do. But this is the day when everything happened. This is the day when it all went down. This is the day that everybody will remember for as long as Summer's missing. This is the day when Summer's world was completely upended. Whatever happened to her, it's honouring that day. It's a somber day, but it's a day for reflection. It's like Remembrance Day, where you honour people who've fought in wars. You're not celebrating them dying or being brutally injured or war. You are acknowledging and reflecting on the fact that those things happened. So it's exactly the same as that. Yeah, Memorial Day in the States, yeah. We call it Remembrance Day, and it happens in November the 11th. And many places still do the 2-minute silence at 11 o'clock. So 11 a.m. on 11/11 was the time, the exact time when the First World War ended here in Europe. So 11/11/11, 11 of the 11th of the 11th. So the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. And we used to do it when I not the last place I worked at, but the place before. We used to do a 2-minute silence, 11/11/11. So it's not celebrating the fact that thousands and thousands of people died in First World War or the Second World War or the war since. It's acknowledging it happened. You're reflecting on it, and you're honouring the people who served and the people who continue to serve. So it's the same thing, that we are acknowledging that this happened and this upended Summer Wells' world. It quite possibly ended her life. So if you don't like it, I'm going to tell you not to watch. But it's half a decade. Come on. It's half a decade.
Department of Children's Services was involved in the Summer Wells investigation. Over the weekend, Summer's father, Don, confirmed on the J is for Justice podcast that their other children had been removed from the home.
The rumor is that they were taken out of the home. Were they taken from you guys? Were they? Oh, no. Yesterday?
A couple days ago.
He didn't sound hopeful. He sounded very depressed.
That's the picture there.
You guys, were they?
That picture there, Don explains that as he's crying And he says that that was him crying because he knew that his time with Summer was short. And he told Candace to watch her very closely because he knew that something bad was going to happen to her. And he said that a guardian angel told him. But I'm going to proffer the idea, as I did earlier, that perhaps he knew something. He knew he was in trouble. And he knew he was in trouble. And he knew that his family was in danger. Why is her hair shaved off? Well, the parents in interview WJHL said that it was, well, they actually have two different stories in the same interview. So Candy said that she shaved her head, so Summer wanted her head shaved. The same as Candice and her brothers. Dawn said it was because she'd taken the clippers to her hair herself, as some kids do. And I want to shave my eyebrows off. I want to shave my entire eyebrows off. And then my mother said, "Where are your eyebrows?" And I said, "Oh, I don't know. They fell off when I was asleep." I couldn't tell her that I'd shaved them off. So I lied and said they fell out when I was asleep. My entire eyebrows, like every eyebrow was just gone. So kids do the darndest things, don't they? And there are videos of Summer with a head that does look like it had been shaved in parts. So that story actually made sense. But I think it's that she had lice, so they shaved her head. Like, they didn't bother to just, get some shampoo or, one of those knit combs. No, shaved her head. I think that's what happened.
Hey? Oh, no.
You're a bunch of perverts. Come on now, trial junkie true crime. Go away. Go away. Bunch of perverts. You're a weirdo. That's just a weirdo. That's a weirdo thing to say. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yesterday,
A couple days ago.
he didn't sound hopeful. He sounded very depressed. And he confirmed that the boys were, in fact, taken a couple days prior.
They come at me and said I had somebody, they deposing or said they had the inside scoop of TBI and that they knew that I sold my daughter for drugs. And I flipped out. I flipped out. I believed that stuff. Like I believed it. Then I flipped out. I started drinking and everything else. That's why they took their kids.
Don Wells was initially arrested Saturday on several charges, including driving under the influence. While in court for hearing on those charges this morning, Wells was arrested for violation probation.
Following his arrest, Wells approached the podium. He told the judge he wasn't sure how he could keep up with the court expenses along with maintaining child support for his sons. At one point, he said the blood work from Saturday night's arrest would, quote, tell all. And
if Don was in trouble with someone and as revenge they took Summer, wouldn't you just tell law enforcement the kidnappers would be in trouble, not him? Yeah, but when you're dealing with, certain sectors of organized crime, it becomes even worse for you when you get the cops involved. So I can understand why you wouldn't do that.
added that he could possibly represent himself, but then he asked for a court-appointed attorney. He also mentioned that he had been doing some, quote, YouTube things to help try and find his daughter. He then told the judge that he was going through a lot of things and a lot of heartache and would, quote, plead mercy from the court. Boyd appointed Wells a public defender and reset this hearing until February 6th at 1 p.m. to await the blood results from his DUI arrest on Saturday.
So his results were 0.13. That's what his final result was. And he ended up spending 11 months in jail, not for the DUI, but because he'd violated his probation. So he ended up spending 11 months in jail, in Hawkins County Jail. Why was Don in trouble? I'm not saying he was, I'm just saying if he was. And the way that Don talks, you know, like she's in a dungeon and she's going around with drug dealers and things like that. When you hear him say things like that, and he knew straight away she'd been abducted, it's just the odd things to say. So.
New tonight at 5, Candace Bly, the mother of missing Rogersville 5-year-old Summer Wells, released a statement explaining her reasons for walking out during an appearance with Dr. Phil and the behavior panel.
Now, according to a statement from Bly, just before the Wells family's appearance on the Dr. Phil show, she said she walked away from the interview with that behavioral panel hired by Dr. Phil for the segments after she believed that they became confrontational.
The Wells' recent trip to LA to film for Dr. Phil brought up a lot of pain from the months their daughter went missing.
Just brought up a lot of emotion, very emotional. We are alone. Well, it seems like alone when you ain't got your kids. You realize Summer is somewhere that she's probably doesn't want to be, probably locked up or being, you know, hurt in some way. And when we're there on that beautiful beach and our daughter is who knows where.
Have you ever encountered anything like this in your career?
To this magnitude, no. I've been through a lot in the last 44 years, seen a lot, investigated a lot. This is one of the top ones.
The magnitude also spreading to social media and content creation on YouTube, oftentimes allowing rumors to spread.
Majority of it's been a hindrance because a lot of the information that we get is the same information that we've went over time after time after time.
It seems like Don is really concerned about the public's perception of Candace coming off of the Dr. Phil interview.
In the first on-camera interview with Don Wells after that Dr. Phil appearance.
But then he did say something interesting about her friend. But I tried to drill in on that a little bit. Well, what do you mean? What friends are you talking about? What kind of friends did Candace have? What do you mean? And he sort of shut it down pretty quickly.
Entin also said
he told Brian Entin that Candace had the wrong friends. What age is Hunter now? He'll be 20. He was 15 when Summer went missing, so 20 years old now.
Down with Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson.
I asked him, do you believe that Don and Candace are involved? And he said, we're not ruling anyone out at this point. People are digging for clues on their own, behind their computer screens at home. But the most interesting and different thing with this case that I don't think I've ever seen before is the way the family has been interacting with these social media sleuths and YouTubers.
I have to stay off the YouTube thing or be very careful about if I do anything on YouTube from now on because, you know, I have lost control. I've done stupid things, and for that I apologize.
Right. Oh, are you ready? Are you ready? There's a few clips here that I think we're all going to remember. Did Ali die? Yes, she did. She did die. So did Jose. Jose died as well.
Good. Good to see you. Holy crap.
Is that one of the apostles?
A long time. Do what I asked you to do, please.
And you knew better. You knew where you were, Don.
There's no more pleading with a dirty fucker like this from now on. There is no more pleading with someone like this. It's turned into a whole new game. And in my mind, all that plea, it's over with. That no more.
Don, can I ask you a question?
I'm not pleading with some sorry son of a bitch like
Is
that.
the reason that you're not
Yeah,
going?
you can ask me a question.
Is the reason that you're not going to plead or haven't been is because you know Summer's not coming home?
No, I don't know nothing. I have 7 alibis.
Oh God, this is the best. This is just the best. This was on Molly Golightly's channel. Who was Alison and Jose? Oh God. Okay, so Ali was Hunter's mother. Ali was Candace's friend until they fell out. So Ali got involved because she's Hunter's mother, and she died, sadly. Jose was someone who lived at the Wells house a few months before Summer went missing. and he was tracked down. So months and months later, he was tracked down, and he did some interviews on YouTube, but then he died. So there's been a few people who, you know, are connected to this case in some way, shape or form who have died. And I don't think that it's suspicious, but it's just maybe the lives people are leading. I don't know. But yeah, Ali died. You'll see her later on. There's a clip from Ali later on in this. A few minutes. But this is class, this. This is classic Don Wells. Classic Don Wells.
What?
If not more. Baby, don't break my door. Come on. Really?
Well, you were at work.
Come on. Don't break the fucking door.
Open it then.
You dumb.
Oh, you're gonna call me a dumb.
You break my fucking door. You dumb. Here.
No, he
I
said
have
he had
7 alibis. I have 7 alibis. Candace ain't going down. She's going down.
You were at work. Right?
Yep. Yep.
And they've always said you were at work.
Yep.
And then
Plus I have a good friend named Starlink. My buddy named Starlink. And yeah, Starlink.
That cracked me up with Candace. I don't think Candace knew that he was talking about the infotainment system, the GPS system in his car. She goes, Starlink, you effing whore. Oh dear. Dear me. You gotta laugh or you cry, honestly. Honestly. Leslie, yeah, she also passed away. It wasn't Nana for life, it was Nana's Angels. It was Nana's Angels that passed away. Cotton Simpson, yeah. But he's only been connected to the case through Fred Hill. So we don't know that he was actually connected to this case. Ricky Crawford, yeah, he died. Like the old man Crawford, not the young Crawford, but the old Crawford. But anyway.
It makes no sense. The only thing that can come to my mind is that somebody snuck up there in that yard and took my baby girl.
What are the odds of that?
What are the odds of that?
From your perspective?
It happens all the time, all the way around the world.
I'm not questioning that it happens. I'm just asking you from your perspective and your property living up there as long as you have, Candace, right? What are the odds that that happened? Take a guess.
50-50.
Me and Candace know for a fact that Summer was abducted.
Can you share with me why you know for a fact or how you know?
Well, the reason that I know is because I know my wife, and I know what kind of emotions and the heartbreak that she's been going through, and the way everything happened when she called me.
Have police given you any information on that or anything pointing to that?
No.
What would be the 50% that it didn't happen? What are the other possibilities?
I have no idea.
Okay. Could she have walked away and fallen?
Knowing my daughter?
Yeah.
No.
Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson says that they have found no evidence Summer was abducted.
Why is it our property is any different than any other property where kids are abducted? Why? What makes them think, oh, there's no way an abduction can happen here, but everywhere else is probable, but not this property?
When do you think would have been the moment somebody would have snatched her? Right, either somebody was laying in wait in the basement, or that dog trail there, because you know, if you just have a little bit of chemical.
Well, I'm going to say again, I do not believe that somebody was in the basement, unless it was someone who was invited into the house. I don't think that anybody, right, would have gone into that house. Remember, when Candice was away with Grandma, the 3 boys were there. So somebody would have had to sneak up into that house without the boys knowing. Which, yeah, I guess is possible, but I just really don't think. I think that's a reach too far. However, I think it's very possible that somebody could have been waiting in the trees and snatched Summer. And that's very possible. Somebody who knew that area, who knew how to escape, and here we are, 5 years later. 5 years later.
You're not going to see them. Right. And so they pretty snatched her quick. What did your boys say? They were glued to the TV. They weren't, and you can't say nothing to them. They're just in la la land. Right. They were all glued to the FM TV and their games on their phones, everything. So they, you know. Were they playing any games?
No, you've got that the wrong way around, Kitty Hawk. It was his stepdad's house. So 110 Ben Hill Road was Bill Gold's house. He died in 2007 and it was his property, Bill Gold, who was married to Don's biological mother, who died in 2011. When she died, that's when Don inherited the property. So it was his stepdad and his mother who lived there, not the other way around. His dad, his biological dad, lives in Utah, and he was alive. I don't know whether he's still alive, but he was alive. When Summer disappeared, he was alive. I've not heard whether he's since passed away. So it was his mother's house. He got it from his mother.
Yeah, they were playing games and they was on YouTube watching, I forget what that is, it's like a puzzle game where you build stuff on there. I don't know, I forget what it's called, but they loved watching that. Oh, Minecraft, yeah.
That's correct. Don's stepsisters were mad. So Bill Gold's sister is Mary Sexton. She lived on Simpson Road. Actually, Mary Sexton's property is one of the properties that the footprints were found on. Who's Karen Gold? That's Don's mother. So Karen Gold is Don's mother, Bill Gold's wife. So we've got Bill Gold, who lived on 110 Ben Hill Road, and we've got Mary Gold, who lived on Simpson Road. And Mary married someone called Sexton. So she's Mary Gold Sexton. And Karen married Bill Gold. So when Bill died, the stepsisters of Don thought that the property should go to Mary and her family. So because it didn't, there's been a lot of bad blood between Mary's family and the Wells. So I'll show you just briefly. So 110 and the property lines. So it's 11 acres. So it goes from Ben Hill Road around this hill, and then they own that field as well. So that's the property that Bill Gold bought. And then Mary lived here. She actually has there's two kind of long, thin plots. If you look at the property lines, there's a long, thin plot where the house was, and then there's another long, thin plot kind of here. So that was Mary's property here. Now, she passed away. She's very old. She passed away in 2022, I think. So she was still alive when Summer went missing. But she was very, very poorly, very old lady. So her daughter believed that she should have got the property. So when Bill Gold died, she thought that Karen should have passed it on to Mary's family. And then when Karen died, they were very upset that Don inherited it. So they've been upset for years that 110 went to Don Wells, went to Karen and then Don, rather than back into their family. So whether that's got anything to do with Summer's disappearance, I doubt it. However, it is very interesting that one of the two footprints that were found in this case, one of them was found on her land. It's very interesting. The other found over here somewhere on Josh Phillips' land. It's just interesting. That's all.
I love that. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, exactly. And so, what did each of your sons tell you?
That's the video where you see Summer with a head that looks like she's took a razor to it herself. Let me just play it from there.
What did each of your sons tell you?
There. That does look like a kid has done that. She's got like a long front and then the back's all like uneven and messed up. So when Don said, well, you know, she'd already taken the clippers to it herself and they decided to even it all up, well, there's the proof. There's the proof. Bless her. And there she's running along back like with bare feet. So the fact that she went missing with bare feet, people thought that was really odd, and it's like, no. This is what she was like. This is what she was like. Dudley, yeah, I talked about Dudley the other day. Right, that's all about June 14th. So Don fired Dudley on the 14th.
One time, me and Josie, he just started crying. I don't even remember what I said to him or what. And he says, "Dad, it's not my fault." You know, and he was crying. And I said, "I know, son. I know it's not your fault. I'm sorry. Where was?" And I don't even remember what I said to him or what to make him cry. But I just remember
Look at that. Look at it. It looks like some people would say that was cool. You know, if you were a teenager in the maybe 1980s, late 1980s, that was a very popular type hairstyle. Certainly was round here.
You know, and I felt bad. But we ain't been the same. Ain't gonna be the same.
In my heart, I believe. Now this is just the way I feel.
I respect that. Totally respect
I
that.
feel that somebody has got her hid out somewhere,
okay,
and is keeping her away from us.
Help me understand why that's in your heart.
Okay, first off, I didn't know how many sex workers lived around me that were only 8 minutes from my property.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Right.
And another, my daughter never goes out into the woods because we've taught her there's dangerous snakes, there's bears, there's packs of dogs, there's coyotes, there's everything magical out there in the woods that can hurt you.
Okay.
I've even taught my boys that.
Okay.
And I have never stressed that enough. I tell her that every day.
Right.
And she would never ever go anywhere than that swing that's on that trail.
What about this call, allegedly, that Hunter says came in? Well, he said there was a call that Dawn made to you while you were in line at the prescription? Did that happen?
He called me and asked how everything was going.
Okay.
And how soon we were going to be home.
Okay. Hunter relates that he mentioned to you that Dawn had said something about somebody around the property. Is that true?
That is so.
Okay.
Sorry to say, but that's a bunch of bullshit.
Okay. So why would Dawn, in your opinion, call Candace while you're in the line at Walgreens to say there's some dude on the property wanting to touch the kids? Help me understand that.
I mean, at first I thought because he calls her like every 2 hours because he works.
Okay.
I thought he was just doing his daily checkup.
Okay.
But then she told me about that. I was like, how does he even know that if he's supposedly
There, that's Sally there. That's Sally.
working?
And what did she say?
I didn't say that. I was just saying in my mind.
And in your mind, what did you come to? What did you deduct?
Deduct? I thought that was just suspicious.
The next day she shows up where?
Here, does she not?
Well, so you were interviewed by TBI on Wednesday. She came here Thursday.
So 2 days after or a day after?
2 days after.
And then what happened when she got here?
She got here. She was like telling me how she talked to them and was like, don't mention about the alcohol, but I don't mention it.
Did she say what she told them?
No.
Yeah, Grambun. Who gave her that name? Grambun. So the lady who sat on the opposite side of Ali is Ali's grandma. So there was 4 generations of people who were involved. So you got Hunter, Ali, Ali's mother, Sherry. She was also Candace's friend who they fell out with. She's also spoken out, but she wasn't here that day. And then behind Ali is great grandbum, whose name I think is Cassandra. I think it is. But yeah, there's 4 generations of this family involved in this case. 3 generations of them are here being interviewed by Chris McDonough, who bought them all pizza for this interview.
He started asking me. I just told him what happened on the timeline.
And what did she say?
She said, okay, that better be it. I said, he didn't even scare me.
Well, why would she try to scare you?
That's what I'm saying. Why was she trying to even ask questions about it? It's just how I am. It's just, if you don't leave something on the table, and I know.
Doug gave her that name. Oh, yeah, no thanks. No thanks, yeah. Mountain Dew, yeah, by the litre. That's right, Ali's mother was. Yeah, Sherry was friends with Candace, yeah. How old would the boys be now? Well, they were 12, 11 and 9 when Summer went missing. So 17, 16 and 14.
Oh, that you probably got something to hide because the way you're acting.
Yep.
And the way you call me, of course I'm going to look through your phone.
Sure.
So she goes through her car, goes on the other side. I act like I'm grabbing my phone because they're just about the same.
Right, so you play it like...
So I put mine where hers was.
Got it.
And so I grabbed her phone. You see, I'm good with tech. I know where everything you can hide is. And so I went through her Google Photos, if that's what you want to call it.
Okay.
The gallery part.
Okay.
And so
oh dear. This created a huge amount of social media traffic. Whether this was true or not, and people with Android phones, I appealed for people with Android phones because I've got iPhones, I've got loads of iPhones, but I had no Android phones to test. And could you get text messages from the gallery? And oh dear, it went on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And what was bleeped out of the original interview, which Chris McDonough eventually released, like the unredacted interview eventually released it, Andy was the person who was Candace's drug dealer. So then it was Andy Bernard texting her saying it's done. Oh dear, it went on and on and on. It was crazy. The story by H is unbelievable. Yeah. I mean, look, at the time, I invested in it. I did videos on it. But I honestly don't think that anything any of this group said is believable. I'm not saying that it's totally, completely and utterly bogus, but I think there's a lot of exaggeration. I think they enjoyed the 15 minutes of fame. There were some stories when he interviewed Ali and Leslie. There were some stories they told which were completely unbelievable. So I honestly, I put everything they said away in a box and thought, unless I have a lot more evidence for this, I'm just going to put it away in a box and forget about it. That's what I concluded overall.
You can delete things. They don't just delete. They go to your trash. I don't know if people know that or not, but they go to your trash.
Okay.
I know that because I mess around with tech every day.
Right. You need to go into IT, bro. Right there. Go ahead.
And so when I looked in there, I seen 13 messages between her and her drug. I'm gonna say drug dealer because he is. I mean, I don't know if I'm allowed to name his name, but
Well, it was bleeped out, but the name is Andy. So when Chris released the unredacted interview, the social media went wild. Andy, oh my God, it's Andy Bernard, and how many different Andys do we know? And oh dear, it went on and on and on and on. It really did.
But yeah, all I seen was the first message before she started walking up to the mailbox to get up here is that it was done, and I was gonna read the next message of what she said. And she just started running up here, and I literally just slid my phone in my pocket and just put hers there. It's like she asked me if I went through her phone. I said no. Why? Because I cleared it all out before she can get up here.
Did you tell TBI all this?
Yeah, I told her.
What do you think happened to Summer?
To be honest with you, her grandma was out of her mind.
What do I think about Hunter's slip of she was only under a second? Well, the water at the swimming hole is waist deep on Summer, and she was playing around in the water. She was ducking down, she was spinning around. So Hunter's explanation of him having to dive in and save her is a lie. He didn't need to dive in and save her at all. So she didn't drown because she's there on the video in waist deep water, and Hunter's there playing with her, splashing her. So what do I think about it? I think it's an exaggeration. She did go under, but she put herself under and then popped straight back up again. So, yeah.
Like, you guys, them, I'm not saying you have to. I'm not saying they have to be in the camera.
I understand.
But I'm saying you can ask them that her mother's usually grumpy, controlling, like a regular grandma, like her. I'm not trying to be mean. But you know how grandmas can be. Like,
you got to remember this guy is only 15 at the time. So grandma is grumpy and controlling like a regular grandma, like her. And points at great grandbum. Bless him.
grumpy, controlling, trying to run everything.
What do you think should happen to the person that did this to Summer?
Person that did this,
yeah,
they should be locked up for a very long time.
Why do you say that?
Because I was like, that's not my little sister. What do you think should happen?
Oh, this was really suspicious. I've got to say, when Don said this was really suspicious. This was really suspicious. What did Hunter see that was at the swimming hole that scared him? I don't think anything. I think it was all a big exaggeration. But then again, I wasn't there. It always bothered me how Candace said when they got home, Summer jumped up like nothing. I wonder if she wasn't left in the truck asleep in the heat. Yeah, but if she was asleep in the truck and she got a heat stroke and she was ill, wouldn't they just call 911? Like, there'd be no suspicious, nothing suspicious about that. So, leaving her asleep in the truck, nobody would think that that was neglectful, really. I don't really understand why they would hide her body under those circumstances. The metadata from the pictures pretty much prove everything Candace claimed about what they did. Yeah, that's absolutely true. That is very true. Very true. I believe if you care about what happened, you have to entertain all of the stories initially. You do. In Summer's case, there have been so many lies and bad actors that cause so many misdirects. Exactly, but you've got to consider everything. And it's only then can you deduce what is most likely to be believable, and then the stuff that you can discard, at least until there's better evidence. Watch this video live. I can remember it was very hot and humid on this day, and they did the interview outside. Why would they do that? Maybe their house was bad. Maybe. All right, we're nearly at the end of this, and then we're going to do some updates because there has been some, and then I'm going to open the panel after that.
I have to leave it to God, and I know what prison's like, and I have mercy for anybody who's in prison, because you're lucky if you get out of there alive. Yeah. Anyway. So would you want to see this person in prison? I don't know if I could do that, to be honest with you. Yeah, no, it just depends on all the circumstances, What if it was an accident? Well, that's different, and accidents happen, Right. And could this have been an accident? I have no idea. I know if Candace, had an accident or something, she'd call the authorities right away. Right. I know that. She's not devious like that. She's a good person. Maybe she's dead and buried.
Wow. Okay. To say that you wouldn't want the abductor of your daughter to go to prison because you've been in prison and it's horrible, that's a very strange comment to make. Very strange. I've got to agree with Chris McDonough that is really strange.
Where did that come from? Because the dream that I had, I'll just go ahead and tell you, I was at a.
But even if she did leave Summer in the car, Summer's 5. She'd just open the car. She'd just be able to open the car door herself. It's not like she was a little baby who would be completely helpless, or a dog. She's 5 years old. She would just open the door herself, or at least open the window. If she couldn't open the door, she could open the window. I don't think that her being stuck in a hot car and then dying and then them having to cover that up is really conceivable. What's my honest thinking? I respect you not saying. My honest thinking is I believe she was abducted, and I've said this now for years. I've gone through every possible theory. In the first few months, I thought Don and Candace did something. I absolutely thought they did something. I thought they sold her or something. I talked myself down from that. I believe she was abducted by someone known to the family. I think they know, or at least have an idea who it is. And here we are, 5 years later. The fact that there's a whole lot of suspiciousness going on Ben Hill Road, for a start, leads you to believe that maybe somebody. And the fact that Jodie Sue Brown recently said that she knows for a fact that people lied to the cops about this case, well, that's dodgy, isn't it?
Construction site, but this was a commercial construction site. And I haven't done commercial since I left Houston, but this had these real big steel studs in it, and the day was just it was more beautiful than any day I've ever seen in my life. It was like perfect, and this building I am was beautiful, and I was working on it, and Summer was sitting there on the floor playing with the dolls or something, and she was dressed beautifully. I've never seen her so more beautiful, and it just, the dream was like heaven, I guess you could say. And I said, Summer, where were you? And she says, down the road. you know, and it was just like a perfect, beautiful dream, you know, that I can't explain.
All right. Took me a week to make that video. It took me so long to make that video. It really did. All right, we've got a few new things that have popped up. We got this one from News Channel 10, WBIR. We've got 3.5 minutes of Summer Wells on this one. This is brand new.
This was one of those cases that struck a nerve and not only took over the Rogersville community, but also the online community, with speculation reaching a fever pitch at times. People pointed fingers at the parents, blamed law enforcement, and came up with endless theories about what really happened. But 5 years later, we still don't have answers. This was day one back in June of 2021. 5-year-old Summer Wells was missing and the clock was ticking.
We have a total of 41 agencies involved in being represented in the search for Summer Wells.
Summer's father, Don Wells, said at the time that his daughter was out planting flowers with her mom and grandmother, but then went inside to play with her toys.
So she went down there and she was gone. So she went out the basement door, which was unlocked.
I mean, we're looking at everything, crossing every T, dotting every I, and turning every stone.
Sheriff Ronnie Lawson remembers that day well. He had to rush from home to the scene on his wedding anniversary.
We had a lot of people show up in a short period of time. We were hoping we would find her before dark.
You did?
We did.
It wasn't long after that the trail went cold, but the sheriff says the case never did.
It happened under my watch, and it was very important that we find her. And people says it was a cold case or that we really didn't care. We exhausted every avenue we could, every resource, trying to find her, and we still looking. It was a lot of pressure and still is.
It's a pressure that's been complicated by the glare of the media spotlight, the online conspiracy theories, and the challenging relationship with the Wells family.
We never really got to talk to them to any length. So I really don't know. Sometimes I feel like they knew something.
Is this new? I don't remember ever seeing this interview before. Is this new? Dare I say, this is Sheriff Ronnie Lawson speaking. Has the new sheriff made any statements? No. Only what he said back in May, which I can play you shortly.
But I don't know for sure. I feel like her family could have watched her better, paid more attention to her. If she was as active as that, her that small, should have paid more attention to her. Even her brothers.
We asked Don Wells directly about those allegations of his family's involvement when we spoke with him back in 2024.
So you can say you had nothing to do with your daughter?
Yeah, I absolutely can.
2 years later, not much in the case has changed, but tips are still coming in. The sheriff says 19 in just the last month, and both local and state investigators are still pleading for anyone with information to come forward.
We never imagined her case would remain unsolved 5 years later. We have made progress over the last year, but there are still many unanswered questions.
Well, I just know that I'm retiring, but I don't want them to stop looking for Summer. I want somebody to find her, even if it's not me.
Do you feel like you'll ever see your daughter again?
Eventually. I don't know about in this life, but eventually, yeah.
Many people also have asked for an update on Summer's 3 older brothers.
He'll see her in the resurrection.
Well, the parents signed over their parental rights to the state. Sheriff Lawson tells me he checks in on the boys often and says they're doing well.
Huh. Well, there were some little clips there that I've never seen before. Interesting. Interesting. See what else is out there. Okay. So this is quite long. I'll read this. Can you hear that outside? There's people having a party. One of the most extensive missing child investigations in Tennessee's history has reached its 5-year mark. So we know Summer was 5. We know the Amber Alert is still active. Even with hundreds of thousands of eyes on the lookout, no arrests have been made and Summer has not been found. The TBI called the case outside of the norm, noting that there was few clues as to what happened to Summer despite investigators doing everything in their power to find answers. While there's no new developments to announce publicly, the investigation remains active and ongoing, the TBI said in a social media post on Monday. Every credible lead continues to be evaluated and our determination to find the truth has not changed. Summer's parents also acknowledged the significant date. This is a tender and quiet week for us. Candace and I would like to thank each person who cares about our daughter Summer, her father wrote on Sunday on the Find Summer Wells Facebook page. Your kindness and prayers mean a lot. Half a decade investigation, here's where the case stands. Anyone with information on Summer's disappearance is asked to call 1-800-TBI-FIND or email tips@tbi.tn.gov. Even the smallest detail could make all the difference in this case, said TBI Director David Roche. Summer was last seen by her family at their home on Ben Hill Road. Okay. According to findsummerwells.com, a website launched by her family in the wake of her 2021 disappearance, the then 5-year-old was seen heading downstairs to the home's basement. That is not what Summer's brothers told Sheriff Ronnie Lawson. It really isn't. It really isn't. The family noted that the basement had a door facing the back of the house. Hey, Pam's been a member for 48 months, 4 whole years. This case brought me here June 2021. Cool. The family was home upstairs in the front of the house at the time. Chaos, panic, Freya broke loose. A blog post from her parents said on the day the girl went missing, written by Tim Mullen. She was last seen wearing pink shirt and grey shorts or pants. She may have been barefoot at the time. Since Summer was last seen, the TBI has released a description of a vehicle that could be important in the case. Agents said they were able to track down a red Toyota Tacoma with a full bed, ladder rack and white buckets in the bed. An individual who travels through the area regularly as part of his job stated that he recalls seeing a 1998 to 2000 maroon or red Toyota Tacoma with a full bed, ladder rack and white buckets in the truck bed. The individual stated the truck might have been parked in the area of Beech Creek Road and Ben Hill Road in the late afternoon or early evening on either Monday, June 14th or Tuesday, June 15th. So it's very possible that this Toyota Tacoma could have been completely unrelated. The driver has not come forward, nor have the hundreds of vehicles reported to us matched the description. A year after Summer's disappearance, her father, Don Wells, released a letter to who he described as his daughter's kidnappers. The statement was released from the Hawkins County Jail, where Wells was behind bars on unrelated charges. Probation violation. However, the TBI has contradicted the girl's family, saying there is no evidence indicating someone was abducted from her family home. Yeah, they said that publicly, but if you listen to what they say, the nuance of what they say, they say they're not focusing on that alone. Real Bob Morvan. I don't know how to say your name, but thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, thank you. The TBI has not laid out a direct theory on what they think happened. Oh, we've got more. This is long. The TBI said their team conducted 3 large-scale ground searches. Well, 1 large-scale search, 1 medium-sized search, and 1 tiny search. So no, not 3 large-scale searches. And multiple targeted searches in the first year of its investigation. Investigators worked thousands of hours on the case, per the state agency, interviewing family, neighbours and registered sex offenders in the area as part of their work on the case. They analysed cell phone data, served search warrants, scoured social media, diligently working to find answers. One spot searched multiple times by police and volunteers was Beech Creek, an area near the Summers home, described one of the law enforcement's areas of interest. This investigation went heavily on us all, and I promise that no one wants answers more than we do, TBI Representative Leslie Earhart said in a 2022 press conference. That was the last press conference that we had on this case. Last November, agents with the TBI stirred up a new hope in Summers' case. A new lead to law enforcement led law enforcement to the 3500 block of Van Hill Road, a remote area north of Baileyton. The 2-lane road winds through a hilly wooded area following Gardner Creek and Patterson Branch Stream. It's very specific. It's flanked with houses breaking up the otherwise dense wood line. However, law enforcement did not release further details on what they found in the area, which is about 9.8 miles from Summerwell's home on Ben Hill Road. Summers' parents have faced scrutiny in the years since her disappearance. When asked if Summers' parents were suspects, TBI officials said they had not ruled out any possibility. Hawkins County officials later revealed Don Wells had been arrested on DV charges the year before his daughter was last seen. Additionally, Summers' mother, Candice Bly, filed an order of protection against the father. In the now dismissed order of protection, Bly said, "I'm afraid for my children and myself." She absolutely did say that. Bly alleged at the time that Don Wells was mentally and physically abusive. However, the mother later asked for a dismissal of the order of protection. On April 21st, 2021, the charges of DV and unlawful possession of a weapon were also dismissed. 6 months after those charges were dropped, Don Wells was arrested for driving under the influence. The 56-year-old was charged that October with driving under the influence, so his blood alcohol was 0.13. Open container, expired registration, improper lane usage, and violation of financial responsibility, according to a Hawkins County record-keeping app, Mobile Patrol. In February of 2022, Don Wells pled guilty to DUI. It was his first DUI, but since the arrest violated previous probation, he was sentenced to 11 months and 29 days in Hawkins County Jail. This is really long. This is a massive essay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Judy, for the 1999. Thank you. Summers' parents also publicly reported that the Tennessee Department of Child Services removed their 3 sons from their home in July of 2021, although the details on their removal are murky and the parents' statements have been limited and inconsistent. Well, inconsistent is the name of the game in this case. Don Wells told the Kingsport Time News in the weeks following his daughter's disappearance that the Tennessee Department of Children's Services had removed Summers' 3 brothers from his and Bly's care. At the time, he declined to speak with WSMV's sister station, WVLT, about the development, saying he wouldn't speak on whether DCS had removed his children. Well, they did. But Bly and Don Wells since written in blog posts saying DCS took the boys hundreds of miles away from their home with parental permission to protect them from the chaos. Yeah, Don told Jays for Justice that it was YouTubers that and the boys were unsafe and the DCS took them for that reason. But he's also said it was because he was drunk and taking drugs, and that was the TBI that drove him to despair because they accused him of selling Summer for drugs. From Don's own mouth. We played the clip earlier. It's exactly what Don said. Okay. June of 2025, the couple shared in a blog post that the state of Tennessee has the 3 boys, although they denied any wrongdoing and said they were cleared in 2 state investigations. Don shared 2 documents online showing the order of dismissal with a caption saying in part, all opinions of abuse and neglect are dropped and unsubstantiated by judge's orders. DCS said, we weren't bad then, we aren't bad now. A joint blog post from the couple said. Cases involving minors are protected and not publicly accessible, so WSMV4 can't independently confirm their statements. As of June 2026, it's unclear if the 3 boys have been returned to their parents. No, they haven't. 2 have been adopted, and 1, the elder boy, is going to be turning 18, so don't know where he's living. Don't know where he's living. All right, so that was long. Okay. WBIR. News Channel 10. Oh, we've seen that one. That's the one we've just watched. Yeah, that's the one we've just watched. Any more? What annoys me, right? What really annoys me about news channels is that they have an interview and they break it up into about 4 different segments and then they release them at different times. So you never know what you've watched and what you haven't watched. And it just bugs me. So WKRN, I think we've seen this one as well. I think we've seen this one. Gonna play? So? No? Not bothering? I think we played that one off from YouTube anyway. Come on, you just send him in a circle. It's just sending him in a massive circle. Come on now. Stop being stupid. WJHL, 15 minutes ago. Oh, it's about the TBI. Okay, so we've seen that. Oh, that's the TBI statement that I played at the beginning. Okay, that's the long one. I'm getting taken around in circles here by these different posts. VLT. So that's the interview room. I think we watched it. Oh, we've got to play this one. Wait.
Hawkins County continues 5 years after her disappearance. Summer Wells was last seen on June 15th in 2021. The last sighting was her walking away from her home on.
So they are still saying 5 years down the line, she was last seen walking away from her home. They are still saying that 5 years later. 5 years later, they're still saying she was last seen walking away from her home. Can you believe that?
Ben Hill Road in the Beech Creek community, and despite a still active Amber Alert, there has been no sign of her since. Deputies with the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office say Wells was 5 years old when she disappeared. Today, she would be 10. In the days after her disappearance, crews searched more than 3,000 acres using helicopters, planes, drones, and scent tracking dogs. We spoke to Summer's father, Don, back in 2024 as he continues to wonder what happened to his daughter.
She could be being tormented every day, tortured every day. She could be locked in a basement with chains. She could be going.
I mean, look, Don, like the way that Don speaks, she could be locked in a basement with chains. She could be in a dungeon. Listen to what he says at the second.
Rounds with drug dealers.
Doing the rounds with drug dealers. Now, do you think that he says this because of his past experiences? Do you think that he says this because of his past experiences? Do you remember the interview he had with, I'm sure it was Josh from the lab, and some of what he said was really freaking shocking. It really was.
There's all kinds of things, but there is a small bit of hope that she could be with possibly someone who cares about her. We don't know.
The Wells home was searched over 10 times, but Don says he had nothing to do with his daughter's disappearance. In July of 2021, Summer's brothers were removed from the family home, and their parents later signed over the parental rights. Investigators with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation say they have to explore all possibilities, from Summer wandering off to her being kidnapped.
We've thrown everything that we know to throw at this case, and we haven't had the answers that we need yet. We know we'll get them, but we don't have them today.
Anyone with information about the disappearance of Summer Wells should contact the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. Donnie's going through so many theories because he seriously doesn't know what happened to his daughter. No, yeah, but he doesn't go. He has one theory that he has said from day one that he thinks she was abducted, and he's used the dungeon and the chains and all of that since day one. So Donna's only ever had one theory. And he might not know anything about what happened to Summer. And that might be because of his past. And he's just drawing on things that he's seen and heard. And he's going to his worst case scenario. I get that. But he's only ever had one theory. He really has. Donnie's an OG cocaine user. He admits it. He's physically held together pretty good. Well, that's true. I guess. I guess he has. His mind is dulled by years of substances. Don tells a lot of stories. He does, but some of them are really freaking dark. No, exactly. We know it happens. Personally, if my 5-year-old was missing, I don't think I'd want to speak it out loud. Exactly. But I guess not everybody's like that, though. I mean, some people, Don just opened Pandora's box. When he got onto YouTube, he just opened the box and just let it all go. And he was his own worst enemy. That first year, he was his own worst enemy. Having said that, it kept Summer's name on everybody's lips. Like, so many people were talking about Summer Wells, not because new things were happening in the case, not because law enforcement were giving updates, but because Don was on panels saying he's got 7 alibis and punching doors and God knows what else, having a poop live, right? But it kept people talking about Summer. In the bizarre way, Don actually helped the case in a really bizarre way. But I don't know. What to tell you. See if there's any more. All right, I'm going to search YouTube. See if there's anything new. So that's the interview room. GBI releases statement. I think we've seen this one. Nothing new in that one. Oh, look, there I am. That's the one we've just watched. Can I search for the last hour? Does it let me do that? Oh, no, it doesn't. It just lets me search for today. So that's what we've just seen. Reconstructing last dates, Grey Hughes. Have you seen that one? 3 hours ago. Well, that's going to be very similar. US Sun. Okay, we'll watch that. US Sun. Oh, God, you've got to read it. The dad of missing Tennessee girl Summer Wells is sharing his heartbreak 5 years after she vanished. Okay. Okay, that's old. That's not sharing his heartbreak. 21 hours ago, I think we've seen that one. Interview room. Oh, that's up and coming. When's that? Oh, I'm still going to be live when Chris goes live. So everybody's going to jump off mine to go and watch Chris. I know exactly what's going to happen. I know exactly what's going to happen. All right. I am going to put the link to this live in the chat and see if anybody wants to hop on and have a chat with me for an hour or so, and then we'll do more updates if there is any. Emily, thank you so much for the $5. Have to go. Try to be back later. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. All right, I've got to remember how to put links in. I've done it before. I just don't remember. Don't remember how to do it. Okay. Okay, I got it. I got it. I got it. All right, I'm going to put just going to put a covering up of the screen just in case anybody decides to be like a real weirdo. You know, like a real weirdo. So I'm going to put that on the screen. That's Ella, by the way. Okay, all right. All right, link is going in the chat right now. Can I pin it? Can I pin it? Oh, I tried to put myself in timeout then. It won't let me pin it. So you're going to have to just try and grab it. Thank you so much, Andy Baby, for the £2. Andy Baby, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Great picture of Ella. Yeah, that's when she was maybe, I don't know, 5 weeks old. Chris Emily's wife, state facts straight from sheriff and FBI, etc. And they delete my comments and block me from chats. Shall we watch a little bit of the interview room? I haven't seen this. Hold on. I've now got to take this off. I'm actually not going to see it, are you? Okay. Is it playing or not?
Welcome to the interview room. We gather here this evening on this wonderful Sunday evening as friends, as supporters, family, maybe gather around you to talk about a little girl who tomorrow will be missing for over 5 years.
How old was Ella when I got her? 8 weeks. She was 8 weeks old. Sorry, I won't listen to him. He's awful. I'm only going to play a little bit of it. But if anybody wants to hop on the panel and save people from Chris McDonough, you are very welcome. Do you want me to put the link in again? I need to pin it to the top. It won't let me pin it on StreamYard though. Let me try and pin it. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna after. I'm logged in on my other account on my other computer. So let me just sign out and sign back in, and then I can pin it on YouTube. You don't seem to be able to pin on StreamYard. I thought you could, but it didn't let me do it. Oh, God. 2-step verification. Go away. All right. What does it tell me to do? Open the YouTube app on your Apple iPhone. Why? I can't stand two-factor authentication. Can't stand it. Cancel. Okay. All right, and then I've got to find my comment. Okay, here we are. All right, it's pinned to the top now. It's pinned to the top now. So anybody wants to hop on and have a chat, tell me what you think happened to Summer Wells. And come and just answer that question if you want. I can just chat to me about anything to do with the case. Ask me questions, whatever you like.
And in that context tonight, we are grateful that each and every one of you have joined us on her behalf. You know, the one thing that we here at the interview room, I promise, other than for me and going actually there to the house, to the neighborhood, to the environment, and seeing the situation and the circumstances, and then listening to not only the parents, but friends of the parents, the neighborhood itself, all the different cast of players.
Does he say, if anybody's watched this, does he say anything about this lead that he was talking to Nancy Grace about?
Here and just vanish off the earth.
Can you hear that noise outside? Like they're playing like music really loud. I don't know whether the mic's picking it up.
And that road at the bottom turns, it goes, to the left if you continue to travel past Summer's house. But if you turn right, it goes up into that dead end, into the holler here, and it takes you up to Summer's house.
Hey.
I do, whatever you think about Chris McDonough, whether you love him or hate him, this was a really good video. This was really enlightening. No, it's not football. It's that they're having a party. Like a house down the road, they're having a party. It's been going on since like mid-afternoon. I think the parents are aware. Have I covered the TBI new release video yet? Well, all 40 seconds of it? Yeah, I played it at the beginning. I'll play it again. People just coming in. All 40 seconds of it. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Here it is.
From the very beginning, our focus has been on Summer and finding out what happened to her. We never imagined her case would remain unsolved 5 years later. We have made progress over the last year, but there are still many unanswered questions. We continue to urge anyone with firsthand information regarding Summer's disappearance to come forward. Even the smallest detail could make all the difference in this case.
Yeah. That was it. That was it. That was all. That was it. That was all. Do you want to watch? All right. I've had this queued up for a while. I honestly, I don't want to watch the interview room. Honestly. This was the very first media report. 40 seconds is poor. Yeah. Do you know what? 40 seconds. Oh, we got some people. We got some people in the back chat. All right. So we've got, let me just put my banner up just in case you're a weirdo. Just in case. Let me put my banner up. I'll have that one. Court is on a break. Hello. To whom am I speaking?
Hi, this is Regina.
Hello.
Hi, Michelle. I love your show.
Ah, thank you.
You were so. I go by common sense, and you show a lot of common sense, and I just love watching you. And I want to say thank you for covering Summer Wells. It's so heartbreaking that
I
it's been
know.
5 years. But I wanted to say I did watch, I don't know if you've watched Nancy Grace. Her, I think it was yesterday, and she talked to the FBI's taking the case over.
No,
But
that's not true. We did watch it. We watched it earlier on in this stream.
oh, I'm a little late. I'm sorry,
No,
Michelle.
it's all right. But no, they've not taken the case over. What actually happened was Nancy Grace is about 7 months behind. What happened was last November, there was a tip that came in that was investigated by the FBI. The FBI have been involved in this case since day one. They haven't taken it over, though. They are just one of the partners that's involved in it. But it was them that led the investigation to the property on Van Hill Road. It was a tip that they chased down that led them to that property on Van Hill Road. So Nancy Grace saying that the FBI have taken over, that's not true. The FBI have always been involved, and
So
they...
that's kind of misleading. Yes.
A little bit, yeah.
I would say.
Like the way, I think the way that you could misdrew the title of what she was, the overall feel of it, though, is 7 months behind everybody else, because that came out in November of last year, 7 months ago. And
I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's all right. Because the fact is, a lot of people will be thinking the same thing. If
Well, yes. I mean, it caught my attention, and then Chris McDonough was on there, and he was talking about the property. And I want to ask you, what do you think? But he was talking about that property on Van Hill, and he mentioned that they had a pig farm there, right?
Yeah.
So that really piqued my interest. in that. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I didn't know. I had no idea that pigs would eat humans or or pigs that had passed away. That was new information for me. But it kind of, it really threw a question up. Is that a possibility? I don't know. If you remember when Summer Wells went missing, I think it was the first year. It was on a YouTube channel. You remember Don Wells been on all the YouTube channels,
Oh yes.
drinking R&R, and
Oh yes.
he in one statement that he made that's always stuck with me was, "You can't charge with no evidence." Meaning, if you can't, I don't know I don't know whose channel he was on, but he was
I
having a
do
good time.
remember. I
But he
do
said if
remember.
you
Yeah.
can't find evidence, you can't charge. And so when Chris McDonough uh, brought up the hog farm on Van Hill Road, and he brought up the fact that hogs will eat God, it's terrible to think. But they will eat, and you know what? I mean, that really piqued my interest in what Don Wells said years ago. Well, 5 years ago, or 4.
Well,
So
look,
what do you think, Michelle, could happen to her? I mean,
I did when the Van Hill Road search happened, and I found out that it was a pig farm. I did a video about it. So this was back last November, and I do know a little bit about pigs. I'm not a pig expert, but I do know a little bit about pigs, and they will literally eat anything. They will eat the teeth. Chris McDonough is wrong. They will eat the teeth. They will eat
oh, they
everything.
will.
They will eat the teeth. However, the teeth don't digest, so they come out the other end in the poop.
Oh,
So
my. Okay.
all you will have that is left of a body after a pig has eaten it will be the teeth and probably some bigger bone fragments. It's the same with dogs. Dogs will eat everything from a carcass, and they'll chew up the bones and they'll chew the teeth, but the teeth come out and you'll get bone shards that'll come out in their poop. But pigs will just eat literally anything. Pigs will eat things that dogs won't eat. And dogs are pretty nasty. Dogs are pretty nasty. But pigs will
Michelle,
eat
I
anything.
didn't know that until Chris said that. But
It's
I
absolutely
said
true.
that the only thing that would be left would be the teeth. And I thought, when I seen that episode, I thought, well, they'll never find her teeth. You know what I'm saying? But
the problem is,
I did not know that about pigs, and I didn't know that about dogs either.
well, dogs like bones. They chew bones.
Right,
Give a dog a
right.
bone. They love bones. They will eat an entire carcass. If they're hungry, they will eat an entire carcass, and they'll save the rest, and they'll go back to the rest later on. So, yeah, it's absolutely possible that if Summer was abducted and she passed away, and somebody took her to a pig farm, that's a very good way to dispose of a body.
Wow.
If you've ever heard of the Canadian case, his name is Willie Picton. I did a video about his case years ago, and he was a serial killer. And what he would do, he had a pig farm. Like, he lived on a pig farm. He
Oh,
would murder people, chop them up, and feed them to his pigs.
oh my
So,
gosh.
how many people actually were murdered by Willie Picton? They don't actually know how many bodies. There was another case as well that I covered. I can't remember her case. Oh, Belle Guinness. And this is from like the 19th century, like years and very, very many years back. She did the same thing. She was a serial killer, and she would feed the chopped up bodies to her pigs. But with Summer Wells being such a tiny little girl, you could just put the body in whole and they would just devour it. It's a very good way to dispose of a body with leaving very little evidence. So the fact that Hawkins County Sheriff's Office and the TBI went to this pig farm, the problem is 4.5 years too late, because
Right.
you know, this is June 2021, and they're turning up 4.5 years later in November of 2025. Well, where did the pig poop go from 4.5 years ago? It would be impossible. That poop's probably been spread on fields. It's probably been sold. You know, they use it as fertilizer. Like, you know, I live in quite a rural area, so we have a chicken farm, like in my village, and the farmer has no waste whatsoever from his chickens, because the poop from his chickens, he saves it all up and then spreads it on the fields like twice a year. So it's the same in areas where there's a pig farm. They spread it on the fields as fertilizer. So the chances of them finding any evidence on that property 4.5 years later, if Summer Wells was eaten by pigs, it's a needle in 1,000 haystacks. They're never ever gonna find any evidence. So whatever Don Wells said back in the day on YouTube when he was drunk, he was right. That if Summer's body has been disposed of in such a way, it's perfect. It's the chances of them finding evidence now, if that is what happened to her, it would be a complete fluke if somebody in a field in the middle of nowhere came upon a tooth and recognized it as human and sent it for DNA testing. That would be the only way that they would find evidence of Summer Wells. So it's a needle in 1,000 haystacks.
You know, that's sad, because that little girl needs justice. And her siblings. I
know,
just
it's
wonder,
heartbreaking.
it rips my heart out. She had 3 brothers. They was there. They probably know a lot, but they've not been able to talk. I don't know if they ever will. They may when they get in their 20s, 30s. But that's a long way down the road, Michelle.
Yeah, I mean, look, the eldest boy he'll be 18 soon. Now, if I was him, I wouldn't come anywhere near social media. I wouldn't make myself known at all. I wouldn't want it, because look at what's happened. You know, everybody who speaks out in this case, you know, gets hounded, and it's not fair. It's really not
You're
fair.
right.
But we'd love him to speak. We'd all watch, wouldn't we? If, you know, somebody got an interview with one of the Wells boys, we'd all watch it. We would. But
yes, we would. Yes, we would. I would. But you know what would be great is if Josie is the oldest, right?
Yeah.
Maybe when he gets of age, maybe he could sit down and talk to the FBI, and they could keep him anonymous. And maybe I'm hopeful. Michelle, here's my hope. That the truth will come out about what really happened to that sweet little girl. My heart breaks when I see a picture of her. She don't look healthy. I just feel sorry for all the children that was
Yeah.
in that home, okay? Not just Summer, but the way they were raised. And I pray those boys have a good go at it in life. I think they will, but I hope they'll step up for their sister at some point, and we'll
Well,
get the answers.
they will have been interviewed many times by law enforcement. So I think that law enforcement will have everything that the boys know, because there are experts within the FBI who their entire job is to interview children. Like, they're experts in interviewing children.
Correct.
So they will have been interviewed many times by forensic psychologists and FBI agents, and they're very gentle, they're very kind, and
Yes.
they have a good way of speaking to children in a way that children will open up to them. So I've no doubt whatsoever that the boys will have told law enforcement and the FBI everything that they know by this point. The thing is, we don't know what they've said. So we're all wondering what the boys have said. And we've no right to know that. Whilst they're minors, we've got no right to know that.
That is correct.
And then it's up to them when they turn, 18 or older, whether they want to come to social media or not, to tell us all what happened. Now,
Well,
I would love to hear that interview. However, I completely understand if they don't want to, because social media is it's a very unkind place. So
it is.
but I'm happy knowing that law enforcement will have got everything that they can in the kindest of ways out of those 3 little boys who are now young men. So I'm happy with that. And it still hasn't helped. It's not moved the case forward. Now, maybe that's because they don't know anything. Maybe
Well,
they don't know anything.
Well, in my opinion, and I know you have some background in psychology. Here's my fear with those boys. Did they fear Don and Candace to the point of not ever speaking out, even though they're not in their lives anymore? Would they fear them enough? Because I'm sure they didn't have an easy life either. Did they fear them enough to where the fear would keep them to be quiet and just live a peaceful life? And there's another possibility. And if that's the case, I don't know. I would just love for justice to be done for Summer Wells.
I know. Honestly, I think maybe initially when they were interviewed, when they were still living with Don and Candace, they would have perhaps been afraid to, if indeed there is something they know that would be negative towards Don and Candace, they would have been too scared to say. But once they were in a foster home and they'd been there, quite a while, and 2 of the younger boys have been adopted now, and they will have been interviewed many times by experts with the FBI, and you would think that they'd eventually open up. And if they were initially lying because they were afraid of Don and Candace, once they knew that they weren't ever going to go back there, they would be able to open up and tell everything they knew. And like I said, these FBI experts, they are trained in forensic psychology. They have ways to encourage children to talk. Very kind, very gentle, but they have a very good way of getting children to talk. And
Yes.
I do believe, I hold out a lot of hope that the boys have been interviewed in that way and have told everything they know. So
So do I. And thank you. I'll let someone else come in, but thank you, Michelle. I'll be watching this live, and thank you. I wish all YouTubers would take this time out for Summer Wells. But it looks like you're the only one that's doing it. But I really do appreciate you. I watch your videos. I love your dogs. You're a great human being.
Oh, thank you.
I just love watching you.
Thank you.
And you use common sense. You don't get into drama, and I appreciate that. A lot of them want to bash, but you use common sense, and I love that approach.
Thank you, and thank you for hopping on.
Oh, thank you for welcoming me, and I'll continue to watch.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Michelle.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hold on a minute. Hasn't been a pig farm for a long time, really. Van Hill property hasn't been a pig farm for a long time. They were into the tree trimming business. Yeah, that's Paul Hill's son, though, isn't it? That's the tree trimming business, like down the road. Oh, we got someone else. We got someone else in here. Let's have a look. Let me just put my banner back up just in case you're a weirdo. Hello.
I'm not too weird. Hello. I just wanted to say thank you so much for doing this for Summer. And it's very important, I think, to keep her name out there. And you've done very well through the whole thing. And I think you're brilliant. I really, truly do. I love the way, even with the maps, I mean, I'm not trying to just come up here and butter you up, but you're very smart with the maps and just with the dogs and the searches. And I mean, just so much I've watched you over the years, and I love it. But you actually have helped me a lot with not going down the wrong paths and listening to different people and their crazy theories. So that I just wanted to say that. And also, this is kind of speculating, and not really speculating, but it did happen. But I just wanted to say this about the pig farm real quick. A long time ago, whenever I think it was supposed to be Green Eyes, but I'm not even for sure. But someone had called JSB and said, "I know you fed her to the pigs and all that." Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah, this was within the first year when it was supposedly Green Eyes, but to be honest, there's like at least three Green Eyes. So I don't know which one.
I remember. Yeah, when I used
this
to
was
watch
the hateful
one about
the real hateful one. So he had called and was always accusing her and stuff, and he actually said that. So I never did know if that was really somebody local or not, and why he was picking at her.
Oh wow.
But he had said that. I wish I could find it. Gavel Geeks may have it from years back because she has a lot of stuff. But yeah, he had called in and it was like accusing her of doing that. So it always, then when they did that back in November, then I was like, wow, what if that wasn't like a Green Eyes that we all started thinking it was just a true crime junkie, like, some of us, but some of them's a little bit crazier, they get more involved.
I suppose, living in a rural area, the chances are there's going to be a pig farm in the vicinity within a few miles. So it's a good bet, if you want to accuse somebody of getting rid of a body, saying that they fed it to the pigs, that's probably a good bet. So I wouldn't make too much of it, but yeah, it's
that does make good sense.
I do not remember that at all.
It was like within like the first 6 months or something.
It must have been a
It
long
was,
time ago, yeah.
yeah, it was. But then when they did that, it threw back my memory to that. You know, it's like, wow, I heard that before. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, because I'm a country girl myself, so yeah, makes sense. That would just be someone saying that if they're familiar with the country living and stuff.
Yeah.
Or crimes, you know. But yeah, but it did throw a weird feeling out when they
It
did
is
that. But
weird, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of weirdness. There's a lot of coincidences in this case that you think, God, that could be something, you know. And
yeah,
you hold on to certain things and you think that could
and
be
then
something.
and it could have been like a rumor, and then he's like, well, you know, it's a speculating. Like if he heard something about it and then thought it was her that did it, and it could have been anybody that did it. You know, he just heard the rumor that happened. So, but I don't know if that was the green eyes that's been in my chats, because the one in my chat was really super nice. So I don't know. I think there's 2 or 3 of them. I even knew a female one in the 5 years.
Oh, I didn't know
So
that.
yeah, there's even a female green eye. So yeah, but yeah, I just wanted to say that and just say thank you for everything. And um, when that last video that you played, the recent Ronnie Lawson, he actually had compassion in his eyes. And like he was kind of let down that he hasn't solved it yet. I really seen that for the first time ever.
Yeah,
Whenever he did
I'd like to see,
conversations.
yeah, I'd like to see that full interview. Like it looks
Mhm.
like that's clips from a
Yeah,
bigger interview.
I had it passed by me too, and I'm type Summer Wells almost every day still in the search bar. I mean, I don't do channels or not my channel or anything because people are crazy out there, and they really are. I've had some
They
crazy
really
stuff
are. They
happen.
really are.
I tried my best to do YouTube, and it just is not good. Not for me, anyway. It's not
Yeah,
built for everybody.
you've got to have a very thick skin to do YouTube, to do any
Yeah.
social media. Honestly, you really do.
Yeah, that's the truth. But so but I'm always here, and I'm always, even if I don't catch you on the live, I'll go back because there's only like I can probably say 3 people that I actually go for summer, and it's not any prayer person. Although I am a Christian, I don't go there. I learned my lesson a long time ago. But there's some of them they just feed it. You know, there's so many fake stuff out there about Summer's life and stuff. It really bothers me. You know, were they the best parents? No. Could they done something? Maybe. But some of the stuff that people just go out and just automatically say, like it's a truth fact, that's what hurts her case. And in the social media eyes, I don't think it hurts anything with the law enforcement or anything, but it does for the public. And it's very dangerous to say things that as fact that hasn't really happened.
Yeah, I mean, some of the theories that have come out are just absolutely wild. And the only way it harms a case is if people keep ringing in with tips of things that they've heard on social media, and it ends up, you know,
Because
really
they have to,
locking law enforcement down because they have to investigate. At least they have to do, you know, their due diligence and chase that lead down. And if it's just something fake that somebody's made up on social media, then that is damaging, at least, you know, for a short amount of time, but it's wasting police time. And
and I remember when it went like to 1,000 tips, and I thought, oh my goodness, see, that's just uncalled for. That's way too many for them to go all through. So somebody that could have had a real truth may have got overlooked.
Yeah,
you never know.
Exactly. That's exactly the problem.
I just wanted to I'm gonna get off here, but thank you so much for everything you do, and you have educated me so much in these last 5 years. I'm not even joking. I know about like when somebody goes in the water, that different weights, different weather, different climates. When it depends on when they come up. I learned that from you. I learned so much about the dogs because of you. I mean, they're very intelligent.
Oh, thank you.
And we're both redheads.
Well, I'm not anymore. I'm grey.
Oh,
I'm grey. I'm
oh,
only ready for diet. I'm only ready for put my
yeah,
hair dye in, but I'm grey now.
yeah. Well, same. I put henna on my hair because it started to get gray. Yeah. But yeah, thank you so much. And thank you,
All right.
everybody in chat.
Thank
All
you for
right.
hopping on. See ya.
Yes, thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
All righty. All righty. I'm going to answer some questions now. You hear a canine, do you? Cassie's here. She's asleep. I wonder if that tree trimmer. I'm going to go back up a bit. Okay. I'll open the panel up again in a little while. But don't call in for now because I want to answer some questions. And I'm going to play the very first media interview, and I'm going to play the horse clip. I've got the horse clip. Do you know the horse from the press conference? I'm going to play that as well, that press conference. It was the 24th of June. But I'm going to answer some questions first. Okay, I'm going to move up the chat a little bit. Actually, I'll do it on YouTube and then I can, I'm doing it on StreamYard and then I can put the comments on. Okay, here we are. Okay, we'll start here. Ziggy had an ex called Green Eyes. What? Okay. I don't know why I started there. You hear a canine. Yeah. Cassie's in the room. She's not making any noise though. I wonder if the tree trimmer that said Randy saw some that day was talking about Randy Hill. It's another one of those possible coincidences, isn't it? I mean, how popular a name is Randy? Like in that area, like it's a very rare name here in the UK. You'd never hear of someone called Randy. Very rarely. I think I've only ever met one Randy in my life, and he was American. So it's a rare name over here, but is it popular over there? If it is, then it could be a different Randy. Didn't Jackie Dobbs call one of his dogs Green Eyes? I thought that Jackie Dobbs' dog was called Elvis, but I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the answer to that. Yes, they were referring to Randy Hill. Do we really know that, though, or are we just assuming it? You thought Jackie Dobbs was Green Eyes too? I have no idea. I didn't know that. I don't know. Could one of the boys did something when Summer went into the house and Candice then covered it up? I honestly don't want to put that on any of the boys. While it's possible, I'm not ever wanting to speculate on that kind of, whether it was accidentally done. But if it was, kids mess about, and if one of them accidentally hurts Summer, again, why would you cover it up if it was a genuine accident? I don't know. Jackie had 2 huskies, one with blue eyes, one with green eyes. He was singing all his songs. Okay. I thought that Jackie Dobbs' dog was called Elvis. And he didn't look like a husky. At least the one that he used to show on his videos. Everybody's speculating on who Green Eyes was. I have no idea. I have no idea. Green Eyes was either Peter Clark Sr. or maybe the other guy back in the holler. Okay. So you think Green Eyes was somebody in the local area who knew Jody Sue in real life? Is that what people are thinking? I mean, look, if it was Jackie Dobbs, I don't blame him for trolling Jody Sue. Like the way that she treated him when he turned up on the 14th of June to his own land, when he turned up to his own land, and she called the cops on him and chased him away. You know, I don't blame him for trolling her, if that's indeed what happened. We had a case that went across state lines, and the girl lived for weeks. They were looking for a red truck. This one guy never said, I have a red truck. No one dreamt it was him. Okay. If I could interview only one person from Summers Cares and they had to be completely honest, who would you interview and why? Candice. I would interview Candice. If I could give her a truth drug, and she had to answer every question, I'd interview Candice because she's the person who was there. She was the responsible adult who was there, so it would definitely be Candice. But it would have to be like 100% assured that she'd taken the truth drug and she was telling the truth. Otherwise, it would just be yet another bunch of nonsense. So, yes, Randy Hill on Van Hill Road is a tree trimmer. Do we know that tree trimmer who saw Summer on June 15th was definitely Randy Hill? We know he was called Randy, but was he called Randy Hill? Do we actually know that? And if so, how? How do we know that? Are Donna and Candice still together? Yes, I think so. I think they are. They haven't spoken together in a long time. In fact, Don hasn't spoken in a long time. Now, they had split up at one point. You know, there was trouble in paradise at one point, but she was living elsewhere. But then apparently she's back, and they're both at Ben Hill Road. Apparently. Don't quote me on it, but apparently. I do know a couple of Randys. I only knew one Randy personally. One Randy and there was a famous country singer years ago named Randy. Randy Hill on Van Hill Road, who drove the Toyota Tacoma, and the tree trimmer decided to leave Tennessee suddenly after he shaved all of his facial hair. No, that you're confusing two different people here. So Randy Hill on Van Hill Road, who drove the Toyota Tacoma, the tree trimmer decided to leave Tennessee suddenly after he shaved all his facial hair, cut his hair, and moved back to another state. No, you're confusing Randy Hill with Jackie Dobbs. So Jackie Dobbs was from Georgia. He came to Tennessee because he bought 2.2 acres. He bought it without even seeing it. So he turns up on the 14th of June, the day before Summer disappeared. And he's met by Jodie Sue Brown, who is very unhappy that he has bought 2.2 acres that borders her land. So she's dead mad, and she chased him off. She called the cops on him, chased him off. Now, he wasn't there. He was at a hotel on June 15th. So it can be proven where he was. Like, he's been, you know, he's been interviewed by the FBI. He's been able to prove where he was. They've probably seen him on camera at the hotel that was not close to Ben Hill Road. And he then went back to Georgia. So that's Jackie Dobbs. Now, Randy Hill from Van Hill Road is the tree trimmer, not the same person, completely different person. So Randy Hill from Van Hill Road is Fred Hill's cousin, Paul Hill's son, not Jackie Dobbs from Georgia. The only reason I could see them covering up an accident is if she had injuries they didn't want authorities to see. Yeah, I guess there's that. Oh, God, they're all singing outside now. Oh, dear, it's really bad as well. Might have to shut my window in a minute. Okay, he had more than one dog in his videos. Okay. I only ever saw one. Oh, God, now it's getting really confusing. It was named Elvis. However, Elvis had a friend. He had blue eyes. Oh, God, this is really confusing. This is very confusing now. What sort of accident would prompt the parents to instantly try to cover it up? I wondered, when Don talked about the roof incident, I wondered whether it could be that she fell off the roof. And, you know, the fact that a 5-year-old goes up on a roof and falls off without any parental supervision, it occurred to me that maybe she fell off the roof. And they covered it up because they thought that they'd get done for child neglect. However, any of these accident scenarios, you've got to ask yourself, what about the dog trail? What about the scent that went down the road, which Sheriff Ronnie Lawson has confirmed? What about the footprints, which neighbours who have no vested interest in this case at all talked about in the early days of the case? And what about the scent alerts that Fred Hill has talked about? Well, okay, it's Fred Hill, but you've got to explain those things. You've got to be able to explain those things basically beyond a reasonable doubt before I will entertain an accident scenario of any kind. Yeah. If Randy the tree trimmer is Randy Hill, he would be my number one. Yeah, mine too. If we can confirm that Randy the tree trimmer was actually Randy Hill, whose property was searched, yeah. Then yeah, he would be my number one suspect as well. But Don Scioffi Jr. was my number one suspect for ages, for a long time. If anybody remembers the amount of videos that I did about Don Sherfy Jr., dear me. I missed the second part of that. It ended up being him who found a missing sock in his truck. I did miss it because I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know who you're talking about now. Thank you so much. Thank you for the $9.99. Thank you. I think I've maybe missed a super chat whilst I was talking to people. Let me just go down. See what I missed. Yes, I did. Sorry. I missed that. Thank you so much, Natalie, for the 20 Canadian dollars. I kind of saw it going by in the corner of my eye, but I was talking. So thank you so much. And Kimmy, thank you for joining. Welcome to the Secret Agents Club. Thank you. And thank you once again, Judy, for the $9.99. All right, go back to normal chat now. The Beech Creeker intro. I have to say, I do really like it. Some people hate it. Some people hate it when I put it in videos. But I really, 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 really like it. Ryan is interviewing someone belonging to the tree trimmers who was there that day. Is he? When's that coming out? Yeah, Jackie Dobbs. Look, Jackie Dobbs has got nothing to do with this. Like, he could confirm where he was. Listen, if the cops thought that Jackie Dobbs had anything to do with it at all, they would have arrested him right there. Okay, you're not confusing Randy with Jackie. I vetted him. I saw his social media. I saw pictures of him before and after. And he moved back to his original state. He was separated from his wife. Yes, that was Jackie Dobbs. That was Jackie Dobbs, not Randy. That was Jackie Dobbs. That 100% was Jackie Dobbs. 100%. That was Jackie Dobbs. He was from Georgia. And he bought the land in Tennessee, to put a cabin on. He could go camping, that kind of thing. But he bought it without seeing it. And obviously, he didn't know that Geordie Sue would be his next door neighbour. So, as far as I know, he still owns that land. He did last year when I looked at the, the property things. I haven't checked it this year, but he never went back. Because of Geordie Sue. So, that was Jackie Dobbs. That was not Randy. Would I ever travel over here to go to Ben Hill Road? I've thought about it, but I hate traveling. It would cost me a fortune because plane tickets are expensive. And I'm not really sure what I would get out of it, honestly, after all this time, just to go and look at Ben Hill Road. I'm not sure what I'd get out of it after all this time. Because it's not like you could go and search, just turn up and go and search. It's all private property. So, and I won't be able to take my dogs. So, and I just hate traveling. If I could teleport, then yeah, I will go there right now if I could teleport. It was absolutely Jackie Dobbs. He cut his hair and he went back to his house in Georgia. If Ryan doesn't ask the tree trimmer if Randy Hill was the tree trimmer, yes. He had his brother on and never asked about Randy. Now, if he's going to have a tree trimmer on, then surely he's got to ask the $6 million question, which is, was the Randy the tree trimmer, Randy Hill? He's got to ask that question. We've all got to campaign to Ryan that he's going to ask that question. They all moved. They all moved. JSB moved. Fred Hill moved. They all moved. Who's left? Oh, the Tooth Fairy. Thank you so much. You are too kind. Another $99.99. You are too kind. That's enough now. Do not spend any more money on me. Do not, please. But thank you so much. You are so completely generous. I've no other words. I've no other words. David Dobbs. No, David Dotson. So David Dotson. We're all getting confused with names. David Dotson was the guy from the church who was Robin's friend. And he did have a job at a funeral home, but he wasn't working at the time Summer disappeared. And everybody said that he took Summer to be cremated, and that's just not true. Absolutely 100% not true. You can't just turn up with a body and have them cremated. It doesn't work like that. You get found out. Like, they have real strict, they certainly do here. I mean, maybe it's different in Tennessee, but they have really strict rules about who's in the cremation, who's in the, I don't even know what the word is, the cremator, like the place where they burn. You get found out dead quickly. If you took a body and cremated it, you would get found out very, very quickly. So that didn't happen. But David Dotson, I mean, yeah, he was a bit of a weird guy. I admit that. He was a bit of a weird guy. He was interviewed by Teresa, who is now Criminality. And I played a little clip from that in the Summer Wells She Was Just Gone video that I did. The full interview, I can't find it, but I had some clips that I was able to put in. And then Chris McDonough interviewed Robin. Now, look, in my opinion, I've never thought that Robin or David Dotson had anything to do with it. I don't think anybody from the church had anything to do with it. That's my opinion. They're a bit weird, but people think I'm weird. So, you love the Beech Creekers intro. Some people really hate it. Some people really hate it. You're off to bed. Good night. Good night. Good night. Okay, Randy Hill also was not with his wife. So, okay, so Randy Hill. So we're not talking about Jackie, we're talking about Randy Hill. So Randy Hill, did Randy Hill move? Like, did he leave his wife and move? If so, then that's very suspicious. That's very suspicious. I could then go to everywhere. I could just pop up. You know, like Brian Entin does whenever there's a case. You know, you hear about a case and then an hour later, Brian Entin's there interviewing people or standing there. You get, like, how does he get from like one side of the United States to another seemingly in an hour? How does he do it? Like Brian Entin seems to have the ability to teleport. So does JLR. He does the same. You know, you hear about a case and then, oh, look, an hour later, JLR pops up. Now, if I could do that, That would be great. If I could just teleport like that, I'd be all over the place. I'd be everywhere. Private jet. Really? Does he really get paid that much from News Nation? Play the intro. All right, then. I'll play it. Hold on, I have to find it first. Hold on. I know what folder it's in, but I erase. All right. Hold on. It's started without me doing anything. Okay. Okay, here we go.
You say my name again, and he'll kill him.
You got to admit, that's a good intro. It is. It's a good intro. All right, let's stop being silly. Right, this is the very first media piece. So this is what I found. Search underway for missing 4-year-old girl in Hawkins County. But it only says 4 months ago because I saved it when it was 4 months old. But this is the very first interview, the very first media piece about Summer. And they got all the details wrong, like that she was 4 years old, that she was 4 foot tall. They gave everything was wrong. However, the time that she was last seen, it was all wrong. But it was that night. So the media was scrambling, trying to get information. So that's why all the details were wrong. But it's just interesting to listen to this as it was back then.
Crews are searching for 4-year-old Summer Wells. Here's a photo of Summer released from authorities tonight. She's described as being 4 foot tall with blonde hair. We've learned she was last seen around 7 o'clock tonight. Again, you're looking at a couple of images of Summer that were shared by local authorities who tonight are involved in that search.
Yeah, again, the search is underway. This is in the Beech Creek community in the area of Ben Hill Road and Beech Creek Road. This is in Hawkins County. Tonight, crews are searching on the ground. Helicopters are scanning overhead. We are told that police have blocked off roadways in that area in order for them to do a comprehensive search.
That's right. Earlier tonight, around 7 o'clock, Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson says this 4-year-old little girl named Summer Wells, and maybe we can show you the photo of her again here in just a moment, that she was last seen walking away from her home on Ben Hill Road. And that was the last she was seen. And now we know that a massive search is underway, not only a search on the ground with authorities from Hawkins County, a rescue squad and personnel, local volunteer fire departments, but also THP, we hear, is in the air tonight looking for the little girl in that area. Big search underway.
Yeah, she really needs to be found, obviously. She was last seen wearing a pink shirt and gray shorts, and we were told that she was seen walking from her home on that road.
Bianca Murray tonight is in Hawkins County with the latest on the search.
Tonight, emergency crews from around Hawkins County have converged on this rural community near Church Hill. They're looking for 4-year-old Summer Wells. Sheriff Ronnie Lawson said she was last seen walking from her home on Ben Hill Road off Beech Creek Road, not far from here, around 7 tonight. She was last seen wearing a pink shirt and grey shorts. Earlier tonight, I saw a deputy searching vehicles off Beech Creek Road. Hawkins County deputies and first responders are searching on the ground. THP and medical helicopters are in the air. We're told a command post has been established, and we're at a Baptist church on Beech Creek Road, where we're told information will be released as soon as it's available. Reporting for News Channel 11, I'm Bianca Marais.
Okay. Look, that 7 p.m. was wrong. We know 7 p.m. was wrong because the 911 call was made at 6:26. So you don't make a 911 call half an hour before someone goes missing. So that's not true. Cops had started to show up about 7. So either the news had just got that wrong, you know, they're frantically scrabbling around for information, and then, you know, cops turned up. But cops had started to turn up about 7 o'clock. So 7 p.m. for her going missing is just wrong. Completely wrong. She went missing between about 3:20 and, well, obviously 6:26. So there's a 3-hour window. Absolutely cannot be she went missing at 7. Because the 911 call was made at 6:26. You don't make a 911 call half an hour before someone goes missing. You just don't. So the cops were showing up at 7. Do you think Summer could have been looking for the bike that Fred had taken off the road a few days before? That could explain Summer's footprints at Fred's. Summer's footprints weren't at Fred's. Summer's footprints were, there was a set of footprints. So it's we heard about these footprints from Mr. Phillips, who used to live here on Beech Creek Road. So his house is a Beech Creek Road address, but he owned, I don't know where his property line was, but he owns some of these woods, and there's a ridge line along there. And apparently these footprints were behind the ridge line, so it would have been maybe a little bit, I just popped these pins in, like just pop them down. So I think probably footprints would have been closer. You can see the ridge line there. So I think maybe they would been closer over here. And then, so that was a footprint that was found on the 19th of June by a search dog. And the reason why there's no adult footprints was because there were so many adult footprints there already, because searchers had already been through that area once, and they were doing a second sweep through an area that they'd already gone through. And so there was, you know, there was searchers' footprints all over the place, and a dog hit on this barefoot child-size footprint, and this was a scent-specific dog. And Josh Phillips brought that information to social media, and he was in the Facebook groups, and then he ended up getting accused of stuff, and he took his post down, but not before people had screenshotted. So I've got a whole bunch of screenshots from Josh Phillips. And there was another set of footprints found on Mary Sexton's land. So again, I don't know exactly where these were, but they were on a ridge. So the ridge line kind of goes, it's difficult to see on here, but kind of like along there. So the footprints were quite high up. So it's a really steep ridge. So would Summer have gone up there on her own is the question. It's not very far. It's really not very far because there's a cut through. There's a cut through. So if you go down here, so there's a cut through there down to the creek, and then there's a cut through there which takes you up to Simpson Road. Now, then behind Mary Sexton's house, it's really steep. So even though it's like a straight line, would Summer have gone up there on her own? And the theory that law enforcement had at that time, as explained by Dave Rader from Equisearch, was that Summer had been dropped back off in the woods. Someone had abducted her, seen all the media and all the furore of it all, and had dropped her off in the woods, and she's now wandering the woods on her own. Fred's place was here. Now, actually, it's the two Fred's places. So his dad, Fred's dad, owned 165, 167, which is here. And then his mother's property was 207. So the Hill family actually had two properties, 165, 167, and then 207. So I've never been absolutely clear whether the scent alert that Fred talked about was at 165 or 167. Sorry, 165 or 207. Ziggy said it's 207. And Fred said that a dog hit on a truck in Fred's yard. This is from Fred's mouth. Is that where the pig farm is located? No. The pig farm is located 9 miles away on Van Hill Road. So this is Ben Hill Road. So we've got Ben Hill Road here. We've got Simpson Road and then Beech Creek Road. Van Hill Road, this is just a screenshot, but I'll show you. I'll get the actual map up. The actual map, though, this map doesn't have my pins. Because I have all my pins on Google Earth Pro, but it won't open up in a window. I have to... So Van Hill Road, let me just... It's 3,500 Van Hill Road. Oops. Okay. It's 9 miles away down here. Ooh, I always messed up pins. Is that the one? Yeah, I think it is. Oh, they've bleeped it out now. But that's Paul Hill's property there. And then down this road here is the tree trimming business. Look. There's even a truck that says tree trimmer on it. There it is. Tree trimming. That's Randy Hill's property. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? What about the weird encounter with the kid blanket and boys on dirt bikes being super nosy when cracking cases went to the backwoods? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's years ago. Good grief. Yeah, that was on, wasn't that on Light Hollow Road? When they were searching Light Hollow Road and there was a bunch of weird kids. Was that, or was that a different time? But I do remember that. I don't remember the exact details, but I do remember that. Yeah, that's weird. That is very odd. That was very odd. I used to enjoy cracking cases. I used to enjoy their live streams. there's some interesting content. So that's Paul Hills. And then down the road's Randy Hill. So this is 17 acres, this property here. But that's nine some miles away from Ben Hill Road. So Ben Hill Road's back down this way. So Paul Hill, who owns 3500 Van Hill Road, is the uncle of Fred Hill and the great uncle of Andy Bernard. So at the time that Summer went missing, Andy Bernard was living here at 125 Ben Hill Road with Jodie Sue, who heard the scream between 4:30 and 4:42. Do they still have the pigs? Some people say no, but there's still the barn, like a big barn there. So there's something in, there's a huge barn, like it's been covered now. Google have covered it. Who was it who did some drone work around there? It might have been Don B. But there is a big barn, like a big, like the kind of barn that you keep animals in, like huge barn. I believe it was Don B who went and did drones down there, and it was still a big barn there. Now, whether they had pigs, what we're interested in is not whether they have pigs now, it's whether they had pigs in June of 2021. Okay, so then we've got Fred Hill, whose 2 properties are here. And Fred said there was a scent alert. So dogs hit on a truck in Fred's yard. And Fred also said that there was a scent alert near this creek here. Now, this would be on the Gorley's land. So it's just weird that you've got Fred talking about these scent alerts. Now, Fred said a lot of stuff. Fred said a lot of stuff that is provably false. So you kind of hold your hands up and you have to think. But Mr. Phillips, right, Josh Phillips, he had no reason to lie. He had no reason at all. And Dave Rader certainly had no reason to lie. Yeah, Fred said so much. Fred said so much. But I am going to play that clip from Dave Rader, and then we're going to play the horse clip. So I've got that queued up. If I can find the Dave Rader clip, that is. Is that it? That's it? Good grief. Do you know what? I knew I had it because I played it the other day in a video. Oh, hold on a minute. It won't let me play it because it's a MOV file. Will it let me add it as a video? What he says as you listen to this.
I can tell you the grid pattern that I seen from the incident command from inside and the mapping that they were doing and where they were sending us is that everything in and around that house for two, I would have to say probably a 2 mile radius around that house was saturated. So okay. I mean, you know, then there was the.
And I will say this was in conversation with police off the cuff. The reason why you're just looking at a field is because this was a podcast. There was it was audio only. So the voices you're hearing are Dave Rader from Equisearch, and I don't remember his name, but the guy from Police Off the Cuff. So that's who you're hearing. But the reason why you're looking at a field near me is because it was an audio only podcast.
I thought that on that Saturday night that I got into town, which would have been 4 days after she went missing, is that somebody said that they found a footprint. Now, I don't know the truth about that, but they had TBI, FBI. They had some of the locals there late at night. I got into town about 11 o'clock, and they were still searching until about 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, from what I understand. because they went under the assumption is that, oh hell, maybe if she was abducted, they're seeing all of this go down. They dropped her back off near the woods, and that she was now walking the woods by herself. So then they set up this good perimeter around there and just kind of worked our way more towards the house to create that funnel effect.
So there you have it from Dave Rader's mouth. So the footprint, he says he don't know the truth of it, but we absolutely know that was what sparked the search on June 19th. So that's the Saturday. He gets into town Saturday night. The following morning, when he goes to join the search, this would be the 20th, all the searchers are talking about the search that had gone on through the night. And it was because they were following up, thinking that Summer had been dropped off in the woods because somebody had abducted her and then panicked and dropped her off back in the woods. So that was law enforcement's theory. There's no reason whatsoever that Dave Rader would lie about that, is there? Come on now. What time did this start? 5 hours and 35 minutes ago it started. We are doing almost 12 hours. We can't do exactly 12 hours because, as I said at the beginning, YouTube does not archive any live stream that goes over 11 hours and 55 minutes. And I need it to archive because if it doesn't, then it means we lose the entire stream and no one will be able to watch it on the replay. And I want people to be able to come back in, people who've maybe watched a little bit and then had to, go to bed or go to work or kids or whatever. I want them to be able to come back and watch bits they've missed. And we can't do that if YouTube won't archive it. So we've got to finish by 11 hours and 55 minutes. That's what we've got to do. So we've got a while. We've got a long way to go yet. A long way to go. All right. So that's what Dave Rader said. That's what Dave Rader said. And I absolutely believe that this was triggered by the footprints. However, you just got to trust that there was a very, very good reason for that all-night search. And somebody from Beech Creek Road, filmed it. Let me just play this. And I've played these in videos so many times. But for those who, just dip in and dip out of the case, I'll just get rid of that. And then and check this out. Just get rid of that. And look at that. That's Beech Creek Road. Somebody on Beech Creek Road is filming this. I mean, you can see, they're there with flashlights on the side of the road. And I bet you any money that there was many, many more searchers in the trees, up the hills where you couldn't see. These are just the ones that you could see from Beech Creek Road. I mean, look, they're doing like a really tight grid pattern. You can see how closely packed they are. You hear the helicopter. Now, they don't do that through the night for no reason. They truly believed that Summer was in those woods and she was wandering about on her own. And Leslie Earhart from the TBI was actually asked about it in the press conference on the 21st of June, which was the press conference. It wasn't the horse one. We're going to watch the horse one though, but let me just find the presser. Hold on, let me have to get rid of that. Remove that. Okay. Why won't it let me move it? All right, remove. Remove. Okay. Now I can share back my screen. Okay. Now I've got to find it. It's right down here. I have all the press conferences on Michelle Walks. I got everything to do with summer. I've got loads of stuff. All right, here we are. Okay. Oh, done. Okay, so Summerwell, 16th of June. So look here. I think that's the 17th. That might be the horse one.
Good afternoon. I'm Leslie
No,
Earhart.
wrong one. All right. Keep going. That would be the 19th. 18th. Seems to be going down here. All right, this is the 21st of June. Okay.
Changing weather impacting your search and why there was such a large.
Okay, this is I think this is Ansley Daniel by the sounds of things from WJHL.
Has Summer ever wandered off before?
Not this one.
According to family members, it's not common for her to wander off.
Which Saturday there was a pretty extensive search into the evening. Can you elaborate on what that tip was and why there was such a large presence for crews to come back out?
Anytime we have information that could potentially lead us to locating Summer, we're going to use all resources. Crews were in the area following up on a lead. Unfortunately, Summer's still missing.
So she doesn't mention that it was because they found a footprint. She was very vague. All right, we're going to watch the horse press conference now. It's the one that's weird. This one.
Good afternoon. I'm Leslie Earhart with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. The status is the same as it was on Monday when we last held a media briefing. We're still trying to find Summer. It's now been 1 week and 2 days since she went missing. There's still two aspects of this case, the active search and the investigation. You'll hear more about the search in just a minute. TBI agents and Hawkins County detectives working alongside the FBI continue to work around the clock to determine what happened to Summer Wells. In order to preserve the integrity of the investigation, we can't discuss everything we're doing and have done to find Summer. Here's what we can tell you. Numerous residents and individuals associated with the family have been interviewed. Surveillance video and photos have been reviewed, as well as other potential digital evidence. We're still working to identify everyone in the area on the afternoon that Summer went missing. One of you asked us in a previous briefing the standard amount of time it takes for a case like this to be resolved. While every case is different, this one is definitely outside of the norm. Typically, in an investigation like this one, we have some idea of where the case is headed and what might have happened within a few days. In this situation, despite doing everything within our power and exploring all avenues, the circumstances leading to Summer's disappearance remain unclear. I understand the lack of answers frustrates you in the public, but trust me, no one is more frustrated than we are. If we develop information that will lead to locating Summer, we will share that with you first and foremost. In the meantime, we ask anyone with information who hasn't come forward to please call 1-800-TBI-FIND. I'll turn it over to Sheriff Ronnie Lawson.
Thank you. Just to go along with Leslie, I know there's a lot of social media going on out there, a lot of detectives going on, but they're absolutely useless unless these people that's 100% positive calls 1-800-TBI-FIND. It means nothing. We're monitoring all social media and everything that you all put out from people that you all interview. And I assure you, you'd have to work very hard to find somebody that we hadn't talked to. They may not tell you. One point I want to make clear up, obviously, is a couple of days ago, I asked for the public not to help us in our search in the woods and stuff. That is because we know where every searcher is, where every team is, and the captain and his staff, they're tracking everyone. So if we get the general public in the woods, we don't know about it, and they're going to get missed when they go home or don't go home. So it's going to be somebody else. So we have to generate time and information and resources to find. What I did ask for, and I still need, is all the people in Upper Beech Creek, Hawkins and Sullivan County, to search their property again and again. You got to look for a small child. You have to look for evidence of a small child's been. And if you got field cameras, if you got security cameras, we need you to check those again. Just keep checking them and checking them. We're trying to find every vehicle is in this holler they're living in since we started this. And we also did a roadblock, which helped at the same time that she was reported missing, to see if we come in contact with somebody that's been working that we could see. Obviously, there's nothing came out of that, but it's just another tool that we've used to make this happen. So if the general public that lives in this area will go back and search their outbuildings, their barns, their hay fields, that's mowing season, so when they mow, they need to pay attention. And if you have a resident that cannot search their property themselves, they'll call my office at 423-272-4848. I will send an officer to your residence to search your property for you. It's a cooperation that we must need. I know some of the residents probably getting frustrated with seeing the officers, but as the captain will tell you, we've had very intense operations all week long for 9 days now. And we're not done yet because, like I told you from day one, it's about finding Summer. That's the number one goal here. Yep.
Thanks, Sheriff. As of June 24th, 2021, search and rescue efforts for missing 5-year-old Summer Wells continues. We have now utilized 106 agencies spanning from Tennessee, Ohio, Virginia, Alabama, Georgia, and North Carolina assisting in these search efforts. Numerous specialized search and rescue groups with numerous canine teams have been represented from each of these agencies. To date, we have covered over 4.6 square miles, with that being over 3,000 acres being searched since Tuesday night when she was reported missing. The rugged mountainous terrain continues to cause problems. This has slowed search operations down in these areas, but please be rest assured, while incurring these conditions, we are still searching with an aggressive approach with extreme attention to detail. These terrains and conditions have exhausted crews both physically and mentally. We are still utilizing local and regional resources, but have had to call upon and utilize resources from Middle and West Tennessee, along with out-of-state resources, to bring a fresh set of eyes and rested bodies into the search operations. Search efforts will continue on a more specialized team basis throughout the rest of the week. Just because you may not see us in such a large presence, once again, rest assured, we are still out here searching for Summer Wells. We will continue to work with the Hawkins County Sheriff's Department, TBI, and FBI until we find Summer Wells. As mentioned before, as Sheriff here mentioned, please continue to search your personal property. Sullivan County, Hawkins County, mainly the Beech Creek community, and even if you branch a little bit further, please search. And I've been telling these searchers here the last several days, when you're looking for this property, you're not looking for adult laying there. You're not looking for adult hiding in the building. We're looking for a 5-year-old girl that weighed approximately 40 pounds. Somebody that size could wad up, could hide in an area that a legal size piece of paper or a folded up laptop could go. This is also the reason why we are exhausting all efforts. This train, as you can see behind us, guys, is only a small, very small percentage of what these guys day in and day out are going through. I've had multiple of my guys come up to me and tell me, Captain, I'll go to the end, but I'm tired. I'm physically and I'm mentally tired. We are all one team, and we will not quit until we find Summer Wells. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions. Have you searched some of these areas over and over again numerous times, some of these fields and things like that? Absolutely. Captain, can you answer that question?
Yes, so over these 4.6 square miles, and I'll kind of elaborate on some of these specialized teams. There's some of these areas, guys, we have covered 4, 5, and 6 times. And we have community members, media outlets reaching out going, well, we have neighbors saying you're covering the same ground. We are. New ground, same ground, different eyes, fresh bodies. Guys, one flat looking field, there's 100 places something could be hid, evidence, and or she could be hidden. So yes, we have covered multiple ground multiple times, and we'll continue to do so.
Captain Coop, I know some reward has been talked about. I know your agency, Churchill Rescue Squad, is apparently in charge of that. Can you give us some details on what a reward looks like right now?
Yes, so there has been some people that have reached out to our agency, reached out to TBI and Sheriff's Department about providing reward money for information leading up to the finding and or recovery of Summer Wells. At this time, I can confirm that is correct and that our agency is working to get this account set up. Once this information is available, our agency will provide a media release with this information on how the general public can also give money for this. But at the same point in time, guys, we're running on limited resources, and we're trying everything we can do that without interfering with the search for Summer Wells.
Leslie, at this point in the search and investigation, do you believe Summer Wells is still alive?
We hope so, but honestly, we just don't know. I mean, we're holding out hope, doing everything we can. Obviously, we typically would have found a child at this stage in the investigation, so honestly, we just don't know.
How many tips has the TBI received so far?
I don't have the exact number with me, but it's well over 300 at this point.
I know we've all spoken with the family, and they talked about sort of what led up to that missing incident here. Can you just sort of elaborate on what you guys know for sure happened before she went missing that Tuesday night?
We can't release any more than what we've already provided. We know that she was supposedly with family members outside of her home, was seen going into the home. When her mother went to check on her, she was not in the house.
Sheriff, I know you mentioned before that you haven't had to obtain any search warrants. Is that still the case?
My office has not obtained any search warrants, and I really don't know if the other agencies has. I've been coordinating with the captain here and the investigators. They're all working together, and we haven't briefed each other this afternoon.
What about lie detector tests? Has anybody been given those?
I think she can address this.
Well, it's no secret that the TBI has a polygraph unit. We don't discuss specifics, but I can tell you that we use that as an investigative tool. In a situation like this, we're going to use every resource and tool available to us.
There's been billboards seen in Myrtle Beach. Are you guys aware of that? Has the search taken you guys even out of state to some extent?
We follow up on all leads that come in, even if they're out of state. We have received some tips from other states, but they didn't prove to be credible leads. We are aware of the billboards. That's not something the TBI coordinates, but we appreciate the effort.
Leslie, are cadaver dogs being used as part of the canine teams being brought in?
Absolutely, yes.
No law enforcement outside of the house today. Any reason for that?
there's no reason there. We have had agents and officers to just touch base with the family on a daily basis. So they were there earlier. The family continues to cooperate at this time. If we have questions, they answer our questions. If we need them to come to the command post to clarify some information, they respond. So they've been very cooperative.
Speaking of the command post, we have noticed some larger FBI presence as well, including like the FBI, I believe it's called the COG team. Could you just elaborate a little bit on their role in this investigation? What do they do?
They're just another resource available. Now, I would refer you to the FBI for specifics on what that team does, but they specialize in missing children cases. And again, we're using all resources available. They've been here since last weekend, and we were in communication with them before last weekend. So it's just another resource, and we're grateful for any help we can get.
Leslie, now on day 10, do you guys feel like you have more information, better informed than you did on day 1 Tuesday night?
We don't. We still don't know where Summer is. We don't know what happened to her, and it's extremely frustrating. I can't tell you how heartbreaking it is. The sheriff has worked around the clock. His team has worked around the clock. The search crews, TBI agents, FBI agents, we're doing everything we can to find her, but to not have any more answers than we do at this stage, it's just heartbreaking.
Have you been able to narrow down the timeline any more than she was listed?
Not any more than what we originally released. We know that her family reported her missing. They called the sheriff's office around 6:30. Prior to that, it was early afternoon when she was last seen, and they searched for a little bit and then reported her missing.
How many hours did you say?
I don't have that information.
Question for Captain or Sheriff, what's the biggest obstacle standing in your way? Is it the heat? Is it just the fatigue? Is it the terrain? What do you think is the number one thing that's hurting you guys with this investigation?
To say hurt this investigation on my aspect of things, nothing's hurting us. We encounter difficult situations so far, and we overcome them situations. From here on out, it is going to be providing our team the rest and assurance to make sure that we can provide more and more fresh body, fresh eyes to be able to come in and help search for Summer Wells.
You don't see that every day.
It's been pretty hard because my office don't stop. We're still answering calls, still doing investigations that come in, and we're still running the jail, but I'm alternating the officers out. And like's been said, everyone at the command post been there this week, everyone now is getting mentally, physically, and emotionally just drained. And we're going to have to rehab and start back again, but we're not going to stop. We're going to find something.
Is there anything the community can do to help you guys at this point? I know that everyone's been bringing food and water and stuff like that. Is there anything else that you guys need?
Actually, I think they've done everything they possibly could. We've even getting fresh home-cooked meals from churches and things brought in, and we have meals for all the officers and searchers and investigators, but enormous
Missed the horse.
Support.
Play the horse again.
Taking the officers out.
Here we are. Here's the horse.
So far, and we overcome them situations. From here
And somebody says, I think it's Sheriff Lawson who says, you don't see that every day.
on out, it is going to be providing our team the rest and assurance to make sure that we can provide more and more fresh bodied, fresh eyes to be able to come in and help search for Summer Wells.
You don't see that every day. Do you hear that?
As far as my office, it's been pretty hard because my office don't stop. We're still answering calls, still doing investigations.
Which property or street did that horse come out of? We don't know. Somebody did say that they knew whose horse it was, and I honestly can't remember. If anybody remembers, I'm sure somebody released a picture of the horse. It's a gate, yeah. It's a gate or a piece of fence or something.
The rest and assurance to make sure that we can provide more and more fresh bodied,
I don't actually know what it is. Like, I've zoomed right in on this. It's just odd.
Fresh eyes to be able to come in and help search for summer whales.
As far as my office, it's been pretty hard because my office don't stop. We're still answering calls, still doing investigations that come in, and we're still running the jail, but I'm alternating the officers out. And like's been said.
You always thought the horse was a sign from the universe. Could be. It could be a horse just escaped. Like, just odd. It's funnier every time you play it. All right, we're going to do some updates here. So we've got some WJHL update. So National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children discusses Summer Wells case 5 years later. Okay. You're going to send me around in a circle again, aren't you? Why did they do this? Let me see if it's on YouTube. Oh, yeah, here we are. It's on YouTube. Okay.
Most often, Amber Alerts resolve very quickly. But unfortunately, in Summer's situation here, the leads, the information, they just weren't there to turn that quick recovery.
5 years without an answer or any sign of what happened to blonde-haired, blue-eyed Summer Wells. The then 5-year-old was last seen at her home on Ben Hill Road in the Beech Creek community on the evening of June 15th, 2021. With little to no answers about what happened to her and no charges in connection to the case, many are left wondering if it's gone cold.
People can say that they need new fresh eyes and they need to do this and do that. Summer Wells' name is mentioned this hallway every week. We look into every tip we get. Nobody wants to find Summer Wells more than me.
That's what outgoing Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson had to say about the case during an interview on his retirement. And Scott Stewart, who runs unopposed in the August election, said his administration will absolutely be looking back into Summer Wells in an interview ahead of the election.
We're going to relentlessly pursue that case, no matter what. There's no good answer to it. I don't know anything that we could do more than what's already been done. But I do know that that is a hot topic.
The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children has worked with law enforcement to create 2 age-progressed photos of the now 10-year-old. Sometimes it's the smallest detail that can break a case.
We've seen children come home in a couple of minutes, in a couple of hours, couple of days, and unfortunately at times it's many, many years. We've seen these cases resolve after 10, 15, 20 years, and the family's never given up hope. Law enforcement hasn't given up hope, and we certainly haven't as well.
Interesting. Yeah, that is the new sheriff. He spoke on Summer Wells back in May as well. I played the clip just the other day, but I'll play it again. I think it was... Hold on. I think it was this video. Then I had hope in November of last year. I think it was this video. Maybe it wasn't. Oh, that's the quote from Mr. Phillips about the footprints. Huh. Maybe then. I'm sure it was that video. Maybe it's this one. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle. Well, I'll find it from. Find it from here.
I live in Rogersville.
So this is the new incoming sheriff, Scott Stewart. He starts in September. And this was an interview that he did back in May with WCYB. And right at the end, the interviewer asks him about Summer Wells.
I want to ask you, Summer Wells case, anything you want to say about that? I know it's been in the works for years. Anything you want to say?
We have, I have a plan for the Summer Wells case, a theory of something I think that would to include the community if they so wish. I know a lot of people have said, well, we wanted to do this and wanted to do that. I think my background, I've been in the rescue squad since 1994. And I think, you know, our county is made up of a lot of volunteers, just like our state, and people want to help. And I know it's been 5 years, but I think there's some things that we could possibly do and involve the community, and it would give some people some sense of inclusion. And that's one thing we want to do in our campaign as well. If we're elected, we want to be able to have quarterly meetings in the community, like town halls, to where the citizens can come without having to come to the sheriff's office, because people feel more comfortable at home or in their backyard. So we want to go out to the communities and say, give us your questions, your concerns. What are we doing good? What are we doing bad? And kind of the same thing with the Summer Wells case, you know. So just to basically get them involved.
Okay, that's positive to me. It's positive to me that, yeah, he does have a very impressive background. He's worked with the FBI, he's worked in organised crime, he's worked a lot with drugs. So he, at the very, very least, he's somebody with fresh eyes, completely fresh eyes, and hopefully that new injection of blood will give the detectives a boost as well. So thank you, Wendy, for gifting a membership. Banner Squirrel, you got a gifted membership. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, let's see if there's any more updates here. Okay, gotta get rid of. Oh no, if I do that. All right, I'm gonna play this one again. This is one that had an interview with the sheriff that I've never seen before, and I'd like to know whether it's like a full interview that's available somewhere, because what they're doing is playing clips, and I want to know whether this is a full interview. So I played it
21. 5-year-old
I played it earlier, but for those who didn't see it, we got some clips from sheriff that are new that I haven't seen.
This was one of those cases that struck a nerve and not only took over the Rogersville community, but also the online community, with speculation reaching a fever pitch at times. People pointed fingers at the parents, blamed law enforcement, and came up with endless theories about what really happened. But 5 years later, we still don't have answers. This was day one back in June of 2021. 5-year-old Summer Wells was missing and the clock was ticking.
We have a total of 41 agencies involved in being represented in the search for Summer Wells.
Summer's father, Don Wells, said at the time that his daughter was out planting flowers with her mom and grandmother, but then went inside to play with her toys.
So she went down there and she was gone. So she went out the basement door, which was unlocked.
I mean, we're looking at everything, crossing every T, dotting every I, and turning every stone.
Sheriff Ronnie Lawson remembers that day well. He had to rush from home to the scene on his wedding anniversary.
We had a lot of people show up in a short period of time. We were hoping we would find her before dark.
You did?
We did.
It wasn't long after that the trail went cold, but the sheriff says the case never did.
It happened under my watch, and it was very important that we find her. And people says it was a cold case or that we really didn't care. We exhausted every avenue we could, every resource, trying to find her, and we're still looking. It was a lot of pressure and still is.
It's a pressure that's been complicated by the glare of the media spotlight, the online conspiracy theories, and the challenging relationship with the Wells family.
We never really got to talk to them to any length. So I really don't know. Sometimes I feel like they knew something, but I don't know for sure. I feel like her family could have watched her better, paid more attention to her. If she was as active as that, her that small, should have paid more attention to her. Even her brothers.
We asked Don Wells directly about those allegations of his family's involvement when we spoke with him back in 2024.
So you can say you had nothing to do with your daughter?
Yeah, I absolutely can.
2 years later, not much in the case has changed, but tips are still coming in. The sheriff says 19 in just the last month, and both local and state investigators are still pleading for anyone with information to come forward.
We never imagined her case would remain unsolved 5 years later. We have made progress over the last year, but there are still many unanswered questions.
Well, I just know that I'm retiring, but I don't want them to stop looking for Summer. I want somebody to find her, even if it's not me.
Do you feel like you'll ever see your daughter again?
Eventually. I don't know about in this life, but eventually, yeah.
Many people also have asked for an update on Summer's 3 older brothers. Well, the parents signed over their parental rights to the state. Sheriff Lawson tells me he checks in on the boys often and says they're doing well.
Good night, Muslims. It's over in the AMs where you are. It's not quite over in the AMs here. It's nearly 11:15 here. I don't get how they didn't talk to the parents much. He probably didn't, because I think most of the interviews were done by the TBI. It was the TBI that did the polygraphs. So I'm thinking that he means he didn't get to talk to them much. Like the local sheriff's office, I think would have been kind of secondary. Like the interviews with the brothers, the interview with the parents, all the polygraph stuff, it was all done by the TBI and the FBI as well. Like the FBI did a lot of interviews. Like it was the FBI that chased Jackie Dobbs down. So the sheriff's office probably didn't have that much to do with the interviews, you know, after the initial maybe day or two. So I think that's why. But I'd like to know whether there is like a full interview. Where's my filters gone? Why is it not showing my filters? That's 4 years ago. I'm getting all the old Summer Wells stuff now. Let's watch this. Jodie Sue 4 years ago when she was on the news. Actually, alongside this, I'll also play this. This was very strange. Okay, not that one. All right, I'll look for it while I'm playing this.
The Wells family lives across the street from a neighboring property. On mirroring mountains, together they can be described as sentinels which sit high over Ben Hill Road. The night Summer went missing, the neighbor swears that she and her 2 children heard a scream shortly before they joined the search for a now missing Summer Wells.
It's there, but you want to forget.
On the watch and hypervigilant. That's how Jodie Sue Brown was the very day Summer Wells went missing.
There's no TV, no noise at all.
Jodie Sue was in her cabin with her teenage kids, 19 and 14, waiting for anything.
We were kind of hyper alert because of property things that had happened the day before. So we were listening for noise. Everything was kind of quiet.
The sale brought a plethora of people to their door, confused about which piece of land was for sale, leading to a dispute of property lines.
While we were out at one point doing survey lines, and there was a flash of a car that went up Candace and Donnie's driveway. Something about it struck me wrong.
She and her family next heard a truck door slamming and dismissed it as their neighbors. The next sound was harder to justify. About an hour and a half before Summer is thought to go missing, Jodie Sue, her son, and her daughter heard something far more suspicious. A scream.
Stopped all 3 of us cold.
Her daughter was the first to go to the cabin door. Then all 3 were there, listening still.
We heard just this kind of shrill, almost animalistic scream.
Animalistic, but not an animal.
Knew it was, wrong. It wasn't a dog. It wasn't an animal.
That vigilance kicking into overdrive. Jodie Sue and her son went out to look for the source of the scream.
My son and I decided to go out, look and see what we could see. We went back onto the bank. Didn't see anything. Didn't hear anything.
They went on with their evening. The kids returned to being kids. Jodie Sue headed down her driveway around 6 to tend to flowers.
And at this point, I start hearing Candace hollering for Summer. And then my brain immediately went, scream earlier, this, uh-oh.
Jodie Sue was the first to hear those calls and the first to join the search for Summer.
I dropped my purse. I tried to yell up at Candace. I was like, I'm looking, and I started looking.
Jodie Sue searched one side of a creek, Summer's brothers the opposite side.
And you gave statements to the police, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Jodie Sue had been interviewed many times by investigators, bringing up the scream often. But the sheriff doesn't believe the scream is related to the disappearance of Summer Wells.
She's been interviewed numerous times by not only my agency, but the TBI and FBI, and we don't find anything with that complaint or information related to this case.
Jodie Sue wishes she could go back to just a short time before Summer disappeared and before the scream she believes was Summer.
Wish every day that when I heard that scream, I hadn't tried to dismiss it.
Referencing the work of the FBI, TBI, and his own deputies, Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson reiterated in an interview the same week as Jodie Sue's that investigators have found absolutely no proof that an abduction has taken place. In the Beech Creek community, Ansley Daniel, News Channel 11.
Wow. Thank you so much for the £5. Still with me, Moonbeam Muse. Thank you so much. Jodie Sue is full of crap. Don't believe a word Jodie Sue utters. I've always believed Jodie Sue and the scream she heard. Why not? Attention-seeking mess. The Concerned Neighbour Act. 3 people heard that scream to me. The question is, who screamed? Look, I believed it for a long time. The problem is with Jodie Sue is there's some things she said that are really concerning. This being something she said recently. This was caught by Whip Not No More. She clipped this from one of Jody Sue's live streams. And this is a brilliant catch because Jody Sue admits that people lied when they spoke to the cops about the Summer Wells case. Listen.
And y'all have annihilated so many goddamn innocent people. Tampered with so many fucking witnesses and made so many afraid to come out and speak. There may have been reasons they lied to law enforcement feds, and I'm telling you, I know some have. Fact. And they are weighing upon themselves whether to go back and tell the truth. And all I can do is, wait, I can't force that to happen.
So she's saying she knows that people lied to law enforcement and the feds, and they are now deliberating with themselves whether or not to go back to the cops and admit they lied. And she knows for a fact they did. So who's those people? So whilst I went for a long time believing the Scream, made lots of videos incorporating the Scream into the timeline, and then you get statements like this. So why would you, 5 years down the line, where she speaks for hours every single night on her own channel, why would you say that you knew that people had lied and that you know that they're deliberating with themselves whether or not to go back to the cops? Why would you say that? You lying. Yeah, that is funny. That is brilliant. She said, Fred be you lying. That was great. But they're all lying. They're all lying. Look, the way it seems to me, Fred said a bunch of stuff that is lies. Jody Sue seems to go in and out with different things. I mean, Jody Sue has added to the story. Jody Sue, not only has she said that there is she saw the flash of a red car going, or a red vehicle going up the Wells driveway, and the car door slam, and then the scream. But then she changed it. Do you remember that around 5:30, she heard another vehicle going up the Wells driveway? She added that in months later. So stories continue to evolve. They continue to evolve. And I used to really like Jody Sue. Like at first, I really believed what she said. But the more she talked, the more difficult it became to believe her. Because which story's true? Lots of meth heads around. There is indeed lots of meth heads around. Which is a massive problem. Massive problem. So don't know. Oh, I'm getting all like old. Oh, check this one out.
If I had anything to go on, I'd be right up their ass right now.
So this is on Molly Golightly's. I've just clicked this. It's on Michelle Walks. Don Wells tried to talk to boys about summer. Abusive with Candace. So this is the 7 alibis.
And the boys didn't see anything either?
No, we're not allowed to talk to the boys about that.
Why?
Isn't that fucking crazy?
That
Have
is
you ever
crazy.
heard any bullshit like this in your entire fucking life?
Why
I'm not
can't you
allowed
talk-
to talk to my fucking boys about my daughter that's been. What the fuck kind of shit's that?
That's crazy. Why not?
I've never even. Right? How do you process it? How do you deal with it? I had to sneak the other day when I was with Josie. I had to sneak and talk to him. Like, I had to sneak and talk to him about his sister. I can't believe this shit. I can't even talk to my sons about their fucking own sister. What the fuck?
Are they in therapy now?
No, I'm not allowed to talk. According to welfare and the courts and everything, I'm not allowed to talk to my boys about their missing sister.
So he says he's not allowed to talk to the boys about his sister, or their sister, but he sneaks to try to talk to them. I mean, there's a reason for that. There's a reason why he's not allowed to talk about summer to the boys, and there's a reason why he tried to sneak to talk to the boys about summer. You see, the minute I think that Don has got nothing to do with it, I get reminded of these kinds of conversations. And Don was his own worst enemy when he was out there talking up a storm. He was talking up a storm.
Like, what the fuck? Like, she's a ghost? What the fuck is this? I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get that either.
I don't understand it. No,
That's odd.
it blows my mind away. So we're just gonna pretend that your sister never existed. Like, what the fuck is this?
Did you ask
Oh
them
my
why?
gosh, it just blows my mind away.
Did you ask them
Yeah,
why?
I tried to ask him about, like, you're just not allowed to talk about, huh? I have 7 out.
Oh God, here we go. 7 alibis. Did he try to sell a boy? Yeah. It's kind of unclear. I don't know whether from what I can glean, when his eldest son, so the son from his previous marriage, was little, he left him somewhere, and his wife out then had to go and get him back. So he was, I think he'd left him in some drug house or something. I don't know whether he'd actually sold him or said he was going to sell him, but he'd left him. So I don't really know the truth of it, but there was something dodgy that went on with the son that he's now in his 30s.
Alibis.
What?
If not more. Baby, don't break my fucking door. Come on. Really?
Well, you were at work.
Snow White and his 7 alibis. I'd love to know what the 7 alibis are. I think it's probably people that he worked with. Like he's counted in his head how many people saw him that day. I think there is 7 alibis. I have no idea though.
Don't break the fucking door.
Open it then.
You dumb bitch.
Oh, you gonna call me a dumb bitch?
You break my fucking door.
Yeah, fuck you.
You dumb motherfucker.
You're fucking hard.
No, he
I
said
have
he had
7 alibis. I have 7 alibis. Candace ain't got none. She's going
You
down.
were at work, right?
Yep. Yep.
And they've always said you were at work.
Yep.
And then
Plus, I have
How
a
did-
good friend named Starlink. My buddy named Starlink, and yeah, Starlink.
now, Don, I've heard the story from other people, but I would love to hear from you, like what actually happened that day. Because I've only heard it from like Chris McDouche and a couple of other people, but I would love to hear
If you don't
from
break
you
the door,
what
please.
happened that day.
Please don't break the door. Please don't break the door.
I asked you a question.
What?
And you asked, okay, Starling.
I was talking to her. What?
Stop lying.
She asked me what? What is your question? What? I'm listening.
Candice thinks that Starlink is some girl he's talking to. She doesn't realize that Starlink is the system in the Subaru, you know, that would like capture his GPS and stuff. So the cops know exactly where he was. The cops will know where he was from the Starlink in the Subaru, and they'll know, assuming that they checked it. Right, assuming that they checked it. I don't even know whether they checked it, but assuming they did. And his phone, they'll know where he was because of his phone, like from the 911 call that he made. So they'll know where he was at the time when he made that 911 call. But Candice, they're absolutely hammered. And this just shows you the type of environment those kids were living in. Because, all right, okay, they're under a lot of stress because the kid's missing. I get it. But some of this behavior, man, you know, you know that the kids witnessed it. You know that the kids witnessed this.
Come on, man. What?
Well, that real itches. That's disgusting.
I'm supposed to show your ass live on I'm live. Stop it. It's fucking live, you dumbass.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it isn't.
Can't stop.
Okay, whatever. Play your little game, Donnie.
All right, I'm gonna have to go. She don't think we're live and shit, okay? And she's fucking going off and acting like an alcoholic. I have to get off here now.
That's fine.
I
Thank you
appreciate
so
y'all.
much for talking to us.
Don, I'll
All right,
talk to you
thank you.
later.
All right, bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye,
Okay.
Candace.
Let's go
Thank
through
you.
this later.
That is fucking live, you dumb bitch. You are stupid, man.
I just discussed my bad. That's all I asked.
Fucking live, you fucking live, stupid bitch.
Oh, they just seen that. You're a dumbass. They just seen you punch me in my throat.
Whatever.
You're a dumbass.
Dear me. Oh dear. All right, there's some updates here. All right, so WJHL, 11 minutes ago. Where does the Summer Wells case stand 5 years later? Okay, let's have a read. How long is this? Oh, quite long, quite long. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, every moment is critical when it comes to an investigation, but after half a decade, questions continue to swirl about what happened to Summer Wells. The 5-year-old disappeared from her home on Ben Hill Road in Beech Creek community of Hawkins County on June 15th, 2021. Since then, no one has been charged in connection with the case. The TBI director released a video Monday morning, which we've played, saying 40 seconds, saying the agency never imagined that Wells would still be missing, but that the smallest detail that can be remembered from that day could be helpful. Well, what about the people that Jody Sue know lied? What about them going back to the cops, admitting they lied and actually telling the truth of what they know? How about that? Leaders with the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children say the same. Anytime we can work to keep a missing child's image out in the community, let the community know that a child is still missing, we increase, hopefully, the possibility of the right person saying, You know, I recall something about that day. I thought it was nothing at the time, but I should say something, right? And that's what we're pushing for, said John Bishkoff, the vice president of the Missing Children Division at I can't even speak anymore, the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children. Most often, Amber Alerts resolve very quickly, but unfortunately, in some situation, here that the leads, the information, they just weren't there to turn that quick recovery. National Centre has worked with law enforcement to create 2 age-progressed photos of the now 10-year-old Summer Wells and make sure a story continues to circulate. When these cases break open, sometimes it's the smallest of details to come out many years later. Maybe the people who lied could go back and say what they know. How about that? Okay. Come out many years later just led to the information we were all looking for. We've seen children come home in a couple of minutes, a couple of hours, a couple of days, and unfortunately, at times, many, many years. We've seen these cases resolve after 10, 15, 20 years, and the families never give up hope. Law enforcement hasn't given up hope, and we certainly haven't as well. With little or no answers about what happened to the little girl and no charges in connection to the case, many are left wondering, has this case gone cold? People can say that they need new fresh eyes and they need to do this and do that. Summer Wells' name is mentioned in this hallway every week, Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson said in an interview about his upcoming retirement. We look into every tip we get. Nobody wants to find Summer Wells more than me. Republican sheriff candidate Scott Stewart, who runs unopposed in the August general election, said his administration will absolutely be looking back into her disappearance in an interview ahead of the May primary election. We're going to relentlessly pursue that case no matter what. There's no good answer to it. I don't know anything we can do more than what's already been done, but I do know that it's a hot topic. Summer's parents, Don and Candice Wells, declined an interview about 5-year mark of their daughter's disappearance. They did send a statement through their media representative. Candice and I would like to thank each person who cares about our daughter, Summer. Your kindness and prayers mean a lot. We know that only God can restore our family. We love you, Summer. Waylon, Wyatt, and Josie. God always wins. God bless you. So that's from Facebook from the other day. So that's pretty much what they said in that little clip that we played. Okay, I think we've seen this. Okay, so that's the TBI video. Again. Super talk. What's this? Not a lot. More news. Local 3 news. Everybody's just put in the same few paragraphs. Okay, wait on your side. Same. Okay, that's the same. Oh, it's going to send me around in circles. It's going to send me around in circles. Oh, we've played that. I'm going to play this one more.
This was one of those cases.
I'm going to play Ronnie Lawson one more time. I think this is the best piece of news that's come out today. Yeah, everyone left Ben Hill. It was like rats deserting a sinking ship. Don and Candy still live there, though. As far as I know, they do. As far as I know, they do. Like, they went to Arkansas, didn't they, for a while? but then they went back.
That struck a nerve and not only took over the Rogersville community, but also the online community, with speculation reaching a fever pitch at times. People pointed fingers at the parents, blamed law enforcement, and came up with endless theories about what really happened. But 5 years later, we still don't have answers. This was day one back in June of 2021. 5-year-old Summer Wells was missing and the clock was ticking.
We have a total of 41 agencies involved in being represented in the search for Summer Wells.
Summer's father, Don Wells, said at the time that his daughter was out planting flowers with her mom and grandmother, but then went inside to play with her toys.
So she went down there and she was gone. So she went out the basement door, which was unlocked.
I mean, we're looking at everything, crossing every T, dotting every I, and turning every stone.
Sheriff Ronnie Lawson remembers that day well. He had to rush from home to the scene on his wedding anniversary.
We had a lot of people show up in a short period of time. We were hoping that we would find her before dark.
You did?
We did.
It wasn't long after that the trail went cold, but the sheriff says the case never did.
It happened under my watch, and it was very important that we find her. And people says it was a cold case or that we really didn't care. We exhausted every avenue we could, every resource, trying to find her, and we're still looking. It was a lot of pressure and still is.
It's a pressure that's been complicated by the glare of the media spotlight, the online conspiracy theories, and the challenging relationship with the Wells family.
We never really got to talk to them to any length. So I really don't know. Sometimes I feel like they knew something, but I don't know for sure. I feel like her family could have watched her better, paid more attention to her. If she was as active as that, her that small, should have paid more attention to her. Even her brothers.
We asked Don Wells directly about those allegations of his family's involvement when we spoke with him back in 2024.
So you can say you had nothing to do with your daughter?
Yeah, I absolutely can.
2 years later, not much in the case has changed, but tips are still coming in. The sheriff says 19 in just the last month, and both local and state investigators are still pleading for anyone with information to come forward.
We never imagined her case would remain unsolved 5 years later. We have made progress over the last year, but there are still many unanswered questions.
Well, I just know that I'm retiring, but I don't want them to stop looking for Summer. I want somebody to find her, even if it's not me.
Do you feel like you'll ever see your daughter again?
Eventually. I don't know about in this life, but eventually, yeah.
Many people also have asked for an update on Summer's 3 older brothers. Well, the parents signed over their parental rights to the state. Sheriff Lawson tells me he checks in on the boys often and says they're doing well.
Okay. This has just come out 16 minutes ago from WJHL.
Been few answers about what happened, but
It's been 5 years since an Amber Alert was activated for Summer Wells out of Hawkins County. It's our top story tonight. Good evening. I'm Sarah Diamond.
And I'm Casey Marlar. The then 5-year-old little girl was last seen at her home in the Beech Creek community. No one has been arrested or charged since her disappearance. There's been few answers about what happened, but law enforcement says the case is far from cold.
Late last year, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation followed up on a tip on Van Hill Road in Greenville, about 9.5 miles from the Wells family home. The agency says there is nothing more they can release about that search, but did say progress had been made over the last year in a video statement released this morning.
We continue to urge anyone with firsthand information regarding Summer's disappearance to come forward. Even the smallest detail could make all the difference.
News Channel 11's Ansley Daniel joins us now in studio with more on the case after talking with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Ansley?
Yeah, Sarah and Casey, like TBI Director David Rausch, the vice president of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, says cases can break years later with even the smallest of details that may come out. John Bischoff is the vice president over the Missing Children Division there at the center that provides tools and resources to help in investigations like Summer's. They're known for their missing child posters and the forensic artists to create age-progressed composites that highlight certain features. The center says that keeping Summer's name and face circulating is the best way to generate tips and leads, even 5 years later.
Anytime we can work to keep a missing child image out into the community, let the community know that a child's still missing, we increase, hopefully, the right person, the possibility of the right person saying, you know, I recall something about that day. I thought it was nothing at the time, but I should say something, right? And that's what we're pushing for.
Age-progressed photos are created every 2 years, and the center will release another one of her next year if law enforcement wishes that they do so. Now, we did reach out to Summer's parents, Dawn and Candace Wells, for an interview. They declined, but they did want to thank those who care about their daughter, Summer, and they say that kindness and prayers mean a lot to them. They also, quote, say that only God can restore our family.
Ansley, thanks. Again, Summer Wells is still missing. There is an active Amber Alert still for her. Take a look at a photo on the left, what she looked like around the time of her disappearance. And then the age-progressed photos released 3 years ago and then last year. If you have information about what may have happened to her, you're asked to call 1-800-TBI-FIND.
Especially if you lied to the cops. Maybe you could go back, admit you lied, and tell them what you really know. Maybe. That might be helpful, mightn't it? Might be very helpful. Might be very helpful. Right, what else have I missed? I think everything else we've seen. Web Sleuths is going to go live, 3:30 a.m. my time. Guilty of Crime's going to go live. There's a few people going to go live. The interview room is going to be live later. So everybody who is currently here is going to hop off and watch that, I guess. But I don't mind. I'll still be here. I'll still be here. All right, I'm going to answer a few questions. So pop your questions in. Pop your questions in. All right, I'm going to go down to the bottom. My StreamYard's really messed up here. Okay. I'm going to go down to the bottom and then go back up a little bit. Who checks in on the boys often? Sheriff Ronnie Lawson checks in on the boys often. Yeah. Especially if you lied. Please do the right thing and go back. Don't blame social media for anything else. Just go and tell the cops what you know. If she hasn't been found, there's no progress. I disagree with that. There can be progress in terms of, suspects, investigating suspects, maybe even arresting someone. No-body homicide cases happen. So it's difficult to prosecute a no-body homicide case, but they happen. They happen. What? He's trying to get Don and Candace's mother on. Who is? I feel I've missed something here. Parent rescuer. And Don's mother's dead. So Candace's mother, though, isn't. Yeah, she is. She's been dead since 2011. So, yeah, good luck with that. I know. The age progressed images look nothing like her. And they look very different from each other. Like the one that they did 3 years ago now, so on the 2-year mark, that looks like Candice a little bit, but too old for Summer. And then the one that they did last year, in my opinion, looks nothing like her at all. Like, doesn't look like Dawn, doesn't look like Candice, just looks nothing like her. So, don't know. Like, I've seen ones that people have done, like, I don't know, using AI, and they're a lot better. So I don't know how they do these age progressed images. But what do I believe happened? Oh, I've given my opinion so many times because I've got like 650 plus videos on Summer Wells. So I've gone through every possible permutation of what might have happened. But the thing that I've stuck with now for a long time is that she was abducted by someone known to the family. I think the parents know more than what they've said. I don't think they're directly involved, but I think they know more than what they've said. And somebody in that holler, or maybe more than one person in that holler, knows exactly what happened to Summer Wells. But I think it's someone known to the family, not in that area, and they abducted her for whatever reason and took her life. That's what I think happened. Well, that's just my opinion. Would it be a kidnapping if Don sold her? No, I don't think so. Not by the letter of the law, I don't think it would be. I think they do have evidence of kidnapping, which is why they searched the pig farm. They had to have something to get the search warrant. Yes, indeed, that's true. They did have something. The FBI. The FBI had something. So I'd love to see that search warrant, wouldn't you, though? Oh, good grief. Get your hands on that search warrant. I think that would tell us an awful lot of what they know. But absolutely. Absolutely. I really do think she was abducted. I really do. Yeah, do it anonymously. You can call Crime Stoppers anonymously. Give your tip to Crime Stoppers. If you stop chatting, you've fallen asleep. Well, yeah, if I stop talking, I've fallen asleep. So we could all fall asleep together, couldn't we? Did Candice and Don have any criminal record prior to this? Oh, yeah, Don did. Don did. Nothing really, really, really bad, but he did. And Candice, yes, but not for many years. So recent years, no. When she was young, she did, though. She had a criminal record. But it was all to do with her ex. Like, her and her ex taking chunks out of each other. But Don had, yeah, various things. Career criminal. I mean, he was in and out of jail, and yeah. What evidence would there be of an abduction? This is the thing. Just picking a child up off the street, there's no evidence, is there? Unless you've got CCTV or witnesses or, phone pinging in an area that is unusual. So it's difficult to find evidence of an abduction when, let's say, for example, somebody walked somewhere away or took her on horseback. What evidence would there be? Well, the evidence that they found. Evidence of summer going off the property. A dog tracked her. Footprints that a dog found. So with some scent on them. Those are little tiny, little things. It doesn't mean to say that she was abducted, but it means that she left the property. So, oh yeah, Donna's been in prison before. Yeah, well, it's a possibility, isn't it? A distinct possibility. Is the record anything like Fred's? Has Fred got done really bad stuff, though? Like, Fred's stuff is drugs, isn't it? Yeah. You could. Summer did look a lot like Dawn, yeah. She actually looked like his mother. Like Don's mother when she was young. She really had a look of Summer. I think it's something to do with drugs. I think Don crossed the wrong people. And I know people say that drug dealers don't take kids, but there is a big overlap between drug trafficking and human trafficking. So if you cross the wrong person and they know that there is a trade that they can, sell a kid into, they know that world, and Don knows that world. Don knows that world. Don absolutely knows that world. So you've got to entertain the possibility that when the TBI questioned him, saying that they believed he sold Summer for drugs, you've got to believe that the TBI also considered that possibility. Don said that himself from his own mouth. That the TBI accused him of selling Summer for drugs. So maybe, but they could release it with everything redacted. It'd be interesting for somebody to try, though. I bet you any money that you get a document that is just full of redactions. But it'd be interesting. I'm surprised nobody else tried, honestly. Yeah. Yeah. That's along the lines I'm thinking. Believe she was abducted and Don was scared. He knew it was going to happen. Yeah. And that's why he instantly went to, she was abducted. Because perhaps he'd been threatened. Imagine I wake up in the night just to hear Michelle asleep. Yeah, you might hear me snoring. You have to be a resident of Tennessee. I know, but there's plenty of people who live in Tennessee who follow the Summer Wells case. So again, it really surprises me that no one has tried to do freedom of information requests for documents from the Summer Wells case. If somebody who is a resident of Tennessee would like to do this for the search warrant on the 3500 property of Van Hill Road, please do it. Please do it and share with us all what you found or what they send you. Because they'll send you something, it just might be full of redactions, though. That's what happens in this country. Yes, they'll send you the document, but it'll just be, you know, a white page with looks like black boxes all over it. Yeah, look, there was 3 different sheds. There's 3 different sheds on that property. So the shed that Candice didn't want Chris McDonough to look in is a completely different shed to the one that's on the bottom property, as Don calls it. So if you look at the map, get the map up again. Okay, so the shed on the bottom property is this shed. This shed. Okay, so to get to this shed, it's not easy to see on this new version. But can you see that cutout there? That's where the power lines go up. So the power lines come off Beech Creek and go up here. So this is a clear path, right? So you can go from the driveway down here, and this is the side that isn't steep. You can literally just walk down here and you get to this field. And this is where the shed that everybody talks about, what Chris McDonough talks about, is here, this shed. But what Don says is that he wasn't going to the shed, he was going to this bottom property because he knew that everybody was looking at the top. So he went to this property and he drove in because he saw his boys searching down by the creek. And Jodie Sue confirmed that, yes, she did. She also saw the boys at the creek. So the boys were there down at the creek. Okay, so that's that shed. And then there's 2 other sheds that are up on the hill. Don't know whether you'd be able to see them, though. But there is a shed that used to be, it's like big enough to be a little house. You can't see them on here. No, you can't see them on here, but oh, there's a bus, look, the bus is still there. But there's two sheds. There's a small shed, and then there's a bigger shed, which used to have its own number. Like, because this originally was actually two properties, 110 and 120. Like back in the day, back a long time ago. I think I'll be able to show you. I'll be able to show you, if I can find it, those two sheds. Because the reason why I can show you is because Don filmed them. But it's such a long time ago. Hold on. What would I have called the video? It's a good question. Look at all these videos that I've done on Summer Wells. It would have been in the first year, so. Genealogy of the Beech Creekers. Oh, God. Got all the genealogy and everything. Gone back generations. I know where everybody came from. It's nuts, honestly. It's nuts. The amount of work I've done on this case is absolutely nuts. Okay. What do I have called it? This is 3 years ago. It was early on. But down right to the bottom. Oh, this is all when I thought that Don Sherfy Jr. was like chief suspect. I really believed that he was my number one suspect for ages. Don Sherfy Jr. He got 6 years for child porn. He was a proper suspect to me. He really was. Okay, how far away? 4 years ago. All right, we're getting there. Go right to the bottom and then work my way back up. Because it was very early on. Don filmed it and I put it on YouTube. These are like a massive blast from the past. If you've watched every one of these videos, then I don't know, you need like a medal or something. Is that it? Oh, we've got to watch that one as well. So much we've got to watch. We're getting into the witching hour now. Yeah, it's getting late, so. Okay. Jodie Sue and the Creek. Oh. That was my very first video on Summer Wells. You've watched them all. You need a medal. You need an absolute medal. I know you need a medal because I filmed them all. I filmed them all. All right, so this is Don filming the dog trail. So it was just after this. All right, let's watch this. This is Don filming the dog trail.
Okay, Chris. Sorry, I kind of got home a little late here, so I'm gonna still try to shoot this video. Here we go. The old generator and the road and everything. Back door. So yeah.
See, somebody could have been waiting there, and nobody would have seen them. Nobody would have seen them.
There's a creek down there.
And it's
See the
really
road
not
in the
very far at
distance.
all. Down here, there's the bus, there's the house, and it's not that steep. It's really not that steep. Listen, I walk up and down hills that are steeper than this, and I walk down hills filming in hills that are not as steep as this, are steeper than this. Like where the secret woods are.
Mostly dogs that's been through here.
For some of the people who know what I mean when I talk about the secret woods, the back side of the hill is steeper than that. And I walk up it regularly. It's a bit dangerous to walk down without like holding on to something, but walking up it, I walk up it regularly. It's steeper than that, way steeper than that. And there's the road. It's really not very far.
Yeah. And earlier today, they said there was, when they come up here, somebody was on a property and run off. I can't confirm that, but that's what they were saying. I don't know though.
Oh yeah, that was apparently Jody Sue's son. Now, we can't confirm that, and Jody Sue absolutely flipped out. She flipped out when all that was on social media. But apparently the person who was seen on their property was Jody Sue's son. Again, can't confirm it.
Yeah. So that quick, right to the road, there's a mailbox. And this is where the search dogs trail ended. That's where the trail goes up through there.
See, so it's only a few yards away from the driveway, so it really doesn't matter whether the dogs track somewhere down the dog trail or down the driveway, because they're only a few yards apart. But Sheriff Ronnie Lawson did absolutely confirm that the dogs tracked Summer down either the driveway or one of the trails off the property. Now, could that be because Summer walked down there the day before? Yeah, sure. It could absolutely mean that. But it was something. It was something.
That's about it. And then, of course, somebody said they spotted a truck parked here somewhere. We don't know. I didn't see it. That's just what somebody said. But so hopefully that helps y'all.
And assuming that would be the Toyota Tacoma that the cops were looking for, I assume. Oh, there was also a blue truck that was talked about early on. Okay. This is when I thought that all these videos were all about Summer being sold. I was really invested in the Summer was sold theory for the first few months, and I talked myself down from it. Oh, do you remember that? Do you remember that when Don? It was I can't remember who it was that he was talking to, but he basically fed this person a lot of lies and said that the Mexican cartel was involved. Oh dear. Dear me. That was nuts. That was crazy. That was really nuts. Okay, I'm still waiting to see. I absolutely know I've got it. Oh, that was him showing the news, the dog trail. Let's watch this. It's around this time when he filmed the yard as well.
Summer's father tells me he believes the trouble started at the basement door, a door he says her brothers often left unlocked and wide open.
So we'd get on them a lot, and so you can't do that, but it just, you know, we'd always find it open a lot of times and stuff. And so we tried to control that, but to know, you know, they couldn't control it 100% of the time.
Dawn Wells tells me Summer was last seen going to the basement to play with her toys. Her 3 older brothers upstairs, her mother and grandmother in the yard facing away from the basement door, and Dawn Wells at work.
We don't know if someone was waiting in the basement or if she come outside here and went to the swing. All we know is she went down the basement.
Wells says he believes.
Oh yeah, I would love it. I would love a place like this. I would love to have a little house on a hill, and I would literally build a fortress. Like, that hill would be like an absolute fortress. I would protect it. I'd love it. I would love it. 11 acres is perfect. Love it.
Someone was lurking at the top of the dog trail, just feet away from the basement door. He says the predator somehow managed to snatch Summer, then raced down the steep hill as she struggled.
I guess you guys want to walk around through here.
The trail was not an easy walk. To get down the rugged hill, Wells and I had to hold on to trees. I struggled not to trip or even fall on tree roots.
Yeah, but let's face it. She wasn't really dressed for it, was she? She had a little skirt on and probably high heels. She wasn't really dressed for walking down the dog trail.
You can slide a little bit.
So the dogs kind of came down this trail here?
Yeah.
It's pretty steep.
Yeah. I didn't know the dogs even had a trail down through here until the police dogs followed it all the way to the road.
Wells says he overheard authorities say search dogs followed Summer's scent down the trail to the road before losing it. He painted a vivid picture of a kidnapping, telling me a neighbor likely heard Summer scream.
I think whoever grabbed her probably had her mouth covered, and I think she was gasping for air by the time she got down through here somewhere, because our neighbor heard a scream, a really funny scream. I think they just carried her to a vehicle and threw her in there and took her somewhere far away from here.
Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson has not publicly commented on specifics of the case until now. I asked Sheriff Lawson about Wells' claims. Did dogs follow Summer's scent down the trail to the main road? The sheriff says yes.
The dogs had a pretty good trail, a track for a little while, but then it disappeared. But they lost scent when they come to the road. And sometimes canines, they will lose the scent when it changes different type, whether it maybe went from the gravel to the pavement.
And did a neighbor hear a scream?
Best I recall, it's been a couple months ago. I think that was unfounded.
Wells tells me
Well, it's absolutely right about dogs. When the scent changes, so when the ground changes from natural, so that could be earth or grass or even gravel, where scent can bed in, to an artificial surface like a road, like concrete, tarmac, that kind of road, that kind of surface, because the scent easily dissipates. So the scent gets weaker and the dog gets confused. So that's absolutely true. Now, the scream being unfounded, I think the reason why he thinks that is because no one else heard it other than Jodie Sue and her children. No one else in the neighborhood recalls hearing it. Candice said she didn't hear it either. But then again, she said a whole bunch of stuff about that scream, which doesn't make any sense.
Family home on Ben Hill Road is surrounded by drug dealers and buyers.
You get all kinds, with the drug trade, and there are.
Now listen to what he says here. Good night, CW. Good night. Go and get your beauty sleep. Yeah, 10-acre dog sanctuary and 1-acre moat. Yeah. Yeah, I'd build a moat. That'd be cool.
We've seen quite a bit of stuff surrounding the meth thing. We parked in our neighbors caught them parked at our road in our driveway in the middle of the night or early in the morning and stuff like that, and run them off, and they get mad and they raise Cain, and we've had quite a bit of problems.
But Sheriff Lawson tells me Wells lives on a quiet street.
I've heard rumors of, there is maybe a drug dealer on that road, but it's just like anywhere. Ben Hill Road is no different than any other roads in Hawkins, Sullivan, or any other county, as far as even Knox County. We all have drug problems, but no, that's not that problem. That's not correct either.
Like a hot spot.
Well, that's not quite true, is it? Sheriff Ronnie Lawson's played that right down, hasn't he? Because we absolutely know there was a meth dealer on Ben Hill Road. In fact, a meth dealer called Fred Hill, who spent time in Hawkins County Jail for exactly that. So, yeah, he played that right down. We absolutely know there was a meth dealer called Fred Hill.
No, it's not a hot spot. And it's a dead-end road, so there's very little traffic, if any.
Don Wells says he doesn't know.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be. I mean, it's a perfect place. Like a quiet road like that, it's a perfect place for a drug dealer. Where, the people know where to go. And, yeah, by the time they get to Fred's, they're a little bit ways down Ben Hill, and then they end up parking up to, I don't know, smoke or whatever. Well, whose driveway is right there? Well, it's Don's. So Sheriff Ronnie Lawson's played that down.
Why anyone would take his daughter, but isn't shocked by the disappearance of a child.
There's a lot of missing children.
But Sheriff Lawson says children don't just go missing, especially in Hawkins County.
No, ma'am, we don't have any other missing children.
At Summer's Hilltop home, Wells showed me a refrigerator he says Summer played on.
I don't know what else she did. I don't know, what in the world is that?
And we walked to Summer's swing. This is her favorite.
That's her favorite. Yeah, she liked to twirl.
Don Wells is pleading for his daughter's return.
Whoever has her will have mercy, and please let her come home.
Sheriff Lawson says investigators remain committed to finding Summer.
Everyone in Summer's case is still a suspect.
Don Wells tells me he didn't know the dog trail existed until after Summer disappeared.
Erica, you've talked to Summer's mother before as well. She was not a part of this story. Where was she when you were doing these interviews?
Candace Bly was at the home during the interview, but she didn't want to talk and she stayed inside.
What about this, Erica? Does the sheriff still believe that the public can help find Summer?
Sheriff Lawson says he wants people in the Beech Creek area to keep looking for signs of Summer, especially pieces of clothing that could still turn up in fields. Investigators also need help finding that red Tacoma truck seen in the area near the time of Summer's disappearance. It has a ladder rack and white buckets in the bed.
Still haven't found that. All right. Erica, thank you.
Interesting. That was a really, really interesting piece. Oh, Donwell arrested. That was when he was arrested. Come on, it's around here somewhere. Look, that's Don's mother when she was young. Doesn't she look like Summer? Do you not think? I think she does. Oh, the wrong friends. I'm getting really waylaid. Oh, that was my Truth in the Hills series. Do you remember that? If you're a long-term viewer, if you watched back in, I think that was like November, Truth in the Hills. It was after this. It was going through all this evidence again that I changed my mind about the soul theory. And because I remember doing this and not believing like that the footprints, I believed that they existed, but I thought, well, maybe they're just not Summers. And I'd really taught myself out of it because it didn't fit my theory. And I thought, no, I've got to go back. I've really got to go back. What do I think happened? I believe Summer was abducted. And it's after this series, I really started to look at the case a lot differently than I have been doing. God, where is this? I know I've got it. It's so annoying. Come on now. Oh, do you remember that? Do you remember that when the first time Ziggy went to meet Fred and he told her about the bones? Oh, the bones. Fred had allegedly found bones. Oh, God. And they were deer bones. Dear me. Oh, God. The wrong friends. Oh, come on. I bet I've missed it. I thought it was earlier than this. You could have a dog search. Oh, that was when Jodie Sue added in about the 5:30 new thing that she'd just not talked about previous. So that was John Pruitt's one and only interview with WJHL. Drive down Ben Hill Road. I think I've missed it. Oh yeah, that was me doing the metadata for the TikTok. Come on now. How annoying is it when you know you've got something and you just can't find it? But going through all this, it's like a bit of a memory lane thing. Jodie Sue Brown versus Nando Sky. Oh dear. I'm so sure it was before this. Sorry, see, you've gone too far. Oh dear. I might have to admit that I can't find it. Shed theory. There's got to be an easier way to do this. There really does. I think I've missed it. It's interesting. Don Wells gives new details about the footprints and Candice being seen at Fred Hill's place. Interesting. I have to watch that. I might have to admit that I can't find it. Oh yeah, do you remember that? Cotton Simpson. I mean, that was another lie. That was absolutely another lie. Come on. It's definitely missed it. The Ben Hill monkeys. Do you remember that? Chief Beech Creek spills the beans through Fred Hill and Don Wells with the weird stuff. Oh dear. Don Wells breaks his silence. God, you know what? I don't even remember making some of these videos. Right, I'm going to have to admit that I can't find it because I'm sure it was earlier than this, which is really annoying. But I want to watch this one, which I now probably won't be able to find either. Oh dear. Oh, there we go. That's the horse one. That's the horse theory. God, I've got all sorts. Candace saw Fred and another man she didn't know around the house the day Summer went missing. Oh, I don't remember that. God, there's so much that I've forgotten. I can't even remember which was the one I wanted to watch. Oh, God. I can tell I'm getting tired now. Cell tower dumps. Okay, I'm going to watch this one. So I've no idea what this one's about. I'm going to watch it.
Now, I was talking to Daisy this morning, and she said that Candace told Daisy that Candace saw Fred and another man that she didn't know somewhere around the house the day Summer went missing.
No, I do not know who that Cotton guy is. Never heard of him, never seen him.
Now listen, what's going on, y'all? This is crazy. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It's Sunday morning, and the craziness in the Summer Wells case continues. I can't make head nor tails of what's been said, but we're going to try together to make a little bit of sense about all of this that's going on. Now, before I get on with the video, just let me say this is not about creators, right? So if you don't like a particular creator, kindly keep it out of my comments section, please. This is not about the creators themselves. This is about the information that's being presented. Okay, that's clear. So if you don't like Justin, or you don't like Ziggy, or you don't like Miss Daisy, then that's on you. All right, I'm just taking the information and trying to make sense of it because it's nuts. Okay, so the clip that you saw at the beginning was Justin, Justice for All, and he states that he spoke to Miss Daisy. Now, Miss Daisy from Crime Crazy Critters on the Farm, who is a friend of Candace, has got to know Candace very well. And Justin spoke to Miss Daisy. And via Miss Daisy, Candace has said that on the day Summer disappeared, Fred and another man she didn't know was there at 110 Ben Hill Road. So I'm going to play Justin's clip again, and I'm just going to let it run on for a few more seconds because the questions that Justin has are exactly the questions I have.
Candace told Daisy that Candace saw Fred and another man that she didn't know somewhere around the house the day Summer went missing. Miss Daisy, I would like you to ask Candace to clarify that. What does she mean by that? Where did she see Fred? Where did she see this guy? How soon was it after Summer went missing? Where was it? Now, Daisy says that, according to Candace, Fred wasn't acting strange, but the other man was. Now, this is new to me. I've never heard anything about it. Wasn't Fred pulling out junk that day? According to Fred, he was, yes.
All right, so Fred... No, however, Fred went back on that, didn't he? Fred completely went back on that and said, oh, I wasn't hauling junk cars, actually. Yeah, I wasn't doing that, was I? All right, there's a new... I'm going to leave that there because I just honestly do not remember. I do not remember that. But we've got a new thing from WBIR. 4 minutes. 5 years later, disappearance of Summer Wells still a mystery. So let's go to this one. So this is brand new. Oh! Hold on. It's done it again. It's dropped the audio again. Hold on a minute. Gotta reset it. Reset it. Okay. So annoying. Okay. Okay, we should be okay now. Let's start this again. Okay.
It marks 5 years since a 5-year-old girl in Hawkins County disappeared. Today, Summer Wells would be 10 years old.
The search for Summer made national headlines and to this day remains a mystery. 10 News anchor Brittany Bailey spoke with the sheriff leading the investigation from the start and now set to retire, unable to close a case he worked years to solve.
This was one of those
Ah.
cases that struck a nerve and not only.
Oh, I think this is going to be the same as what we've seen. But there might be more clips. This is what I hate. I hate about these news channels because they take an interview and they split it up in like 500 different ways. So they make like 10 videos out of something that should be one. It's so annoying. So we may have seen this already because it looks like it's the same clips. But there might be a little bit more to it. But then again, there might not be. But we'll see. We'll see.
Took over the Rogersville community, but also the online community, with speculation reaching a fever pitch at times. People pointed fingers at the parents, blamed law enforcement, and came up with endless theories about what really happened. But 5 years later, we still don't have answers. This was day one back in June of 2021. 5-year-old Summer Wells was missing and the clock was ticking.
We have a total of 41 agencies involved in being represented in the search for Summer Wells.
Summer's father, Don Wells, said at the time that his daughter was out planting flowers with her mom and grandmother, but then went inside to play with her toys.
So she went down there and she was gone. So she went out the basement door, which was unlocked. I mean, we're looking at everything, crossing every T, dotting every I, and turning every stone.
Sheriff Ronnie Lawson remembers that day well. He had to rush from home to the scene on his wedding anniversary.
We had a lot of people show up in a short period of time. We were hoping we would find her before dark.
You did?
We did.
It wasn't long after that the trail went cold, but the sheriff says the case never did.
It happened under my watch, and it was very important that we find her. And people says it was a cold case or that we really didn't care. We exhausted every avenue we could, every resource, trying to find her, and we still looking. It was a lot of pressure and still is.
It's a pressure that's been complicated by the glare of the media spotlight, the online conspiracy theories, and the challenging relationship with the Wells family.
We never really got to talk to them to any length. So I really don't know. Sometimes I feel like they knew something, but I don't know for sure. I feel like her family could have watched her better, paid more attention to her. If she was as active as that, her that small, should have paid more attention to her. Even her brothers.
We asked Don Wells directly about those allegations of his family's involvement when we spoke with him back in 2024.
So you can say you had nothing to do with your daughter's
Yeah,
disappearance?
I absolutely can.
2 years later, not much in the case has changed, but tips are still coming in. The sheriff says 19 in just the last month, and both local and state investigators are still pleading for anyone with information to come forward.
We never imagined her case would remain unsolved 5 years later. We have made progress over the last year, but there are still many unanswered questions.
Well, I just know that I'm retiring, but I don't want them to stop looking for Summer. I want somebody to find her, even if it's not me.
Do you feel like you'll ever see your daughter again?
Eventually. I don't know about in this life, but eventually, yeah.
Many people also have asked for an update on Summer's 3 older brothers. Well, the parents signed over their parental rights to the state. Sheriff Lawson tells me he checks in on the boys often and says they're doing well. Back to you.
Thank you, Brittany. We did reach out to Summer's dad for an interview through a family spokesperson. He sent us a statement saying, Candace and I would like to thank each person who cares about our daughter, Summer. Your kindness and prayers mean a lot. We know that only God can restore our family. We love you, Summer, Waylon, Wyatt, and Josie. God always wins. God bless all of you.
Well, that was exactly the same as what they released about 3 hours ago. There's nothing new in that at all. Dear me. Do you want to watch Grandma's interview? Do you remember the one and only interview Grandma did? Let's watch that.
Something was wrong with my knee. I have a knee replacement. And she was worried that there was something wrong with it. And she took me into the hospital. And I ended up getting a shot for it to get rid of the pain. And they prescribed me medication to take to get the swelling down out of my knee and around my knee because it was inflamed. And then we waited around for my prescription. Summer went swimming that day at the horse stables, I believe it was. And then we come back and I went in my camper, and after we brought my groceries in for me, and the boys helped with that, and of course Summer. And I laid down and went to sleep, and I got up and I was sitting in my doorway, and we come out, and Candace asked me what I was doing. I said, well, we got to transplant these little cactuses into bigger pots. And we did that, and then Summer come in and had a piece of peppermint, which is her favorite, and then she went in. She said, Mama, I want to go play with the boys. Candy walked her back to the house, and she asked the boys to keep an eye on her, and that's the last time I seen her.
Tell me, when you first realized that Summer was missing, what was going through your mind, and what was it like here?
To be blunt, it was hell. I mean, and I apologize, I'm blunt. As everybody knows, I have a missing daughter. She's been gone for 12 years. And all I could say is, oh God, not again. And I couldn't do nothing but cry. And we yelled for her, and we yelled for her, and yelled for her. And we could not find her. Candy was in hysterics. And we never did find her. She called 911, and she called Donnie, and we sent the boys down over the hill, and I stood in front of over by the edge there and watched them, and was praying to God every minute that nobody would take them. And there was no sign of her.
Do you believe that someone took Summer, or do you believe that she wandered off? What do you believe happened?
I believe somebody took her. I know people say it doesn't happen, but it does happen. It happens in small towns. It happens in big towns. It happens in the country. And I believe somebody took her. Rose has been missing for 12 years. I miss her dearly. She's the baby of the family. I had 3 girls. She's my baby. Yeah. Candace is my baby too, but she's my youngest one. And it's heartbreaking, and then have to go through it again with my granddaughter Summer is very heartbreaking. And that's what a lot of people don't understand, is what a parent goes through, what a grandmother goes through. I know it's hard for them if they pass away from COVID or some other tragedy. It's the not knowing is what tears us up. It's the not knowing.
That clip doesn't have the nap in it. Do you remember the nap? Grandma went in for a nap. Grandma went in for a nap. I'm still trying to find Don Wells' video in his yard. I'm going to have to admit that I can't find it. I am. I'm going to have to admit that I can't find it. Someone was there. Why someone's footprints are real? Okay, we've talked about the footprints. We're not going to talk about the footprints again. Oh, unrelated, but has anybody in the UK been following the Preston Davey case? If you're in the UK, I mean, if you're in the UK, probably in bed by now. But I've been following this case. The trial went on for about 7 weeks. And in the UK, they don't allow cameras in courts or anything like that. But it was 2 adoptive dads. And they adopted Preston Davey, who was 9 months old at the time. And he died, and it was absolutely horrendous. Like the things that these guys were accused of, absolutely horrendous. And the jury started deliberating last Thursday, and they reached a verdict today. And they've been found guilty of all charges. So is this really the whole hour on the Preston Davey case? If you don't mind, I'm just going to listen to a little bit of this. We're not going to listen to the whole hour, don't worry. I just want to listen to what they're talking about here. I think it's about a ton of things. I'm just going to listen to the first few minutes. So, yeah, we're just leaving Summer's case just for a few minutes because it's been horrendous. The case has been horrendous.
Unhappy. Thank you all very much indeed. Thank you.
That announcement welcomed by campaigners in Downing. 4 months later, Preston was murdered. Months of his short life in foster care before he was adopted by Jamie Varley, a high school head of year.
Oh, and also, right, what has been released today, which I knew because I do my research. Preston Davey's birth mother was a murderer. So she murdered an elderly person. Her and her friend murdered an elderly person when they were teenagers. So it's a long time ago. And she did her time. She came out of prison. She has had to keep going into prison for probation violations and all the rest of it. So at one point while she was out, she got pregnant with Preston. And her name is Sarah Davey. It's been released today by the media that Sarah Davey was the murderer. I knew this because I did my research. I knew who she was, and I knew she was a murderer. I've not talked about the case at all while the trial's been ongoing. And I knew all about Sarah Davey, but they've released it today. Now the trial's over and the parents have been... the adoptive parents have been convicted. They've released the information about Sarah Davey. But anyway, this is about the adoptive dads, Jamie Varley and John McGowan Fazakerley. So Jamie Varley's the one that's been done for murder, and McGowan Fazakerley has been done for basically turning a blind eye. So...
and his partner, John McGowan Fazakerley. 4 months later, Preston was murdered. And there's only so much I can tell you about what happened to him. He was routinely ill-treated, had indecent images and videos taken of him, and suffered 40 traumatic injuries. Preston was taken to hospital 3 times in the weeks before his death. The police were called at one point, and he was seen by social workers, teachers, doctors, and nurses. Now, after the two men who should have kept him safe were convicted, authorities must now examine whether opportunities to prevent Preston's murder were missed. A warning that this report from our North of England correspondent Shingi Marike contains details of the case which you will find distressing.
He was in his seat. He doesn't even crawl, stand up because of his arm.
This is Jamie Varley, in what appears to be deep distress, struggling to come to terms with the death of his adopted son, who was just 13 months old.
Just needs to go back in there and make him better.
He told officers the baby had accidentally drowned in the bath, but today a jury has concluded that this was a lie, and that Varley had killed the boy he was entrusted to care for after months of sexual and physical abuse. Preston Davey was taken into care shortly after he was born. He was described as happy, healthy, and bubbly. He was adopted by Jamie Varley and John McGowan Fazakali when he was 9 months old. The court heard how in the 4 months he spent with the couple, he was indecently filmed and photographed, as well as being sexually abused and physically assaulted, suffering 40 traumatic injuries. This footage shows Varley shouting at Preston to keep him awake. The prosecution described this as an act of abuse. Preston had been taken to hospital 3 times while in the couple's care. During one of those visits, Varley explained bruises on Preston's forehead with this video of a toy box falling on his head. The prosecution said the clip was a deliberate attempt to mislead medics, with the footage filmed 12 days before the baby was taken to A&E. The couple rushed Preston to hospital one final time in July 2023. He'd suffered a cardiac arrest after an alleged sexual assault by Varley. A post-mortem examination found he'd either been smothered or had objects inserted into his mouth. This is Varley caught on police body-worn video, saying what happened was an accident. Varley and McGowan Fazakali were arrested that night. Over the course of their police interviews, they both refused to take responsibility for what happened to the boy they named Elijah.
Have you done anything to cause Elijah's death?
No. Has John? No. As far as you're aware? No. As far as I'm aware, no. And trust me, I'd never do that. As far as we can see, Elijah, when he came into your care, was a healthy baby with no injuries. We have not caused Elijah's death.
The death of a child is always distressing, but the circumstances in which poor Preston Davey found himself over that 4-month reign of terror is truly horrific. Jamie Varley has treated Preston as a plaything, as his property. Jamie Varley and John McGowan Fazakali went through the adoption process, went through the real stringent selection procedures that look at every facet of their lives. I'm presented as a young, professional, happy, solid, safe couple, but the reality was rather different.
Carol Homden is the chief executive of a children's charity who run an adoption agency. She says cases like this are rare and should always lead to lessons being learned.
It is a rigorous process, and it's rightly a rigorous process, because this is a service for our most vulnerable children. There are hundreds and thousands of children who enter care for their own protection each year, and the vast majority of those are cared for safely and well by the carers who support them. It isn't possible to manage out every single risk, however hard we try, and we must never be complacent.
The case has raised questions about the decision to place Preston with the couple and if any opportunities to protect him were missed. Oldham Council will now resume a serious case review, looking into what happened. At just 13 months old, Preston should have been safe. Instead, he lived through months of abuse, killed by a man who was meant to care for him. Shingi Marike, Sky News.
Right. Okay. So I don't understand. I do not understand how Preston was taken to hospital 3 times and nobody suspected that something was really wrong. Now, the first time he was sent to hospital, he'd had a suspected seizure, which, all right, is common in babies. Seizures are common, okay? All right, second time they go for something similar. Third time, he's got a fractured arm. And still, right? Remember, at this point, they'd not adopted Preston. The adoption was going through. He was living at their house, but the adoption hadn't gone through yet. So they were still in regular contact with the social worker. And the social worker appeared not to question the fact that Preston had a broken arm. And the story that was given by Jamie Varley about how he got the broken arm was quite frankly ridiculous. So I don't understand how the social worker carried on supporting Jamie Varley and John McGowan Vazakali's adoption. I don't get it. I don't get it. All right. So I'll listen to the rest of that later. But yeah, if you're in the UK, this case has been horrendous. And not a lot of people know about it. So, but it's been horrendous. I've been following the daily updates. I can see a lot of people have dropped off the chat. So I'm guessing that Chris is live now. Yeah, he will be. So people aren't watching this anymore. But that's okay. That's okay. We're still here. We're still here for a few more hours. All right, I'm going to look for some more. See if I don't think there's going to be any more updates today, honestly. Because what they're doing is posting the same things. Like that one is the same as that one. Just posted like 6 hours apart. It's frustrating when they do that. Really frustrating. For those who haven't seen it though, I'm going to play the astonishing update by the TBI, which I've played a couple of times, but blink and you miss it. Blink and you miss it because it lasted all of 40 seconds.
From the very beginning, our focus has been on Summer and finding out what happened to her. We never imagined her case would remain unsolved 5 years later. We have made progress over the last year, but there are still many unanswered questions. We continue to urge anyone with firsthand information regarding Summer's disappearance to come forward. Even the smallest detail could make all the difference in this case.
There you go. Blink and you miss it. That was all the TBI could come up with.
From the very beginning, our focus has been on Summer and finding out what happened to her. We never imagined her case would remain unsolved 5 years later. We have made progress over the last year, but there are still many unanswered questions. We continue to urge anyone with firsthand information regarding Summer's disappearance to come forward. Even the smallest detail could make all the difference in this case.
Okay. Whatever you say. Whatever you say. The interview room. Yeah, the interview room is now live. If anybody wants to go and watch the interview room, I won't hold it against you. It's absolutely fine. So, Donwell's stepsister Mary interview. Summer Wells, 5 years later, the interview room. So, go ahead. It's okay. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. Because I think we've seen all the updates now. Oh, what's this one? 9 minutes. I bet you any money this is going to be the same as what we've seen. Thank you so much, Mrs. Kojak, for the $10. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you. I hope I haven't missed any super chats, because I've been trying to acknowledge all the super chats, and you've been incredibly generous in this stream. I'll go through them all again at the end before I sign off, just in case I've missed any. But thank you so much. All right, we're going to watch this one. 9 minutes. This one actually might have some new stuff in it. Hold on. Hold on. I'm not even sharing the right tab. Not even sharing the right tab. Good grief. All right.
And we have breaking news this morning as the search for a 5-year-old girl in Hawkins County continues.
She wanted to go downstairs and play with her toys. So when her mother come in, she says, "Where's Summer?"
We are pursuing every avenue.
Summer Wells was last seen walking out the back door of her house.
Hawkins County deputies, as well as the TBI, are still searching for 5-year-old Summer Wells.
The road to Beech Creek winds through steep hills and dense woods in Hawkins County, Tennessee. It's quiet here now. But 5 years ago, this mountain community became the center of one of the most high-profile missing child cases in the region.
I'd love to see her brought home. Love to see her, that she's alive and safe and well.
It was June 15th, 2021, when 5-year-old Summer Wells disappeared from her family's rural Hawkins County home, setting off a desperate search that would grip the nation.
Despite doing everything within our power, the circumstances leading to Summer's disappearance remain unclear.
For days, then weeks, hundreds of volunteers searched these hills and hollers. Crews searched through rough terrain, thick woods, and abandoned structures. The effort quickly became one of the largest searches the area has ever seen.
This terrain, as you can see behind us, guys, is only a small, very small percentage of what these guys day in and day out are going through. I've had multiple of my guys come up to me and tell me, "Captain, I'll go to the end, but I'm tired. I'm physically and I'm mentally tired. We are all one team, and we will not quit until we find Summer Wells."
The TBI, U.S. Marshals, local agencies, neighbors, strangers, all hoping to find this little girl with bright blonde hair and blue eyes. In the first interviews after Summer disappeared, her father, Don Wells, pleaded for help in bringing his daughter home.
We really appreciate that outpouring of love. Really appreciate everybody trying to help that they have, law enforcement and all these volunteers that are here. Just pray that God, with his awesome power, that Summer be okay. And please come home.
At the same time, investigators were trying to determine whether Summer wandered away or whether something much darker had happened.
Rest assured, the agents and Hawkins County detectives are investigating this fully. All avenues are being explored.
According to her mother, Summer spent part of the day swimming at Warriors Path State Park and running errands before returning home. She later helped her grandmother plant flowers, then went downstairs to play. Minutes later, she was gone.
All I know is someone took her from there. That's all I know.
Dawn was at work that evening.
She could have walked out the basement door. Somebody could have knocked on the basement door and she could have opened it, or somebody could have already been inside our basement. We don't know.
Her parents have never been charged in Summer's disappearance. Since then, they've faced scrutiny and harassment from social media and the public.
It was really bad, and we had the police there in our stuff, just constantly ripping our house apart, ripping our vehicles apart. We let them come on our property 10 times to search, and they left a mess every time. And then we had DCS there.
After Summer's disappearance, Child Protective Services took custody of their 3 boys. Dawn says losing them while searching for answers about Summer devastated their family, and he's frustrated with law enforcement.
Hawkins County hasn't been a help to us at all. They helped us out of our kids. That's how they helped us.
There's power in the name of Jesus.
Summer's disappearance also united the community through a number of vigils and prayer. Those closest to Summer say beyond the headlines was a child deeply loved by people around her.
I don't even know that shocking is the word. It was just mind-numbing that is this really happening? It seemed like a bad dream. It just didn't even seem real,
Robin Lane taught Summer in Sunday school before she disappeared. Since her disappearance, she continues to pray for her and hopes that one day she'll return.
I think about Summer every day. There's not a day that goes by that I don't think about her. And there's not a day that goes by I don't pray for her. It's impossible to not think about someone so precious that just vanished. And I think that if anybody lost their own child, they would feel the same way. They wouldn't be able to stop thinking about them.
And she's never seen alive again. How can that be? Where is Summer Wells?
This case seems to be getting more confusing by the hour. I've been doing my own investigations a little bit too.
The subject of my investigation is the disappearance of a 5-year-old little girl from Tennessee.
The case has remained in the spotlight, fueled by social media speculation, YouTube investigations, and endless public debate. But 5 years later, there are still no answers, no arrests, only theories, rumors, and a family still wondering.
I've tried going out and searching what little bit I could by myself, but that's tough too. So no, I don't search anymore. I mean, I wouldn't know where to search. She could be anywhere in the world. We don't know. You can't search this whole world.
Today, Summer would be 10 years old. And for those who live in Hawkins County, the hope for answers will never disappear.
I don't think there's any place to give up. I know law enforcement have a lot of responsibilities, but for a child just to disappear in thin air, I don't think you could ever give up looking for them.
Summer's disappearance is more than an unsolved case. It's a wound that never fully healed. A reminder of a little girl who vanished, and a mystery that still haunts these mountains. If you have any information about the disappearance of Summer Wells, you're asked to contact the TBI at 1-800-TBI-FIND.
That was good. That was really well done. There's loads of footage there that I haven't seen before. Interview with Robin. That was good. That was really good. I didn't disturb it, but we've had a bunch of new members. Let me just see. We've got Sherry, who gifted 5 memberships. So we've got Kitty, Else, Patricia, Kay Nichols, and Ashley. So welcome you all. And then we have Mrs. Kojak, who also gifted 5. So we've got Karen, Jess in Case, Lindsay, Sarah, and Sonia. So welcome to you. And then Jackie gifted 5. So we got Izzy, Kay, Nessie, Ontario Chick, and Dr. Disinfect. Thank you so much, everybody who gifted, and welcome. 15 new members. Welcome, welcome. If you've never been a member before of this channel, go and check out the members area. If you have, welcome back. Welcome back. That was good. Yeah, that was really good. I enjoyed that. So let's see if there's any more that we've not seen. Don't think there is. I don't think there is, but we'll search again. Oh dear. Family says he took someone's bike. Oh God. Fred. Fred. FBI at the pig farm. Oh, that was the interview. There's Sherry. For those earlier on who were asking who Ali is, that was the interview that JLR and Molly and that lot did with the 3. So we got Great Grandbun on the left. We got Ali in the middle, and then that I can't. It's going to show the one on this side, the right-hand side. That's Sherry, Ali's mother. So it's got 3 generations there. I don't know who that other person is, that 4th person. But Ali passed away, so. Okay, I'm going to search. YouTube's annoying because you can't search for the last hour. You can only search for today. I think we've seen them all. I think we've seen. I think that's the same as what we've seen, but we'll have a look.
Their home in the Beech Creek community. No one has been arrested or charged since her disappearance. There's been few answers about what happened, but law enforcement says The case is far from cold.
Late last year, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation followed up on a tip on Van Hill Road in Greenville, about 9.5 miles from the Wells family home. The agency says there is nothing more they can release about that search, but did say progress had been made over the last year in a video statement released this morning.
We continue to urge anyone with firsthand information regarding Summer's disappearance to come forward. Even the smallest detail could make all the difference.
News Channel 11's Ansley Daniel joins us now in studio with more on the case after talking with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Ansley?
Yeah, Sarah and Casey, like TBI Director David Rausch, the vice president of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, says cases can break years later with even the smallest of details that may come out. John Bischoff is the vice president over the Missing Children Division there at the center that provides tools and resources to help in investigations like Summer's. They're known for their missing child posters and the forensic artists to create age-progressed composites that highlight certain features. The center says that keeping Summer's name and face circulating is the best way to generate tips and leads, even 5 years later.
Anytime we can work to keep a missing child image out into the community, let the community know that a child's still missing, we increase, hopefully, the right person, the possibility of the right person saying, you know, I recall something about that day. I thought it was nothing at the time, but I should say something, right? And that's what we're pushing for.
Age-progressed photos are created every 2 years, and the center will release another one of her next year if law enforcement wishes that they do so. Now, we did reach out to Summer's parents, Don and Candace Wells, for an interview. They declined, but they did want to thank those who care about their daughter, Summer, and they say that kindness and prayers mean a lot to them. They also, quote, say that only God can restore our family.
Ansley, thanks. Again, Summer Wells is still missing. There is an active Amber Alert still for her. Take a look at a photo on the left, what she looked like around the time of her disappearance. And then the age-progressed photos released 3 years ago and then last year. If you have information about what may have happened to her, you're asked to call 1-800-TBI-FIND.
All right, so that's one we saw earlier. Question, do you believe any of Hunter's story? I find it hard to believe he wouldn't mention the LE officer assigned to Candace. Do I believe any of Hunter's story? I think some of it is based in truth. I think what he did was really exaggerate. So when he talked about having to jump in to the water for Summer, that was just completely exaggerated, because we saw the video where he's in the water with Summer, and Summer is up to like her waist, kind of in between her hips and her waist, and he's there like up to his, not even his knees. It was that shallow. So he didn't have to jump in and save her or anything like that. It was all really exaggerated. So I think there was some truth, but the exaggeration, I think, was just too much for me personally. Fox Carolina has done an article though. So I think that is what we've seen from SMV4, but there is some text here. So let's have a look at this. Oh, Mrs. Kojak has gifted 5 more memberships. Thank you so much. We've got Neutral Ground, Julie Stockmeyer, Free Mind, Chicken Head, and Diana. Thank you. Thank you once again, Mrs. Kojak. You are very kind. Remember Hunter and Twisted Tea. Any more recent about Hunter? What's he doing now? He will be an adult now. He'll be 20 now. He was 15 5 years ago. So he's going to be 20 now. I mean, there was talk that he was having a baby, that his girlfriend was pregnant, but and I don't know. I've never heard anything about it, and I don't know whether that was true or not. So who knows? If anybody knows where he is right now, let us know. Does Andrew still do live streams? Hunter's dad? Does he still do lives at all? Don believes the call Summer's Gone happened at 5:30. Yeah, it wasn't. He thought it was 5:30, but it was actually 6:26. So he was just wrong. But it was 6:26, an 911 call that he made. But Candice also rang about the same time. He said he made it home before law enforcement arrived. Yeah, that's kind of been confirmed by Andy. So Andy and Don arrived back at about the same time. So as Andy was coming in, so was Don. And they arrived just as law enforcement started to turn up. So they all arrived around the same time, so just before 7. Robert, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you, thank you. Didn't Don try to sell his firstborn son for drug money at one point, or am I imagining things? No, you're not imagining things. That was said. However, it's unclear whether he actually tried to sell him or just left him somewhere. So I think possibly the story about him trying to sell his kid was exaggerated, and the truth was he was drugged up, left him somewhere, and then Don's first wife, Pamela, had to go and get the kid back from this drug house. But we don't know. I don't think anybody's ever going to tell the truth. But that was what his stepsister said. And I'm not convinced that, like everybody else, I'm not convinced that they didn't exaggerate. So I don't know. What happened to the sisters' lawsuit? Don't know. That didn't arrive, did it? That didn't happen, did it? I think they were past the statute of limitations, honestly. All right, let's read this. This is Fox, Carolina. And I think they've harvested some of this text, perhaps, from elsewhere. I think we've read this already, like just on another site. But let's have a look. One of the most extensive missing child investigations in Tennessee history has reached its 5-year mark. Despite thousands of tips, the case has continued to stump investigators. Summer Wells was just 5 years old when she was reported missing from a Hawkins County home on June 15, 2021. Okay, so we know all that. But even with hundreds of thousands of eyes on the lookout, no arrests have been made and Summer has not been found. TBI called the case outside the norm, noting that there was few clues as to what happened to Summer, despite investigators doing everything in their power to find answers. While there are no new developments to announce publicly, the investigation remains active and ongoing, the TBI said in a social media post Monday. Every credible lead continues to be evaluated, and our determination to find the truth has not changed. Summer's parents also acknowledge the significant date. This is a tender and quiet answer. We've seen all this before. This was on a different site earlier. I really think we've read this before. Summer was last seen by her family at their home on Ben Hill Road. According to findsummerwells.com, a website launched by her family in the wake of her 2021 disappearance, identified it. We've read it. We've read it all before. These sites, honestly, we've read all that. Not reading it all again. There's findsummerwells.com. God. Does Tim Mullen still post on this? I hate this site. It's so annoying. Like, it's really hard to navigate. Follow our blog. Follow the blog. Come on. Open. Open. Doesn't appear to be an active link anymore. Okay, maybe he just hasn't paid the bill. Oh no, this is it. Oh, it's so bad. June 13th, 2025. That's the latest one. Did not sell out Summers Brothers. Don Candice, found innocent by DCS. Oh, do you remember this? I hate this site so much. Oh, it's doing my head in. No, I can't be doing with that. Can't be doing with it. Sorry. No, I think we've seen everything. I think that's all the news we're going to see. Honestly. I think that's all the news we're going to see. What I do want to show you, though, in case you missed it. Now, I did a video about it a few days ago, but the Gavel Geeks got a bunch of photos. And if she's still in the chat, I don't think she is. But where she got these from, I assume she got them from Candice. But I'm going to play this because although I did a video about it and I showed some of the screenshots, there's a lot of information here. A lot of information. And and a lot of this actually proves what Candice said was right. But it takes us all the way from March, so that's when Summer had her head shaved, all the way to past when she disappeared. Like that's the 16th. So I'm going to play this, if you don't mind.
Close to curtains, brew some herbal tea. Reach out for me.
I think that might be copyrighted music, so I'm going to take that off. But what we've got here is, okay, back there. So 3/20/21. That's when Summer's head was shaved. Then we've got April 12th, 2021 with the puppy. And what's interesting isn't the photos. I think we've seen most of these photos before, but she's actually got the metadata. So we've got the actual time, you know, the timestamp, which becomes really important when we get to June 14th, June 15th. That, you know, things that we've assumed, we've now got concrete. Amy Lou, member for 46 months. Pick of dawn on the 16th. Do you see Chase in the pot? When we get to it, we'll find out. It's April 17th. So that's the photo where Donnie's crying, and he said he's crying because he knows his time with Summer is short. So that's 2 months before she went missing, though. So I assumed it was a few days before, but it's not. It's 2 months before. But Don himself has said that this was him crying because he knew his time with Summer was short. So what can you say? So April 17th at 9:49 p.m. May 14th. Grandma Candy arrives because she's nomad. Who was it that was asking about this pic earlier? I can't remember. I cannot remember, honestly. Heading to the park, May 20th. Oh, we got criminality in the chat. Criminality. You know, Teresa, you were one of the people who were the first to interview anybody connected to this case. Like David Dotson, Ali. Heading to part 2. Same picture, same day. May 26th, 8:18 a.m. Kitchen smiles. Has anyone seen the video of Summer in a grey sweater at church? She's standing and hugging someone. Saw it in a video today, but never seen it before. Can't think. I probably have seen it, but I can't think right now. Can't think right now. I remember there's one of Robin singing where she's holding Summer. That video did the rounds early on. June 2nd. See, all these photos, we've seen them before, but just knowing exactly when they were taken is really important. When it gets to June 14th and June 15th, we've actually got the proof of when these things were, which I think is really important. Gem mines. And it gets sadder and sadder as you get closer to June 15th. When I was watching this, I thought, oh no, like, little did she know. Whatever happened to her on June 15th, little did she know. Now this one broke the internet, right? Because Candice actually posted this on June 15th at around, I want to say about 6 p.m. And that is Summer's arm in the photo. So people were like, well, Summer is there in the photo. So what's going on? And she ended up taking it down, but it was actually taken. So she posted it on June 15th, presumably before she knew Summer was missing, but it was actually taken earlier in the month. So I thought that was really interesting. So that was taken, what, the 5th of June. June 5th. Chris McDonough is now talking about Summer's case and referring to Don Wells plus Mary. Yeah, he's gonna, I think Mary's on the show tonight. So I don't hold it against anyone. If you want to go and watch that, it's fine. I'm happy with it. I'll probably watch it myself later. Still 5th of June. June 7th. Pigeon Forge. I want to know where Gavelgate's got all this information from. Like, Did she steal? Did she steal Candace's phone and quickly download it all or what? Slip and slide. Last media containing Marlena's daughter. So the photo that we've seen of Marlena's daughter and Summer must have been taken by Marlena, or wasn't in this group of photos. Okay, no, all right. So we're getting to the important stuff now. So on the roof. So the story that Don gave was true, that they were up there on the roof. So that's Summer on the roof, June 14th. And that's what, 9:07 p.m. So they were on the roof. And now we're at June 15th. So 12:21. Now I got the metadata from TikTok for the video, the swimming hole video, and that was 12:34. So that makes sense that this photo was 12:21, and then she took this video. She's probably edited this video, uploaded it. 12:34 makes absolute sense. So for those who said that Summer maybe went missing before June 15th, well, we know that that's absolutely 100% not true, because she's alive and well here on June 15th. So we know that for a fact. Candace sent me the milk video in the car. Yeah, I remember that. But we've now got the timestamp. So 3:09. So Candace has always said that that was 3:09, which is absolutely true. It was 3:09. Why? Why would you take photos of it like a piece of steak? Why would you do that? That's funny. Priceless steak photo. And we've got grandma on a scooter. 210 in priceless. Why was Candice videoing her? It's like, so this is 216 in priceless. So we're proving things here. But why was Candice videoing her? Maybe comparing prices. Okay, maybe. And here we are, 3:09. So this is the video. And then Grandma wasn't meant to take a video. She was meant to take the photo. But she took a video instead. And then shortly after this, straight after this, there's the photo. Okay, 3:09 and 51 seconds. My voice still sounds good. Oh, I don't know, I'm starting to croak a little bit now. At 3:10. So this is just past, it's on Lone Star Road, just past the intersection with Murrell Road. So it's about 8 minutes away from home. So we know that they were home just before 3:20. So whatever happened between 3:20 and 6:26. Okay, so do I see Chase in here? Do I see Chase? No, I don't see him, but it could be there. Hold on. Can I get rid of that bar and then screenshot it? Oh, it gives me the bar back. Detective Pruitt's card. Okay. All right. So I don't see Chase, but it could be there. That area. Because can't really see on that side. Does it matter if we don't see Chase? Is there a reason why we need to? He is the top of the photo, is he? Is that him there? That might be him. Chris McDonough told Candice not to touch the pots. Yeah, but that was a month later. That was July. This is June 16th, 2021. So Don's here on the phone, sitting near the pots. Chris McDonough visited. Are we talking about Chase, the Paw Patrol character? Yeah. So it could be him. That could be him there. I think maybe. Referring to Chase not being seen. No, I think that could be him. I mean, if we look at, I don't really know why this is like that important, but if we go to I'm trying to find the the original video. Hold on. Is that it? That one. Okay, right, here's the pots. Oh no, this is Chris reviewing it. Where do we see the pots? I'm going to find the original video. Come on, it can't be that difficult. Somewhere. Oh, do you remember that? That broke the internet. That absolutely 100% broke the internet. Did he call it In Summerwell's home or house? Is that it? No. Why can I not find anything today? What's going on? It's only when you start really looking for stuff that you realize just how much there is. Tilly's downstairs dreaming, I can hear her. Why can I not find it? What's going wrong here? I have to do it the old-fashioned way. By scrolling. We keep scrolling. Okay, we're in the right ballpark now. So that's beforehand, isn't it? That's what Chris did before. Okay. What was it called? Right, we'll just have to. Candace speaks. Could it be this one? Oh, this is the one at the swimming hole.
Sorry.
So I don't even know who it happened.
Okay.
She just went off the handle. And ever since that, I don't know, she's just been a hateful person. And I don't know, I don't get it. I really wish I could understand it.
I want to watch this.
And she stuck me with that guy.
Well,
And then my
watch it.
husband got home. He's like, well, who's this guy, you know? And I'm like, Allie left him here, abandoned him here. I was like, he ain't got no place to go. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then my mom took him after my husband and him got into a little squirrel. My mom took him, I believe it was to North Carolina to some chick's house. And then that was the end of him. I never heard from him again.
And that show your mom drove him up there.
Yeah, my mom did.
Okay.
And I
Okay,
never
let's
heard
stop
from the
there.
guy again.
What part of North? So we now have confirmation that there was, a gentleman by the name of Jose on the property, and that apparently Allie introduces him into the scenario. And who knows what's going on there, but I'm sure the TBI and everybody will figure that piece of that puzzle out. And
All right, so he's talking about Jose.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can see how far they were apart.
Yeah, I can see it. Right.
And with him sitting there saying that she fell on a rock, there's no rock. Where do you see a rock?
Right. Yeah, the only rocks I saw were right over here.
And let's stop that, Bill.
Up there.
Yeah,
when I was there, I looked even before she got there. I was actually there the day before, and I looked around for those rocks, and there aren't very many rocks over there. And in this area where we were, I don't see any type of rocks like that where she would have slipped. Now certainly could they be under that water? Yeah, it's possible, but I didn't see them personally. There were some down on the other side, so maybe there's something going on with that one in of itself. Okay, so much. Go ahead.
Maybe Hunter was lying. Do you remember, like, the water's quite high here, but do you remember, I think it might have been Cracking Cases who went when the water was really low, and there is literally nothing apart from a few branches. Like, there's nothing. There's no rocks in that vicinity where Summer was playing. There was no rocks at all. There was no rocks at all.
They're way over there, and I'm right here.
Okay, so this is processing, but you're going to see, I'm going to hit her with a couple of very interesting, questions, and then you see a demeanor change. But what I saw being so close to her, there was an emotional response as well. And, that can go either way, right? I mean, this is not a controlled environment where, you can lean over and, talk to people a little bit more intimately. I mean, here we've got the water, we've got the wind, we got a lot of moving dynamics or moving parts here. But I wanted her to feel comfortable, which she did, and, kind of laying it out. So keep moving.
No, but there's a drop off. There really isn't. It's flat. And we know where Summer was playing because it's videoed. Thank you, Mickey, for the $9.99. How am I doing? I'm feeling a little bit tired now, but I'm doing all right. It's nearly 2 a.m. here. So I'm doing all right. I'm going to open the panel up in a bit. We've got Gavel Geeks back in the house. If I could send you the link, I would. But I'm going to open the panel up again in a minute, soon. If anybody wants to hop on. Candice is more comfortable here at the waterhole than at the house. Honestly, given the state of that house, she was probably embarrassed. And I don't know why she even invited him back to the house. Like, personally, I would have said, no, you're not coming back to my house. But it's shallow until you get out a little bit. Then there's a drop off. No rocks or anything. No, it's flat. It's absolutely flat. Right up until probably out there. Right out there. And then it gets deeper because you can see... You can see this cove here is just flat. When people have videoed it with the water right out, all that area where someone was playing is flat and there's no rocks at all.
Walked on back to the truck, but I don't know where that iced tea coming from. I know that I did buy an iced tea from the smoke shop in town, but I bought that iced tea from my mother.
Okay.
And if she was here today, she would tell you that.
Right.
And the vapes that I bought were nicotine vapes from the hippie house.
Next door.
Right, next door.
Okay.
Well, no, they're kind of, one's further down by the mall. The smoke shop's further down by the mall where I got the iced tea. And the hippie house is just right over here before you cross over the bridge.
What time did I start the live stream? 5 p.m. my time. So I've been here a while.
Got it. Okay, so the smoke shop where you bought the
We went to the hospital,
right,
and picked up my mom,
right,
and then we stopped at the smoke shop, and I got mom that twisted tea that she wanted, and then I stopped at the hippie house and got me some smoked nicotine vapes. Is what I got.
Okay, what flavor?
I think they were Skittles.
Okay,
because that's kind of like.
Do they have like a different taste
They
flavor?
actually taste like Skittles.
Okay,
that's the only kind I'll buy. And then we left from there, and we went straight down to Walgreens and went to the drive-thru. But after we were done at the hippie house, I think we bought 3 of them. I think, to believe. And I set them right there on the council, and he asked for one. I said, "No, you can't have none."
Did he take one?
I don't know.
Okay.
Honest God, I don't know.
Okay.
But then we went to the Walgreens and dropped off mom's prescription. I said, well, if we got to wait 30 minutes, why don't we just bring Summer down here and let her play for a little bit?
Okay.
And that's what we did.
Okay.
I mean, there was nothing. I honestly didn't see him drink nothing down here. I don't know what he's talking about. I really don't.
All right. So it's your word against his, basically.
Pretty much.
Okay. On this scenario right here. Okay. So from here, where do you Okay, guys
Walgreens, you pick up my mom.
Okay, there you heard it. So we've got he said, she said on both sides of the coin. Okay, one of the disastrous concepts in an investigation.
Like, she didn't go to sleep until after we left town.
Did she change clothes?
Yeah, I changed the clothes because when I have the windows down, it can be 100 degrees. I'll have all the windows up. Roll up the window, mommy, I'm cold. And she not be cold, but I still do it.
Is that part of Summer's
That's
personality?
just Summer.
Tell me about Summer. I want to know about Summer.
She's a happy little girl.
Okay.
She's the best little girl anybody
Okay,
could
let's
imagine.
stop.
Just
Stop.
like,
Okay, guys, so this is important here.
I feel that wasn't there a version where he played it throughout, or am I dreaming? 9 hours, I know. We've been here 9 hours. We're gonna go nearly to 12 hours, not quite. We can't go all the way to 12 hours because of YouTube. If we go past 11 hours and 55 minutes, YouTube won't archive it, which means that the entire stream will be lost and no one will be able to watch it on the replay. Not that I think anybody will want to go through and watch 12 hours, but people might want to come back and, pick up bits they've missed and whatever. So we want it to be replayable, surely. So we're going to cut it just before that time so we can be absolutely positive that it stays archived.
Where what I've done here is I've personalized her baby. Okay. And I want you to pay very close attention to how not only she responds, but how she starts to her emotion. And I'm probably maybe 2.5 feet in front of her. Okay. And I was paying very close attention to watching how emotionally, she was going to either deflect, internalize, or, process is what, some of the three ideas here. So watch her demeanor, and, don't slam it either way, plus or minus. Just pay attention to her demeanor tonight, because tomorrow you may have a shift of thought process. Okay. So go ahead, Dill. Thank you. Keep playing.
So I don't really want to say her name.
Yeah, don't say her name.
But, happy-go-lucky. Nothing ever brings her down hardly.
Mm-hmm. Today's a tough day for you, I can tell.
Yeah, it's really tough. It's been tough lately.
Tell me about that.
Well, every time I look around, I see her face.
Okay.
I don't know what else I can tell you.
Well, help me understand, when you went home, tell me about those dynamics that day. Take me back to that day. Yeah, on the way home.
On the way home, well, we were just sitting there talking, me and Mom, about everything pretty much. Trees, flowers, rocks. Whatever Mom likes, pretty much we talk about. And I was like, what's Summer doing? She's like, oh, she fell asleep. I was like, oh, how's she sleeping? And when I look back, because I'm driving, and I look back like this, she had her arms up like this, like her daddy sleeps all the time.
Okay.
So I wanted to catch that moment.
Okay.
It's just things I do.
Right.
And I was like, here, Mom, hurry up, take that picture. And then she accidentally hit the video record.
Okay.
Instead of the picture part.
Okay.
So like, did you catch it? She like, no, I accidentally hit the video part.
That's what you get for handing Grandma the camera.
Yeah. Well, I was driving though.
Okay.
And I was like, did you put her arm back down? She's like, yeah. I was like, dang. And then she got a picture of her, but by that time her arm was down. But her arm was up most of the time like this.
Right.
And we were like 2 minutes from the house when she took her arm down.
Okay.
And then when we got to the house, we unlocked the gate, went up, and I woke her up. She got up, I unbuckled her, she got out of the car.
Okay, let's stop.
We went and grabbed the boys from the house and come help.
Okay, that's a spontaneous statement. We pulled up, I got out, unlocked the gate, because they have a chain across their end of their driveway. Okay. We pulled up, I got out, unbuckled her because she was seat belted in. Two ideas to consider. When we pulled up, there was that chain across the driveway. You literally have to stop, get out. She has a key. You have to unchain it or unlock it, and then she threw it to the side, gave me a thumbs up, walked around, got in her car, and went up this driveway. And let me tell you something about this driveway. I had to put my truck in four-wheel drive to get up this thing. So that was one thing I will tell you right up front, that if there is a stranger abduction in this thing, and there was a car utilized, that guy or gal or person did not go up that driveway. I can assure you of that. Okay? But when I did get up there were a lot of dogs, and you're going to see that tomorrow in the video.
All right, so we're going to see it tomorrow. So
I'll let you count the dogs. I asked her how many dogs there were, and she started laughing. And she said, people just come by and drop the dogs off in the woods, and they all end up at her house. And so what was interesting, the other side of that is, as we were coming up the driveway, dogs were coming out of the woods. Okay? And anybody that knows my sweet Karen, she was like, there's a lot of dogs here. I'm pretty nervous because she only loves Buddy. She doesn't two-time anybody. So, so her dog, her fur baby. Okay, so I just wanted to point that out, because when you see tomorrow, as we go up the driveway,
I think there are a total of 18 dogs. I'd like to have 18 dogs. All right, we're going to watch. Oh, no, it's gone back to the beginning. No. Why did you do that? Got to scroll all the way back down again now. That is so annoying. No. All right, which is the one we just watched. No. Is it going to do that every time? So if I get it wrong on the score, which one have we just watched? Can I watch this? It won't let me do it. Sometimes it lets you preview. So that's before summer. And then this is summer. So that's the Donwells one. So it was before that.
Related, okay, that let me back up. I just made a mistake. Candace tells Allie around 11 or 12 that Summer's missing. At first, the call comes in to Hunter, okay, from Candace, who tells Allie, and she doesn't believe it at first. And then she sees the Facebook post of Summer missing and kind of has an aha
Go
moment.
to the top of the
But
page.
later on that evening,
Search. I've tried that.
Allie.
I've tried that. I've done that. So I did. In Summer Wells' home. And I still don't know which one it was. So that's 7 months later. Here you go. Oh, this is it. This is one. This is one. This is one. Here it is. All right. I'm going to watch this. Or at least some of it. That's a lot of dogs. Holy. They kind of all look related though. They look very similar dogs. Someone got home around 3:20 and she jumped out of the truck, had a visit with Grandma, then decided to go downstairs after helping Grandma, maybe 4 p.m. Jodie Sue said the dogs came back with hay all over them. Well, one of the neighbours, it was actually Mary Sexton's daughter, said, I think it was Mary Sexton's daughter, don't quote me on that, that Summer might have had a dog with her when she went missing. So make of all that what you will. I wonder if Jodie knows more than she's saying. Wow. Yeah.
Hey. You know, I have much more respect for what you're telling me by standing here, and I got my little camera here. So
Ella is downstairs barking because she's heard the dogs up here barking. Ella doesn't understand that when dogs bark on a video, it's not actually real. She's not worked that out yet. She thinks there's like a rival dog appeared. Like, she doesn't understand it at all.
when I'm looking at this terrain, and I'm going, holy cow, she could have even. There's a million possibilities here.
Yeah, there's
down there, and there's the road down there.
Yeah, that's the road. And that's my mom's house.
Okay.
Like literally, it's.
And this right here.
Usually you can see the road because they have went through here and mowed and took down a bunch of stuff away from the power lines.
Okay.
But usually it's full up. You can't even see the road.
That day, though, how was it? Was it full up? Or
They
was
actually,
it like
that day and a few days prior to that, they were working on this.
Okay.
So I've even come to a conclusion maybe one of them people have snatched it.
Oh, interesting.
Because they were all the way up here.
Yeah, I see those, the path down there. I see the tracks down there.
Yep.
Over there.
They were all the way up here to my light pole.
Okay. And you told TBI all this,
I
right?
told TBI this, yes.
Okay. Okay. And yeah, I can see the cars going by. That is not far from your property.
Mm-mm.
Is there a holler down there? I mean, is there a river of some sort?
The creek runs all the way around the property.
And how deep is the creek? Okay, just so it's like an inch.
Yeah.
Inch or two.
My dog thinks animals on TV are real. She goes in the next room and looks behind the wall. That's funny.
Okay.
You'd be lucky to get wet enough to do anything.
Okay. Right. So let's pick it up from where, and I'm going to just use this little one. Is that okay? Okay. So from when you got home, now she's leaning.
My mom's truck parks here.
Okay, your mom's truck's right here.
Yes.
Okay, so she's leaning against the milk. Is she sleeping?
She was sleeping, yes.
Okay. From exhaustion from that day?
Yeah, she was. Where I woke her up early and she usually sleeps till 9, 10, even 12 o'clock if I let her.
Okay. How did the milk bottles get rearranged? Hunter said he had them on the floor and then he put them next to him.
They weren't. No.
Okay, so walk me through that.
When we dropped them off, they were actually still on his lap.
Okay.
And he put them on the other side of Summer.
Okay, so he reached over?
Yeah, he set them over there by that. What's a black tote she had in there?
Okay, where's that tote at?
I think actually my mom's got it still in her truck. It's got a bunch of crafts and stuff in it.
Okay, got it. And now from when you pulled up, did she just fall asleep next to that?
She fell asleep, I'd say maybe 5 minutes on the road.
Okay, got it. And then, so walk me through, you get home, you take the groceries inside. Is Don home, by the way?
No, he's
Okay,
not.
okay.
Actually, I parked the truck and I opened both doors. It's really hard because this lawnmower his. But I opened the doors up and I shook her. I said, wake up, we're at home. She jumped right up.
Okay.
Like nothing. I unbuckled her and I said, come on. I said, Mom, I'll be right back. Went in there and got the boys and they were sitting at the table. And I said, come on, let's get the groceries out. And we brought them all in the house, went through them all, did all that.
And that's her swing.
That's her swing right there.
Come show me her swing. Why is this, and who's this?
That is Smoking Boots. That's my boys' cat.
And how many dogs do you have here on the property? About?
Honestly, I don't know because people just keep dropping them off.
Hi. I know. Okay. Sorry. So this is her swing.
That's her swing.
This is her playground.
Yep.
She loved this area. Boy, I'm looking at this, and this terrain, Candace, just strikes me as being so dense and just. Is that what they say, the dog trail? Where's this dog trail thing? That
I'm not sure, honestly.
There's so many of them.
The dogs go in every different.
Yeah,
way.
I saw the dogs came out of the woods as we were pulling up.
Yeah.
Okay.
They do that all the time.
Okay.
That trail right there, my boys, they ride those dirt bikes that are leaning against the truck over there.
Okay.
You can see there's one of them.
Okay.
And
those are like 50 cc's, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one ain't. I think it's only like 25, I think.
Okay.
But yeah, they go down that trail with their dirt bikes and then come back up on the road, up on the driveway and go around and stuff.
What was it about this swing that is just so important for her?
She liked it. She just liked to swing. All the kids did.
Now, I don't want to talk about the boys right now because I know that's, a tough another part of your heart. Okay. Yeah. And that's none of my business.
Right.
I'm not here for any, what I mean? I'm not here to judge anybody. Right. I'm here to talk about Summer and help you find Summer. Okay. And help anybody.
So it was this week that the boys were taken. Like it was literally a day or two before this when DCS took the boys. So this was like towards the end of July. Actually, let me just see when he posted this. It's July 27th, but it would have been maybe a few days before that he actually went there.
Help find her. Okay, that messaging. Okay, so you go into the house.
Go in the house.
Can I follow you in, or are you comfortable with that? Huh?
I don't know what about this. Still the cat.
And is this they're gonna attack me?
No.
Oh, I was just I'm teasing you. The dog's gonna attack me. So this is the scaffolding you're talking about.
Yeah, that's my. That's
Okay, so she comes up, jumps up, goes right in.
Yep.
Okay. How many cats? You know what? You should have like a zoo license. You know, I'm seeing all kinds of critters, which is good. Okay, where's Summer's bed?
Oh, it's in the basement.
Got it. Okay. So what happens when she comes in? The boys are playing where?
No, the boys are actually sitting here,
Okay.
and they're actually sitting right here at the table watching TV.
Okay, so they're at the table
Yeah,
watching TV. Okay.
We're all locked in. Nobody can get in. Nobody can get out. Kind
Okay.
of thing.
Now who's this on up here?
That's my little sister that's missing.
Oh, that's Rose.
That's Rosie.
Oh, wow. Wow. And who's the guy?
That's her ex-husband.
Wow. Do you think he had anything to do with that?
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, we don't want to go there.
Can't say.
How's your
Yes or
mom
no.
deal with that?
It's difficult.
Yeah, I know. You know, I know, right? So, okay, watching TV. Where's Summer?
Summer, she was with me.
Okay, so walk me through that.
All right. Well, we walked up in here and we got Josie, Wyatt, and Waylon, the boys.
Right.
Well,
You put the groceries down, right?
Yeah. Well, we went back out and then we brought the groceries in and put them down. And then Mom, she took her stuff to her house, put her stuff away.
Okay.
And then, of course, me and Summer went back over, put our stuff away.
Okay. You went back in.
Yeah, me and Summer went back in the house. And then we were just doing normal stuff.
Okay.
On the house like we normally do. And I come out, Mom was sitting there at the time I come out and I was saying,
How Summer's arm would be up when in that outfit, and the way she was laying, it looked like her arm couldn't be up. Oh, I think it could. I think it could. So this arm couldn't be up, the one that's next to the milk jugs, but this arm could be up. There's nothing impeding this arm at all. So this arm could be up.
standing here.
Okay.
I was like, what are you doing? What are you staring at? She's like, these plants, I gotta get them transplanted. I was like, well, Summer will help us. So I went back in. By that time, she was sitting on the floor playing with the toys.
Right here?
No, in the kitchen where we were just at.
Okay.
She was actually sitting on the floor playing with the toys at that time. I said, Summer, you want to help plant flowers? And she jumped up, left her toys, and us. That's cool.
Yeah,
Then we
well,
walked
that's
over
what kids do. It's their job.
All right.
Okay.
We walked over here and we transplanted these cactuses from the little pots that they were in. We transplanted these ones here into this bigger pot and that one into that bigger pot. And then she took the rocks that we've gotten from different gem mines when we went up to Gatlinburg and stuff.
Okay.
And she's the one that spreaded all the rocks around in here. And then she put her puppies in here. She wanted Chase in there, you know.
Okay.
That was cool.
Where are those puppies now?
What do you mean?
Oh, the little puppies,
The little-
her ruins.
Yeah, these little.
Oh, yeah, those little guys. Oh, that's Paw Patrol.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the police one.
Yep, that's Chase. He's always on the case.
Okay. Okay.
And we went
Oh,
in
I see another one over
Yeah,
here.
She put him in there. Yep, you're on the cactus.
Okay. Don't take those out, okay?
No, I leave them right there.
I know.
And then we went in my mom's. We can't get in there.
Yeah, that's fine. Went in
So
there.
We went in there and got some candy and stuff. She gets some grandma.
Okay.
And I said, well, I'm going to go back over to the house. She wanted to go back, so I said, I go back, you know.
Okay.
And I brought her, I literally walked over to here. Like literally walked right to here where I could see the boys and on the kitchen table.
Pretty sure.
And I watched her walk in there. And afterwards, when she was already in there, I walked over and said, Wyatt. And he looked at me and I said, watch Sissy, I'll be right back. And that's when I walked back over to my mom's.
Okay.
And I was fixing her brace and stuff like that. And I said, well, Mom, I got to go back over with the kids. And that's when I come back up into the house.
Okay.
With the boys.
Okay.
Okay.
You walked into the house.
Well, I walked into here. I walked in here and them three were sitting right here in front with their eyes glued to the TV, like always. And I said, boys, where's your sister at? Well, she just went downstairs, Mom, to play. So I went over here like this.
Oh, there we go.
These are Summer's little toys.
There we go. So there he is. done.
This is mom's trailer right
Yeah,
here?
this is my mom's camper.
Okay.
Lost it. There. So yeah, that's exactly where Chase is. I've done it again. Can you believe it?
This is rough terrain. Let's go look at the, tell me, there's one there. A picture of that. Her Paw Patrol. This is so sweet.
There. All right, let me make sure that we don't lose it. Okay, so there's Chase. And then in this, he's right there. So Don would have been sitting there. Don would have been sitting there. So there he's right there. So Chase is there. Chase is there. So all that for that. All that to prove that Chase was actually there on the 16th in the same place as he was when Chris was there. All that. All that. All right, I'm going to go down and get a drink, and then I'm going to open the panel up for a bit if anybody wants to come on. But I've run out of drinks up here, so I'm going to have to go down and disturb the dogs. But I'm just going to keep this playing for a minute.
These are Summer's little toys there. There's one there. Then there's this guy right here. Then this is Casey on the case.
It's Chase.
Okay. I love it.
Got Chase on the case and you got Rubble on the double.
And you have, obviously, somebody made you a cool shirt. I want to show everybody that shirt again. That Mom on Patrol for Summer. Wow. And this is that road down behind the property. Back there you can see. So, Miss Candace, while I'm out here, is there anything that you feel is important that you'd want to tell the world that I haven't asked you that you want to let them know?
Not really, just hope that everybody that's looking for her, that we can find her and bring her home safely.
Okay.
She was very precious to me.
And the authorities are working hard on this.
Yes, from what I understand, yes.
Okay. And, you know, we're going to let them do their job.
Yes, sir.
Right?
That's right.
And you're cooperating, obviously.
Yep,
okay.
100%.
Okay. And now there is a rumor about these polygraph tests. Clear that up.
All right, the first one that I took, and I didn't really take it because they kind of threw me in the back of the squad car, so I was really upset and, you know, just I was crying my eyes out.
Okay.
And so when I got up there to the courthouse, we tried to do it, but I couldn't do it.
Okay.
So we waited a few days, and then I went back and I did it, and I passed it.
Okay.
So that was that.
Okay. And then what about the rumors of this relationship situation with Hunter?
Are you crazy? I got a husband and 4 kids
Okay.
that I love to death.
Okay. Okay.
To me, Hunter was another one of my kids.
Okay.
That's how I felt about any kid.
Now, when I was on the phone with you yesterday briefly, you said he got the story out of order.
Yeah.
Okay. But it sounded like he was kind of telling the truth there.
He was kind of telling the truth, but the way he was telling where we went and how we did it was all twisted up.
What's different that you want to clear up?
Well, because when we left from the emergency room, we went straight to the smoke shop, and that's when I got the cigarettes and stuff like that there. And then we stopped at the hippie house, and I got those cheap vapes because they're cheap there. And then we went and put my mom's prescription in, and then we went to Warriors. And then we come back to Walgreens, got mom's prescription, went to Sonic, then to Price's, then to his house.
Okay.
And that's exactly
That's
in
the
that
order. Okay. So he had it different from what you remember.
Right.
Okay. So
Well,
right.
Not what I remember. It's how it was.
Okay, because you're driving.
That's the truth.
Yeah, you're driving.
I was driving. I knew where I was going.
Okay. And what about, he said that he asked you for the tea and that you gave him a tea.
He didn't ask me for nothing.
Okay, I'm just.
He asked me for a Mountain Dew.
Okay.
I got him a Mountain Dew.
Okay, where did the Orange Crush come from on the seat with Summer?
That was my mom's. She was drinking that and ended up on water.
And what about the candy on the seat?
That candy's been in there.
Okay, okay. And what about the pillow?
The pillow? What pillow?
Oh, she's sitting on a pillow.
She's sure. Oh, Mom gets mad because the kids get in their wet bathing suit and stuff. So I just put pillow underneath it so Mom wasn't complaining.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Good. So there is a time frame here between this trailer and that house within, you said 2 to 10 minutes, maybe.
No, 2 to 5.
2 to 5. And then she goes in and now she's gone.
Yeah.
What do you think happened? Where would a suspect have been, in your opinion, in this?
My opinion?
Yeah, in this area.
They could have been sitting anywhere. They could have been sitting over here, just off the little edge right here, or where the bus is, that little bushy area right there. They could have been sitting
Right out here.
Yeah. And
Okay, come show me. That's all right.
And I just recently found out that there was like, I guess he's a child molester.
Okay.
That lived like literally 8 minutes from my house. He can literally walk from his house into my house within 8 minutes.
Okay.
And like that bushy area right there, you can't really tell if anybody's crouched down there or anything.
What do the authorities think?
I don't know what they think. I really don't.
Okay. Yeah. I love this swing. This is summer.
Alrighty, I'm back. Disturbed all the dogs. They're all going wild downstairs. Oh, Cassie's back upstairs now. Alrighty. How can I put this? Got a drink. Alright, I'm going to put the link in the chat if anybody wants to hop on for a few minutes. Hold on a minute. Get myself situated. Dropping everything everywhere. Drop my phone. What am I doing? Can't see a thing. There's no light in this room. So we have problems when we're in here. There's all sorts of stuff on the floor as well. I tell you what, if Chris McDonough came to my house, he'd have problems. Well, that was very odd. I'm back. That was the oddest thing I've ever seen. Am I back? I don't know whether that was StreamYard having a wobbly. But am I back? Can we confirm that right now? Maybe, possibly. Can you hear me, anybody? Anybody? I'm back. Yeah, I was just saying, I don't know whether it was StreamYard. I had this weird error message that I've never had before on StreamYard. So I don't know whether it was StreamYard glitching out because I've been on so long, or whether it was the internet that went down periodically. But it's still not back on my other computer. It's saying connect to the internet on my other computer. So I'm back on StreamYard, but not back on YouTube. That is really weird. Like on my other computer, it's saying that I'm not on the internet. So I don't know who to believe. I don't know whether to believe you or whether to believe my computer that I'm not on the internet. It's still telling me I'm not on the internet. How bizarre. How bizarre. Yeah, you might be watching on YouTube, but what I'm saying is, on one computer, I'm watching this on StreamYard. I'm talking to you via StreamYard, but I'm also watching what you can see on YouTube. So on StreamYard, it's fine. And you're telling me that you can see me and hear me. However, when I look at YouTube on my other computer, it's telling me I'm not connected to the internet, which is the bizarrest thing I've ever seen. So I don't know. I don't know. So I'm going to put the link in the chat if anybody wants to hop on for a few minutes. I did this earlier. Can't remember how I did it. Here we go. 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 I can't pin it, though, as of yet, because I can't get on YouTube. Oh, dear. Well, honestly, we've had a few glitches. We've done well. I do not understand why my other computer is telling me I'm offline. Huh. Like, my other computer is telling me that literally nothing's working. Like, nothing. Switch it off and on again. I was just about to. It won't even turn off. My computer won't turn off. Right, so it's definitely the computer. Oh, there it is. It's gone now. Okay. Now I'll turn it back on again. The amount of photos Candice took of Summer shows me that she loved her. Yeah, and I think Candice genuinely did love her kids. I honestly think she loved her kids, but she had demons. And what I mean by that is she's an alcoholic. And she was addicted. Unfortunately, that made her, in some ways, neglectful. And I think the state of the house and... Oh, we're back. So turning it off and turning it back on again worked. We are back. Yeah, you can click the link if you want to. You can click the link if you want to. That will bring you up on the panel if you want. All right, I kicked myself off. Okay, I'm definitely getting tired. I can tell I'm getting tired because I kicked myself off then. All right, I'm going to put the link in the chat because I can pin it now. I'm back on YouTube. So I can pin that now. So you can come and I tell you what, come on and tell me what your theory is. What do you think happened to Summer? Tell me that. While I see if there's any more updates. Because I'm hoping, I've been hoping all day that Hawkins County sheriffs would say something, but come on. What time is it in Tennessee now? It's after working hours now in Tennessee time, isn't it? I don't like coffee. I can't drink it. I can't stand... It's actually not the taste, it's the smell. I can't stand the smell of coffee. Someone was drove away on the back of a motorcycle, or she was placed in a car and drove off the Ben Hill area. It's 8:30 p.m. in Tennessee. All right. So Hawkins County sheriffs are not actually going to speak, are they? I'm not read out on this case, but full respect to you. If this is a 12-hour live. Yeah. It's going to be nearly 12 hours by the time we finish. Did she drown in that watering hole? No, she didn't. She didn't drown. It wasn't. Look, it was shallow. Now I know that people can drown in shallow water, but no, she didn't. She absolutely didn't drown. Because, and now look. I know a lot of people think that she was dead in this photo. Let me reshare it. A lot of people think she was dead in this photo, but look, honest to God, she's not dead in this photo. That is a live person. If you've ever seen a dead body, and I'm sure that some of you will have, that is not a dead person. And this was 3:09. So they left the swimming hole. So the swimming hole photo was taken at 12:21. She posted a video on TikTok at 12:34. And they went to Priceless. They were in Priceless at 2:10. This is 3:09. So if Summer had drowned in the swimming hole, she would have been dead for 2.5 hours at this point. That is not somebody who has been dead for 2.5 hours. I'm sorry. If you've ever seen a dead person, you'll know exactly what I mean. That is not someone who is dead, who's been dead for 2.5 hours. Are her hands purple? No, they're not. They're not purple. This that everybody says is purple is just shadow. That's all. There's nothing purple about her hands. And one of the things that goes blue first is the lips. She would still be in rigor mortis. No, rigor mortis starts to develop a couple of hours in and finishes the muscles are released again within 24 hours. So it's the small muscles that start into rigor first. So her lips, her eyes would have been blue at this point, or grey even, if she'd been dead for 2.5 hours. There is no way in the world that this little girl is dead in this photo. I'm sorry. What does that say? Unsubbing very pyro. What? Mark and Betty, what are you on about? Unsubbing very pyro. Yeah, her colouring and her lips are perfect. Perfect colour for being alive. She doesn't have livor mortis or rigor mortis. She doesn't. She doesn't. If she'd been dead for 2.5 hours, you would see changes in her eyes, in her lips after that amount of time. She's perfectly alive. Perfectly alive. At 3:09 and 58 seconds. Thank you. Her lips and nails are a healthy colour. They are. They are. Oh, we got someone. Oh, no, we don't. I was going to say we got someone in the back chat, but we don't. It's me. Because I've got 2 screens on. Okay. She doesn't look like she's dead. Wait, flopping either. She's asleep. She's fast asleep. As kids do. She's fast asleep. My nurse, and she's just saying she's not dead. She's not dead. If you've listen, right, when my nan died, when my grandmother died, I sat with her body because I was interested. This wasn't about emotion for me. I was fascinated with the process of death. So I arrived. I didn't actually see her die. I arrived a few minutes after she died because I was on a bus. So she died in the early morning. I was on my way to work. My mother rang me to say she's dying. No, get here. So literally got off the bus and got on the bus that was going the other way. And I arrived just a few minutes after she died. And I sat with her body until the funeral people came to pick her body up. And that was maybe 5 hours, maybe 4 or 5 hours later. So I watched the changes. And I tell you what, it's fascinating. It's fascinating to watch how the body cools down. And it's a very slow process, but there are visible changes. So as rigor mortis starts, my nan was 82, right? So she's old. She started to look younger. And my mother, who was sat next to me, said, she looks younger. Like because my mother's like religious and she believes in the afterlife and everything. And she was like, she's now younger. Like she's saying she's now younger. Like she's back, you know, wherever she's gone. And she's younger now and she's healthy now. And I didn't say anything to her. I didn't say, no, actually, this is the beginning of rigor mortis. So what happens is, a couple of hours in, the very small muscle face start to tighten. And that will give the process of the whole face being tighter. So in an elderly person, it's going to reduce the amount of wrinkles. So they're going to look younger. That's what actually was happening. But it was visible. You could see it. You could see it. And the colour was completely different. So this little girl here is absolutely 100% alive. I've seen somebody who died a few minutes ago to 2 hours ago, 4 hours ago, and you can watch the change. You can see it. You can see it. It's visible, the changes. It's fascinating. It really is. Because I'm morbid like that. But, yeah. It was a very it was a peaceful experience. You're waiting in the back room. You are indeed. You're waiting in the back room. Hold on, let me do this. Hello.
Hello from California. Can you hear me?
Hello. Are you okay?
Can you hear me?
I can.
All right. Hi, I'm Becky from California. I watch you every morning, usually at 6 in the morning.
Oh.
And I saw you were doing your 24-hour live, so I thought, well, I'll just drop in. She seems like she's been there a long time and she needs some little entertainment. But I had asked about her being drowned at that water location because someone had talked about it. But now that you cleared that up, then I move on to my other theory, because didn't they say at one time that there was a man that showed up at their house around 3 or 4 and he was belligerent outside looking for a child? I could have sworn that.
I don't remember that, no. What Hunter said was that there was a man on the property. So he said when Don rang him, when Don rang Candice, and Hunter overheard the conversation, there was something about a man on the property who was trying to touch the kids.
Okay.
But that was like earlier on in the day, and this came from Hunter. And I'm not sure I believe Hunter's story.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, that's one of the other theories I had in mind. Like, did that man come back and take her? Or then I heard that other theory that one of the boys had seen her in the water and then ran over and pulled her out. And that's where I got the drowning theory. But that was about it. I thought that they had found there was a dog that sniffed her scent up to a trail, but then somebody said that wasn't it, that they had found the trail on the driveway.
Yeah, the dogs. You may not have been in the chat when I talked about this, but we talked about this earlier. That Don said that the dogs tracked Summer's scent down the dog trail, and we're not sure. The sheriff confirmed that the dogs did indeed track Summer's scent from the house down to the road. But whether that was down the dog trail or whether it was down the driveway, we're not really quite sure. But it doesn't matter which one it is, because the dog trail and the driveway all end up on the same road, and they're only, a handful of yards, maybe about 100 yards apart. So it doesn't really matter which trail they tracked her down, but the sheriff did confirm that her scent had been tracked down a trail onto Ben Hill Road.
Okay.
But I mean, that could have been from the day before. That scent would have probably been there from the 14th or even the 13th. So it doesn't necessarily mean that that was Summer on that day.
Okay.
You know, either leaving of her own accord or being abducted. It doesn't necessarily mean that. But we do know that the dogs did get a track from the house down to the road.
Right.
So
there was another theory about Grandis and her daughter going missing, and how it would be easy for her to hurt Summer. But I wouldn't see how she would want to hurt Summer, you know, because she's just a little girl, and that's the grandmother. I would think she would be loving and nurturing with her.
Well, I mean, not all grandmas are nurturing, but I honestly don't believe that the disappearance of Rosemarie Bly, which happened in 2009 in Wisconsin, who just is Candace's sister, I don't think they are related. I don't think the two cases are in any way the same, because Summer was 5.
Right.
And Rosemarie Bly was 21 years old. She was married with 2 children herself.
Oh, wow.
And she went out for a night, supposedly to meet her cousin at a bar, and she never came home. So it's very, very different than Summer Wells. And it's just really unfortunate that 2 people have gone missing in the same family, but many years apart, and one's in Tennessee and one's in Wisconsin. So, you know, I suppose people say, well, the common denominator is grand, but I honestly don't think the 2 cases are related.
Okay.
Other than that it's 2 people from the same family.
Okay. So I've got all of these ideas because I've been listening. So the other idea is the men's camp up the road. I guess it's like a campground, and they entertain men that have sexual deviance or proclivities. And so then there might have been a connection there. That's why I was wondering about that man that was on the property that was asking to touch the kids.
I didn't know about a campground. I honestly never heard that. If anybody else knows.
You can Google the campground for men, and it's they have an actual video. I saw a video of a man dressed up like, I don't know if he was dressed up like a panda, and he was talking really weird, and it has to do with those sexual proclivities that are kind of, you know, weird. But it's I think a gay campground, but they entertain all these other crazy things, and you can Google it and it'll come up. So I didn't know you weren't aware of that, because it's
I wasn't aware of that.
It's up the road. It's on one of those roads there going up towards one of the mountains or hills. And I can't remember the name of the camp. Let me see. I think it's called Timberfell Resort. I think that might be it.
Okay.
So you might want to look into that. Just an idea. I'm not accusing them, but I think all possibilities have to be looked at.
Yeah. So someone has said, is the campground the one on Van Hill Road close to Burlington? Maybe. Don't Google it. Someone said, don't Google it.
You might start getting invitations.
Oh, dear. So if it's on Van Hill Road close to Burlington, so it's within 10 miles. Okay.
Well, yeah, you might want to just, I think that's it. I don't want to give anybody bad business or say anything bad about them.
Yeah. Everybody's going to be Googling it now.
That's going to be the most Googled site tonight.
Yeah, it will be. They'll wonder where all the traffic's coming from to their site.
Yeah. But listen, if anybody sees that panda video of the guy talking about, he's saying some weird stuff, but it's a very short video. If you guys see that, share it with Michelle so she can look at it.
I don't know. I want to see it, honestly.
No, they're clothed like a panda bear, I think, because they like to dress like furries. but then they
Oh
do a lot of
my.
other stuff. So anywho, I enjoy listening to you and getting to talk to you, and we'll go on hoping that these kids get found. Gosh, there's so many of them.
I know.
And
I
this
know.
precious little baby, she's just so precious.
She
So
is.
precious.
It's so sad. It really is. It's heartbreaking.
Yes, it's heart-wrenching. Anywho, Michelle, it was nice talking to you. I'll keep watching
you.
and see if anybody else wants to come up.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
See ya. Bye.
See ya.
Okay. Well, that's new. I will look at that, but I'm not going to do it while I'm live. I don't want to get the stream shut down. Pottermouse, member for 43 months, 10 hours, yeah. Oh my God, a gay campsite, Lord have mercy. With people dressed as pandas. People dressed as pandas. Well, maybe that's where Don Wells kept going. People saying that Don Wells was like always on Van Hill Road. Well, maybe that's why. Oh God, I'm going to start a massive rumour there, aren't I? I'm going to start a massive rumour. I don't mean that, honestly. I don't mean that. No, not Hunter's dad. No, not Hunter's dad. I think we've all been here too long. No, Hunter's dad lives in New York. Pandrew. Oh dear. Dear me. Good old Pandrew. Does he still do I'm breaking up, am I? I don't think the internet's coping very well with probably the amount of bandwidth that's been used. Then she called on at 6:20 and said she couldn't find Summer. I don't think that's strange, honestly. Like, I don't necessarily think that's strange. You heard this theory a few months back about the campsite. Oh, that is new. That is new. It's been said 6:10 p.m. that she posted the photo on social media, but she deleted the same photo at 5:10 p.m. It will be whatever time zone you're in. So if somebody looks at it from the time zone of 6:10 and then somebody else comes along and looks at it in a different time zone, it might be 5:10 where they are, because Facebook shows you the time in your local time. Like it's magic, it knows where you are. So if somebody took a screenshot where it was, let's say, 6:10 where they are, somebody else might have taken a screenshot of the same thing, but in a different time zone, and it would give them a different time. So that's why there's a discrepancy in some of the photos that you see. It's not weird like time loops and stuff. It's literally that Facebook shows you the time in your local time. What actually happened to Ali and her other friend? I know they died, but how? I did know. I'm not sure why Leslie died, but Ali, something about she fell and I don't know what her actual cause of death was. I know there was a fall involved, and I know she was unconscious for a long time, like it was touch and go, because there was a photo of her Somebody posted a photo of her like in the hospital and she was unconscious. So I don't know exactly what her cause of death was, but I do know that there was something to do with a fall. And I don't know whether it was to do with her heart or to do with, you know, something, an ailment that she already had, but she ended up being unconscious and she never came round. She fell and hit her head. I know there was a fall involved, but what her actual cause of death was, I don't know. Remember the photo? Yeah, I didn't save the photo. I thought it was a little bit in bad taste, so I don't have the photo. I just remember seeing it, and I've never really rated like Ali and, you know, anything that they had to say anyway. So here's one thing: Don worked in a different time zone. No, he didn't. He didn't. No. Jonesboro is not a different time zone. You have to go west to, like, Nashville is central time. So Jonesboro and Ben Hill Road are very close to each other, and they're both the same time zone. Like, it's Eastern. I mean, if you look at the map, let me just get the map up again. So it was the Meadows. Jonesboro. Okay. Oh no, that's the wrong Jonesboro. It's giving me Jonesboro in some weird place. That's not what I want at all. All right, that's better. Okay. All right, so here's Ben Hill Road and here's Jonesboro. So absolutely 100% in the same time zone. I mean, if anything, Jonesboro's east of Ben Hill, but no, you have to go west for the time zone change. Like, you have to go to Nashville. I think Nashville's central, but no, same time zone. So 41 minutes away, 29 miles. Oh dear, friend has been on life support for 2 years. Oh, good grief. Oh dear. Like, if you've been on life support for 2 years, I mean, you know, at what point do people say enough's enough, turn the life support off? You know, if they've been on life support for 2 years, the chances of them recovering is zero, isn't it? Surely. And imagine being in a coma for 2 years and waking up and you realize that 2 years have gone by. That would be mind bending. I mean, that would be like, imagine trying to get your head around that. No, the boys weren't at work with Don. I mean, I know that's been said, but apparently the boys weren't at work with Don. Apparently. But who knows? I mean, look, we've been talking about this for 5 years, and even the basics sometimes we just have no clue about. I'm not seeing any more updates. I think we're done for the updates, honestly. Oh, she's not in a coma. She had surgery and they took a bone out of her neck and it paralyzed her completely. Oh, that's rough. That is rough. That is really rough. Can't listen right now. The photo of the brother was posted on Candace FB at 6:06 p.m. Eastern. There was a video of Gatlinburg posted on Candace's FB at 6:05 Eastern as well. So at that point, she didn't know someone was missing. If she was posting on Facebook, she did not know someone was missing. Like, you're not going to have a missing child and you post videos of, you know, just random stuff, are you? So at 6:06, she did not know that someone was missing. So at what point did she realize someone was missing? You got to ask the question. These things are really important. You know, when did she notice someone was missing? And it must be after 6:06. And that corresponds with Jodie Sue listening, coming down her driveway and hearing them shouting for Summer. So, unless in the middle of searching for her missing daughter, she decides to stop and start posting things to Facebook. That doesn't make any sense, does it? So she did not know someone was missing at 6:06. So the 2 minutes at Grandma's camper, okay. And what were you doing for the other 3 hours then? It doesn't make sense, does it? So I think that's very interesting. I think that's what one of the things we need to really think about. At what point did she realize someone was missing? And I think it was 2 minutes after she went to fix Grandma's knee brace, whatever story she told. I'm just looking for any more. I don't think we're going to get any more updates. I don't know why I'm still looking. Hey, where's Ziggy and Fred gone? Why is Ziggy and Fred not posting? Ziggy's not happy with me at the moment, but where have they gone? Does anybody have information? Where have they gone? I know there's drama going on in Ziggy's life with court cases and stuff, but I'm just curious. actually going to look to see if she's posted anything. No, see, she hasn't posted for 3 weeks. Fred and Ziggy's re-listened to Fred's first interview 3 weeks ago. She's really not happy with me. Oh dear. Preview of Lucky Lou and Coco 2. What the hell? What the hell is this? What is that? That is so funny. I'm going to have to cut that out like later because that's going to copyright. That'll copyright me, but oh dear, that's funny. That is very funny. Ziggy's fight for justice. An update. Okay. Don tells us he was home with Summer. Really? The grey parrot is saying, what the hell? Yeah. Don tells us he was home with Summer. Oh, God, that's a blast from the past. Do you remember that? That interview. Let's watch this. LTL. I have no idea who this person is.
Do you know how long?
Yeah, I honestly can't say, but I remember, only thing that I can remember, it was thinking, well, I might as well just work late because they're busy doing other things and there's no point in me going home because I don't want to go home and sit there by myself. So I figured I'd just work late that day. And that's, yeah.
Okay. And why did Don call?
I have no idea. He just called. I don't even know if he was working at the time.
Okay.
But if he was working, he obviously wouldn't know that there was some dude looking at the little kids.
Well, everyone knows you called your wife. Could you kind of give us a little details about that? Do you kind of remember, was it morning, afternoon, later afternoon when you called her? Do you remember how that conversation went at all? Because Hunter's saying you called about, two people touching children or whatever. So could you kind of tell us if you remember what time the call was and how that conversation went?
Well, the only thing I know is, I call her from time to time just to see what she's doing. And she said that she's taking care of some prescriptions or whatever. It seemed to me that it was later than that, but because I made up my mind, well, they're busy doing this and whatever, I might as well just stay late at work. So I was working late.
Hey, Don. Your wife messaged me and said that you was at home in a 3 o'clock hour, and I have that as evidence. She did not want nobody to know you was at home.
That's not true. After she messaged you that, that's not the case. That don't even
Do you have?
I mean, why would she say something?
Precisely, and that's what.
Okay, so that was Jenna. If anybody remembers Jenna. So these are screenshots between Jenna and Candace. So I don't know who's talking. So Donnie's not a bad person either. I've been with him for 14 years. So that must be Candace. I'm sorry I've seen you in pain, plus the pain he puts you through. When his lives, It's like, all you. He has people thinking you're a monster. It's okay. Did you tell someone that Donnie was home at 3 the day Summer went missing? No, not 3. What time did you say? It says there. $3:30 or 4, but you didn't see him. I told that it didn't come from you. Okay. I'm sorry, I was taking up for you. He's got people thinking you're this monster and you're not. I know, hon. Please don't be mad. I love you so much.
So they was at the lake, and then Hunter and his, I guess they went, she called and says, come by the house, you know, and she begged to take Hunter to the lake with them so they could swim a little bit. Yeah. Seen them videos, and then I took her back and said everything was okay in that situation between now.
Yeah. Which situation?
Sir.
Which situation, sir?
This is all our property here to the left. All this, our house is up there on top. All this is our property. So I turned straight away in here.
There was never somebody that just disappeared without a clue that I know of. I'm sure it happens, but not that I've ever seen in my life.
Well, when there's an abduction, I mean, what else would you call it?
Yeah.
Disappearing. I don't understand that. You know. But yeah, somebody was either hiding in the weeds there, waiting for either come in the basement. But yeah, I mean, they weren't 30 feet away when she got gone. Yeah. I mean, maybe 40 at the most.
Right.
I don't know.
Saw that night. How well do you know him, and do you know why he was out there around your boys?
Yeah, a lot of our neighbors heard, you know, us screaming Summer's name, and so I think I don't know for sure because I wasn't there, but I've known him for years.
Well, I'm going to end this show, but I mean, if you've said everything, I'm not looking into the church people to make you angry. I'm looking into the church people because they were some of the last people around your daughter, Donald.
No, they weren't around her at all. We was at our house, and nobody was here but me. I wasn't here.
So when Robin tells Chris McDonough in that interview, and she said,
Okay, so this is the summary. I didn't want to go home and sit by myself. Hunter is confused. He thinks Don was home. Candace messaged Jenna saying Don was home. I took her back. We turned here. We weren't 30 feet. They weren't 30 feet away. A lot of our neighbours heard us screaming Summer. Nobody was here but me. I wasn't here.
For some odd reason that I don't understand. My oldest boy, though, he'll stop from time to time and say he misses his sister, you know, stuff. But, you know, your mind has a way of forgetting every now and then. I find myself doing it too. Every now and then but then it comes right flooding all back, of course, you know. Yeah, I might get away from it for about 15, 20 seconds, but it'll all come back.
and he goes, yeah, but like I said before, you've been through hell. Me too. Most people cannot understand certain things unless they've been through hell. I never thought I'd be in this situation after all I've been through. God has a plan, I'm sure. As long as we trust him, he promises to work it out for good. I just don't know how I can possibly get over my daughter. I just don't see how. Never expected anything like her. Now just gone. Why do you have to get over your daughter, though? Like, if a kidnapper has her and she's alive and someone just took her, why do you have to get over her? You know what I mean?
Wells says he himself has been a victim of online speculation, as he says some have claimed he is involved. Did you have anything to do with your daughter's disappearance?
Well, I'm at work all day, every day, you know. I love my daughter with all my heart, and I try to love everybody. And it's been a real experience, you know, me trying to YouTube for help and seeing the nature, I've never seen anything like this in my life, so it's been quite a lesson to me. I've never been on YouTube or Facebook or anything. I probably never will again if I can help it, but it's been quite an experience. It's been very educational. You know, I've learned a lot.
So, yes or no to the question?
Okay. Oh, well, I mean, no.
They haven't accused you of Candace or anything, right? Guys, I heard
Man,
about
hey, yes, sir. I have 7 alibis.
Oh, not this again. Oh, everybody plays this. It's iconic, though.
I have 7 alibis. I have 7 alibis. Candace ain't going down. She's going down.
you were at work, right?
Yep.
Candace, I might have to ask you some more questions. I told you this. Did you do anything to Summer?
No.
Do you know what happened to Summer?
No.
Do you know who took Summer?
No.
Anybody in your family involved with this?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
All right. You know what we're going to watch? We're going to watch my first ever video on Summer Wells. I can't do a marathon live stream without playing my first ever video that I did on Summer Wells. And it was, we need to talk about Summer Wells. And you see Cassie as a little baby puppy. So let's play it. I think I waffle on a minute or two at the beginning, which we can skip. Hey guys, how are you doing? This is unusual for me to do a video in the middle of a field. Well, it's not on this channel. It's not, Michelle. It's really not. Not anymore. Paul got her hands on it, or rather got her jaws on it while I was asleep. Oh yeah, that was when Cassie bit my laptop. When Cassie was a little puppy, she bit a chunk out of my laptop. I had to send it to be repaired. Anyway, and I can't work on it until I get the screen. Hopefully, it's just the screen. All right. I know a lot of creators are talking about Summer's disappearance, and if you're watching this video, you know, because you fancied the look of it from the title, then I'm assuming you know the basics of the Summer Wells story. There's 2 things I want to talk about. That is the reactions of the parents and... Oh, my other dog Tilly's being sick now. Reactions of the parents and the location and the way that she disappeared. I've got questions about those. So I'm not too sure. I've watched a lot of videos. I've watched a lot of creators that I kind of normally follow talk about this case. Hold on, when was this? July the 2nd. So Summer had been missing for 2 weeks by the time I even got round to even making a video. But I've been following the case. I became aware of the case in the 16th, June 16th. I saw someone post the Amber Alert. So I've been watching all of the streams and everything that people have been talking about. And then 2 weeks in, I decided to, well, make a video. And over 650 videos later, and 5 years later, I'm still here making videos about Summer Wells. I've read a lot of news articles. I just want to give my 2 penneth. And I'm not sure how popular my opinion will be about the parents, but bear with me. I give my truthful opinion. None of us knows what happened to Summer. The police haven't released any, like, you know, formal information. It's too soon for that. None of us knows, except if there's a person or persons involved in Summer's disappearance. They know, but we don't. YouTubers don't know. The police don't know. News reporters don't know. So it's all speculation. And that's all I'm doing in this video, is giving you my opinion, my speculation. So first of all, let's just do a quick recap based on the facts we do know. So Summer is 5 years old. She lives in rural Tennessee with her mother, her father, and her 3 brothers, older brothers, but they're not that old. Don't know their exact ages offhand. Anyway, 3 older brothers. And Grandma lives in a trailer, kind of only a few yards from the property that Summer lives in. So Summer's been gone just over 2 weeks now. So apparently what happened was Summer, Mum Candice and Grandma were planting plants, flowers, and Summer wanted to go back to her home. So they washed their hands. Grandma gave her a piece of candy, presumably for being a good girl planting stuff. And Summer went back to the house. The 3 brothers were in there watching TV or YouTube or, you know, just generally in the house being boys, I guess. And Candice said to the boys, watch Summer, I won't be long. And apparently, according to Candice, she's only a couple of minutes. I'm going to question that. When she went back, we're all questioning that, Michelle, from the past. 5 years down the line, we're still questioning that because it doesn't make sense. 2 minutes, nuh-uh. Home, she said, where's Summer? And the boys said she went down to the basement where it's a playroom in the basement. No, her bedroom. Well, that's what we were told. That's what we were told. We were told it was a playroom. No, we found out 1 month later. Too sure on the status. The mum calls it the playroom. There is a door leading outside from the basement, so it's quite possible that Summer was. I've grown so much. Well, I've aged a lot. I can tell you that. I've aged a lot in 5 years. Able, presumably, if the door was unlocked, because there's no sign of forced entry, so presumably the door was unlocked, even if an abductor had come in and got her. So presumably she went outside. Something Dawn said in an interview with the press is that that's her downfall. Unusual words to use, but it's her downfall, that she wants to be outside. Yeah, the downfall. That is bizarre. And I picked up on that right from video 1. And they've told the boys time and time again not to leave Summer outside. She's an outdoor person. Yeah, 2 hours, more like. Yeah, 2 hours, more like, in 2 minutes. So it's quite possible that Summer didn't want to go and play in the basement. She didn't fancy playing down there. She wanted to go back outside, and she went out the door of her own volition. Again, we don't know. That's my opinion, based on the fact that there's no forced entry to the home. Now, a lot of people have questioned the reactions of the parents during the interview and talked about deception and the words they've used and the fact that Dad used past tense when talking about Summer in occasion. And I don't see a massive amount of deception, guys, quite frankly. If you look at someone like Chris Watts and the porch interview, clear signs of duping delight there, clear signs of deception, in my humble opinion. Giselle and Jacqueline West, Orrin and Orson West's adopted parents, they look deceptive, in my humble opinion. They were moving backwards and forwards. It's the animation they're just strange behaviour. But I don't see that in Candice and Dawn. There are some what I would say are red flags, but I don't think it's because they're covering up what happened to Summer. I think they're well aware that they're being judged. I think they're well aware that their lifestyle might create judgment, that they might be blamed, and indeed they are being blamed. Candice looks a bit spaced out, a bit out of it, flat affect, flat emotions. And perhaps she's, I don't know, on some kind of sedative because it might help her sleep. You know, her daughter's disappeared. Well, I'm being very kind there, but we didn't know. We didn't know about the addiction at this point, did we? We did not know about the addictions at this point. Team all that. Her dad's a little bit more animated, but I don't see red flags in the way that they speak. I don't see red flags in their body language. If they are responsible, or one of them is responsible for the disappearance, then they are very, very, very good actors. That's all I'm saying. Finally, where are my dogs? Come on, Cassie. Where's she gone, Tilly? Oh, God. Where's she gone? I lost my puppy. Can we find her? Puppy in the wheat. Find Cassie. I'll be back shortly. Go find my pup. I had to go and find her. She wasn't very far away. She was just messing about in the wheat, but I found her. Found my puppy. But we're off the field now, so. Yeah, the final thing I want to talk about is the location. So the parents say they know she was abducted, but that story's strange. The property itself is very rural. It's not like they would be passing traffic. Abduction by strangers is very, very, very rare. Well, there would be passing traffic if she went out onto Beech Creek Road. There would be passing traffic. But we didn't know that then either. Well, certainly I didn't know that then. Action of a percentage of children who go missing who are eventually found, unfortunately, deceased. You know, there's only really a handful of cases that come to mind that are similar to this, in that the child's there 1 minute, gone the next. And there's two that do come to mind. There's the Sarah Payne, which happened in the UK. So 8-year-old Sarah out playing just across the road from her grandparents. And this was a very rural area, but there was a road, so passing traffic could go by. And 1 second she was there, the next second she was gone. And that was a genuine stranger abduction. That was genuine stranger abduction. That was Ron, what was his name? Roy Whiting, that abducted Sarah Payne. And her brother was able to describe a van. And unfortunately, Sarah was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and an offender, kind of offender. Yeah, Roy Whiting, paedophile. She was playing, Sarah Payne was playing outside of her grandparents' house in a field just across the way from her grandparents, and Roy Whiting was driving by in a van, and he nabbed her, and she was playing with her siblings. And he nabbed her and took her and murdered her. So that is a genuine stranger abduction that I'm not going to mention. Picked her up, just grabbed her, picked her up and murdered her. The other similar case that comes to mind is William Tyrrell, who was, I think, 3 years old. This was an Australian case. Now, William Tyrrell, we do know that the foster mother is a suspect. So this perhaps is not a stranger abduction at all. It was always thought to be, but now the foster mother is a suspect. He was playing at his foster grandmother's house, and his grandmother and his mother were actually outside with him. And it was literally a split second. He was playing tigers, he was going rah, 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 and they could hear him. And then he just gone, and he's never been found. What are the stranger abduction percentages again? Minute. Like, it's really unusual. So the majority of children who go missing are found. It's well over 90% are found. And then you have maybe 5% that turn out to be criminal. And then it's a fraction of that 5% that turn out to be stranger abductions. It's really, really unusual and rare. But when it happens, it's usually an opportunist. And unfortunately, it's completely and utterly devastating. Like Michael Vaughan. In another month's time, Michael Vaughan will have been missing for 5 years from Fruitland, Idaho. Can anybody hear Michelle? I hope you can. Am I talking to myself? But, yeah, 27th of July, Michael Vaughan. Now, Michael Vaughan's case has turned out very different to Summer's case, in that there's somebody in jail who is going to go to trial for Michael's murder. But the body has never been found. 4 suspects, 1 of them is in jail and is facing trial. So Michael just went out on his street, a suburban street. He just went out to play, and monsters were prowling the neighborhood. And it was just really unfortunate that Michael was in the wrong place at the wrong time. So it turned out very different to Summer's case. But stranger abductions do happen. And I'm glad they're rare, but when they happen, it's absolutely devastating. So there are cases that are similar to this, in that 1 minute the child is there, the next they're not. But they are very rare. They're very rare. So it's possible, but because there's no passing traffic, somebody would have had to go there purposefully, just on the off chance that someone might be outside, which seems quite unbelievable to me. But could it be somebody known to the family? Could it be somebody who went there, knows the place, and is actually known to the family? That seems more likely. Look, my very first video, I had the theory that I have now. But for about 6 months during that time between June 2021 and around October, November, December 2021, when I went back to my original theory, I thought that Don was the person who sold her. So I went through a complete 360. I went full circle in about 6 months. Sign of forced entry. The rural nature, the fact that it's a cul-de-sac, there's not a thoroughfare. The house is on a hill. No one heard anyone. So would Summer have gone with somebody who was a complete stranger without kicking up a fuss? Probably not. They have a dog, at least one dog. That would have barked. But if it was someone known to the family, then maybe the dog wouldn't have barked and Summer wouldn't have kicked up a fuss. So those are my speculations. But honestly, we just don't know. It's took me a while to make this video because what I don't want to do is look like I'm blaming the parents. I've got questions, but you know, Candice's timeline of I was only 2 minutes, maybe she was longer than 2 minutes, and she blames herself. There's something with that timeline, but I don't want to sound like I'm blaming the parents. So let me know your thoughts below. Hope you're well, and I'll see you in the next video. Yeah, well. Why have I got the spinning wheel of death? Hey guys, how are you doing? Oh, we're going back to the beginning. Didn't mean to. Okay. Well. Finally arrest for Adam Walsh. Is there? Is there really? That's years ago. Good grief. Ben Needham. I did Ben Needham last year for Cold Case Christmas. Ben Needham. Do you know what I think happened to Ben Needham? I think he was run over accidentally by someone working at the property who panicked and buried his body. That's what I think happened to Ben Needham. But who knows? I don't know what these are. Summerwell's flash. Andy B arriving home on June 15th. Actually, I had these clips. These are private, but I think I played all these clips in a live stream. And I just saved them all in the playlist. Andy B on arriving home June 15th. Oh, here we go. We talked about this earlier. So Andy and Don arrived home around the same time. Let's listen to this. Not heard this in ages.
And can you try to explain to me what the moment felt like when you found out Summer was missing, when you pulled in? What was that feeling like?
I don't know whose channel this was on. Oh, it's Benny Keys. So this was on Benny Keys' channel.
Was it, I mean, because let me tell you what, I mean, if it's something regular, and it's probably not anything you're going to get super duper fired up about, you're like, oh, okay, kids are wandering, and you're not really worried about that dynamic where you guys live at. I mean, your kids ran around and did what they wanted to do, right?
Yeah, my kids ran around, did what they wanted to do. I mean, when I was growing up, I ran around, did what I wanted to do. You know, my cousins did. I mean, that place is just one of those places that a lot of people don't like to come. So I don't, you know, you don't expect something like that to just happen.
So would it be safe to say that when you pulled in and were given the news that that maybe, I mean, tell me, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Like, were you like, oh my God, I gotta, or were you just like, you know, it's happened before, or, you know, she'll come back, or they'll find her? I mean, what was your feeling?
Pretty much one of, oh shit, what the hell was going on? And, you know, it don't never, I can honestly admit it didn't really hit me until a certain point that maybe she didn't wander off into the woods or was hiding somewhere playing, or somebody had made her mad and she went to hide from somebody. You know how kids do.
Absolutely.
I mean,
you
piss them, they go find them a tight spot and hide in it for a minute and pout, and then they'll come out when they're not mad, or you'll have to go find them or something. But
that was me. That was me when I was a kid. Yes, I did hear about Adam Montgomery, this case being overturned. I did hear about that. I made a little video about it the other day. Oh, I'm tired now. Yeah, I saw the news past my news feed, and I went straight to a video and said, how on earth has this happened? And I've now read the judge's order, the judge's opinion, and oh my God, it's crazy. Yeah, Adam Montgomery's case overturned. So, but not for this is the thing that gets me, right? Just for the murder. So, not for the disposing of a corpse, or however it's worded. Just the murder. Because the jury heard about the assault on Harmony that happened a few months before, and that would unfairly prejudice the jury. That was the reason, which is nuts. But anyway, that's what the judges decided. So the murder conviction has been overturned, but not anything else. So not the assault conviction, not the disposal of a corpse conviction. So just the murder. So if they do try the case again, I'm betting that Adam Montgomery's defense are going to go all out and blame Kayla and say that Kayla did it. So Adam, I can hear the defense right now. The defense will be Kayla murdered Harmony and Adam covered it up. That will be the defense. I can guarantee it. If the case is tried again. There you go.
You know, at that point in time that nobody was being found, you know, that's when it sets in that, oh shit, where the hell did she go? What has happened? What's, you know?
Did you ever feel manipulated by anyone else's feelings about the situation? Like, you know, people trying to tell you things, or maybe trying to help you remember things a certain way. Like, did you ever feel pressured or manipulated by the way someone else and any of the people around there felt about the situation? Did you feel like, I guess I'm going to be reiterating myself, but did you feel pressured by other people's opinion of what was going on there?
Maybe early on it seemed like certain things were, said for a reason or something, maybe. Or, I wasn't there, so I don't know what happened. So I go a lot on what I was told. So, if somebody told me something and then another person told me the same thing, and then maybe another person told me the same thing, then okay, I might believe everything. But,
if it seemed to make sense, right?
Yeah, if it seemed logical.
Seemed logical. So when you get back in there, sort of understanding now that there's the real possibility, a very, very real possibility, that there was things going on around the hill, but meanwhile you were on your way to the house with no knowledge. So I guess what my question, the underlying question or the piggyback question is were there any phone calls between you and anybody on the hill on your way home?
No, I didn't know about.
He's talking about Jody Sue. He's not saying it, but he's talking about Sue.
Summer being gone till I rolled in and got informed. Okay. Yeah, they won't. I mean,
Did that ever strike you as strange? I mean, so you were alerted. You were alerted earlier in the day about a loud noise around the 2:30-ish hour, I believe. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. So you were alerted to a loud noise, but then not alerted to a scream, and then also not alerted to the idea that the child was missing. People on the hill knew, but nobody told you. Does that seem about right?
Yeah, seems about right.
So let me,
Andy, can I ask you real quick one question about that? What Benny just said?
Yeah.
Who told you that Summer was missing? Do you remember? Do you remember who approached you first to let you know? Do you remember driving in there that day?
To a certain extent, I remember it, but to a certain extent, I'm not too sure exactly who I spoke to. I swear I think I spoke to Candace first, or because when I drive, I can't remember how it goes down. I mean, it's one of those situations.
Yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay.
I don't know that I catalog,
So
thank you, Cash, for the $4.99. Thank you so much. Thank you.
How long is the general route from where you were working at that time to the house? How long was that route typically, if you can remember?
From where I worked to my house, it was probably, I don't know, 25 to 30 minutes, depending on how you drove, traffic, stop, whatever. I mean, it's it's one of those situations of, depending on what you're driving and how fast you've got to get somewhere is how fast you can get there. So, I mean, it's one of those situations where if I had to make it there in 15 minutes, I could probably make it there in 18. But if I had to make it there and I didn't have to rush, it would be 30 minutes or something. It's somewhere in between about 25 and 30 minutes regular driving.
Okay. Now, Fred told the PIs he saw you, that he passed you on the road. Is that true?
That day on the 15th?
Do you remember or no?
I don't remember seeing him that day.
Okay.
I remember talking to him maybe later on that night or the next day or something. I don't really remember when it was. but I've heard people. And that was either a day or two after or a day or two before. I'm pretty sure it was before Summer went missing. He came in
Can you
about.
just repeat that, Andy? Because you cut out. Sorry. You cut
Which
out
part did you?
just what you just said.
Your sound was real good, but then it changed just a little bit.
My internet.
Oh, no worries, no worries.
I'm pretty sure what he's got some days mixed up, because the day that he had to get by me and go in the holler was, I'm pretty sure, a day or two or a few days before Summer went missing. I can't remember when that was. Me and him actually, I yelled some shit at him, and
was it Merry Christmas?
Yeah, that was it. Happy Hanukkah.
Yeah, I think Fred is misremembering. So the thing about Andy being on the road that Ziggy and Fred go on about, I think was the day before, because Andy was home earlier the day before, because that was when Jackie Dobbs was there, and Jodie Sue and Andy were there arguing with Jackie Dobbs. So it makes absolute sense for Andy to have been home earlier on that day, the 14th, and Fred in them then, and he's just misremembering. So, but Ziggy and Fred won't have it. They absolutely will not have it. And I honestly think that Fred is just misremembering. So, yeah. Someone else flash. What's that? Oh, I know what it is. Somebody says there's a flash. Somebody says there's a flash in the bushes. And I can't see it. Hold on. Let's play it really slow. Oh, yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. It's a flash. Interesting. Don't know what that means, but people kept going on that there was a flash, and there was a flash. That's very bizarre, isn't it? It's very bizarre. Yeah, Fred married Ziggy in 2024, I think. Yeah, married Ziggy. I don't know who got the better deal there. I don't know whether Fred or Ziggy got the better deal there. You make your own mind up. Forever 5. Yeah. I mean, look, we all want to think that Summer might be alive somewhere, but what are the chances, man? After 5 years, what are the chances? I mean, it's, for me, I just don't think so. All right, we got a new thing that came out an hour ago. 5 years later, Summer Wells still missing. This is on WSMV. I can't imagine it's going to be anything really great because it's only a minute long. Let's listen.
was last seen at her home there in Hawkins County 5 years ago. Summer was 5 at the time her parents reported her missing. Her home was in, a rural wooded area there. Her parents say she was last seen outside playing with her brothers. There's been several searches for her, but no sign of Summer. The TBI, though, says they're still 100% committed to that case.
We never imagined her case would remain unsolved 5 years later. We have made progress over the last year, but there are still many unanswered questions.
TBI says no tip is too small, and although the case is based hours west of us, anything could have happened in the last 5 years. In fact, law enforcement agencies across several states, Ohio, Virginia, Georgia, North Carolina, they've all helped to look for Summer. Her dad believes she was kidnapped. The TBI says they have no evidence to show that she was. The TBI has also said they have not ruled her parents out as suspects, but no one has ever been brought into custody in that case.
All right, well, that was underwhelming. Underwhelming. What day was the flash on? Well, it was the day that Summer was swinging. When was that posted onto TikTok? It was in May. I don't know exactly the date, but it was probably about May. So maybe a month. But it's definitely a flash, isn't it? I remember somebody talking about it, and I went to have a look. Ah. Right there. That is bizarre. Now, whether it's because obviously whoever's filming this, his camera's head on. So whether it's just something, I don't know, that the camera catches in the bushes or what, but it's strange, isn't it? That is odd. I hadn't remembered it. It was only when I saw the Summer Wells flash. It's on private. It's a private video. So I obviously uploaded it to play it on a live stream. And I'd forgotten all about it. So the day this were, Candice's TikTok is gone. So I don't know the exact day that video was posted, but it was, I would say, a month, 2 months even, before she went missing. Cell phone flash or photo being taken from the tree line. Yeah, it could well be. Or it could be the camera that's filming Summer just kind of like, I don't know, capturing, shining on something. I don't know, but it's a flash. It does look like a flash, doesn't it? Yeah. In the tree line. That is weird. That is very strange. Very strange. Could somebody have been watching? Taking photos? Quite possibly. I think it's just a reflection. Too sunny for a camera to flash. Yeah, but if you were in the tree line, though, it would be dark, wouldn't it? If you were like crouched down in the tree line, it would be dark. So your camera might flash. Who took that video? I don't know. It was on Candace's TikTok, so I'm assuming Candace. Who took the video of Summer swinging? I assume Candace. But that's just an assumption. It could have been someone else, and Candace uploaded it. You're saying it was true? Whoever took it, it ended up on Candace's TikTok. It's very dark in the woods in the daylight. Yeah. So if it was somebody spying from the bushes, then it would have been dark and the camera would have flashed. Was that in the time frame Jodie Sue's son was thought creeping around? No. Jodie Sue's son supposedly creeping around was after Summer went missing, not before. Picking up election from metal objects. I think you mean reflection from metal objects is my guess. Maybe. Butterfly flying midway between summer and trees, not in trees. I don't know that a butterfly would flash, though. Cam and Ali analysed this video. They know when it was recorded. It was, I'm pretty sure it was sometime in May 2021. I don't know the exact day, though. I've got the video, but I just screen recorded it from TikTok. So it doesn't have the date on it. But no evidence after 5 years. Well, this is why we're all here. This is why we're all here. There is no one on this earth that would be able to pull this off with zero evidence. Why? So many crimes go without being solved at all. So they go through an entire lifetime without being solved. Right? Do you know how many unsolved crimes there are? Loads. So, unsolved murders, unsolved sex crimes, unsolved. So there's unsolved crimes all over the world. So some of those people are criminals. They know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly how not to get caught. Some people, I guess, are just lucky that they don't get caught. But if somebody knows how to cover their tracks, you know, knows about cell phone evidence, knows about, you know, the local terrain, knows that there's very few cameras in that area, all of those things means that they can get away with, well, get away with abduction, get away with murder. So, absolutely the case that crimes go unsolved. So, that's the world we live in. Do you know what? It's light outside now. The birds are singing. Ken Main has refused to take on Sebastian's case because of the furore. I don't know who Ken Mains is. Yeah, it didn't work for Brian Kohlberger. No, it didn't. He thought he was clever. He thought he'd outfox them all. Oh dear, I'm tired now. But what Brian Kohlberger did was left his DNA at the crime scene on a knife sheath that he'd used, the knife of which he used to murder 4 people. So Brian Kohlberger was book smart, but he wasn't criminally smart, was he? At all. Brian Kohlberger was stupid. Now, if he'd not left his DNA at the crime scene and he'd not driven up to the place in his own vehicle, maybe he would have got away with it. Because those are the two things that got him. His vehicle being seen going round and around and around in a circle in a really weird way, and the DNA. Those are the two things that got him. Going to bed, stay safe and sleep well later. I will. My dogs will want to get up in an hour. So it's going to be, yeah. Once it comes light, they start getting up and about. What was that about June the 4th? Honestly, I can't remember. Something about text between Hunter and Candice. I can't remember, but I honestly can't remember, but something to do with Hunter and Candice. Oh, yeah. Geordie Sue also said Andy provided drugs to drug the kids. Oh, yes. Oh, so many times I've played that clip. Let's play it again. So many times. Let me find it, though, first. Played it just the other day in a video. Hold on. Here it is. Some of the things that Geordie Sue has said is just nuts. Hold on. Hold on a minute.
Here we go. On my barbecue, though. Amy Lou, you sent pictures.
Ask why exactly it is. I'll go over there and ask why exactly it is he was selling drugs to the children at 110. Why he was potentially causing little girls over there to be sedated and to be touched with the shit he was selling over there. Go ask. Because I have fucking questions. Not standing in front of him anymore. Yeah. And I found about a few days before all the shit went down. I'm not kidding, dude. And I got the fucking receipts on it. And I'm sure law enforcement does as well. He had known Summer was also being abused, and he hid it from everybody, including me. And he was very much selling drugs to the children at 110.
And you knew? So what are you?
Okay, so for people that could not understand,
I don't know whose live I got that from. Don't know who's talking, but she said that right on a live stream when she was really mad because Andy was talking on a channel and he just got married to someone else, and she was really angry and upset. And that's what she said. And she tried to walk it back. She tried really hard to walk it back. But she said it, and the internet is forever. She said it. So, what can you say to that? Andy was selling drugs to the children at 110. I please you to contact Prayer Garden. Her lives are wacky, but she has many recordings from all Beech Creek people that you should listen to. I do listen to a lot of stuff that comes from Prayer Garden. I do. I've listened to a lot. Don Sherfy Sr., Marlena Crawford. Oh, yeah. And I've done videos on them all. I know Jose died, which was sketchy. Did Hunter's mom die as well? Yes, she did. It was because her and Don got into it on a live. It wasn't Andy. Andy was live at the same time as this was going on. So she was talking. That's why she said, go over there and ask him. Go over there and ask him why he was selling drugs to the children at 110. He was live and she was upset. So you can't walk it back, though. The internet is forever. You said it and you can't walk it back. Simple as that. Oh, I've gone big. Let's go small again. Don't like that one. How about that one? It's a better one. Can't walk it back. No, you absolutely cannot walk it back. Andy went live because her and Don got into it. I honestly don't remember. I mean, look, Andy did a few lives, didn't he? He did a few lives. He had his own channel. I'm tired now. I'm really tired now. I'm really tired now. It just seems absurd selling to the children. How are children paying for drugs? It would have been the adults. Yeah. Maybe what she meant was they were selling drugs, or Andy was selling drugs to Dawn and Candice, who could then give them to the children so that they could be sedated and touched. Maybe that's what she meant. I don't know. Or maybe Don and Candice gave the kids money. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? She meant sold to the adults for the kids. Yeah, I think that's more like what she. Andy's dad worked for years with Ryan's Finds Truth's dad. That's why they are so close. Is that true? Oh, wow. I didn't know that. It's a small world. It's a very small world. So many deaths surrounding this case. Yeah, but you've got to think that some of them were old. Like Ricky Crawford was like old. Mary Sexton was old. And then you've got people who were leading really unhealthy lives, really unhealthy lifestyles. I honestly don't know why Leslie died. I don't know why Ali died, other than she had a fall. So I don't know what her cause of death was. You know, if you take kind of a snapshot from like any community in a 5-year period, then there is going to be a bunch of people that die, especially when that community is including people who have really unhealthy life choices. So those people die younger. And I honestly don't think that somebody is going around the Beech Creek area murdering people because they have a Alzheimer's case. I mean, who would do that? Thinking more of Ali and Leslie because they weren't that old. Yeah. However, Ali was pretty unhealthy. I don't know whether she had like really serious health problems, but she fell, hit her head. Did she have a brain bleed? I don't know why she died, but I do know it was something connected to a fall. I don't know why Leslie died. I heard cancer, but I obviously don't quote me on that. I don't know. I don't know. I always believed it was the neighbours. Jodie gave that away by mentioning the scream. It was mentioned just in case someone else heard it. They got rid of her. That's why the dog stopped. Well. Oh, and Dodie Sue interfering with the dog search on the 16th. I've got that clip as well. Hold on a minute. Jodie Sue admits that she walked her dogs on June 16th.
Love you. And then I'm like, they're here with new dogs, new teams, ellipses. Asked to walk hours, ellipses. Dogs look like leading them past barn. All right. So what I meant by this one, asked to walk hours. Asked to walk. I didn't say I was walking. I had to ask. I had to ask the FBI, TBI, all that shit, right? Because our dogs had put up. All right. I just want y'all to be aware of these times here, okay?
It's back to front. Can't see anything. It's back to front.
That one right there, that last one is the one Cam's talking about, and he's misconstrued it. All right. All right. So you can screenshot that, flip it, do whatever you want with it. But it says they're here with new dogs, new teams. I put in some ellipses. Asked to walk hours. More ellipses. Dogs look like leading them past barn. All right. Now, I had to ask to take our dogs in and out, especially my biggest. He had been up since 1-ish or so in the morning. Well, it's technically the 16th, right? And here, let me show you something because I found this earlier too.
Okay. But she asked law enforcement, could she walk their dogs? But then she ended up walking down to Ben Hill Road and interfering with the dog search. So, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Make of it all what you will. Make of it all what you will. Thank you, Wings fan. Thank you so much for the $4.99. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, the kids were free to roam. No one watched them like they said they did. Exactly. That boy took her from the driveway where dogs tracked her and took her across the road to where Jody Sue heard the scream. Okay, that's a theory. Okay, I've got it. The flash in the tree line, it's absolutely a person standing up against the tree on the left side of the tree. I've got the person screenshotted, but very good. Okay, let's have a look. I don't know whether you can see a person up against a tree, but that is absolutely a flash. That is very bizarre. I don't know whether you could see somebody in that tree because there's a tree there, like a small tree. So I don't know if I could say there's a person there, but there's something going on. That is odd. That is odd. Oh, thank you, Blissful. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for putting up with chat. I just about put up with you. Just about. They need to pull all cell phone records for all the phones pinged in here by tower. They did that. They did that. The one and only interview that John Pruitt did, he said that they looked at cell phone data and cell tower data. So they did pull cell tower data. It could be one of the brothers goofing around in the trees. It could absolutely be that. Yeah, could be. Could be. Could absolutely be that. It could be kids, could be anybody, but it's interesting. It's really interesting. It's absolutely a person hugging right up close to that tree. I can't swear to that, but I do think that is an artificial flash. I do think that is a flash from a camera. Oh, I'm tired. I'm really tired. Oh, thank you, Mariska. Thank you so much for the $20. That's very kind of you. Very kind indeed. I honestly, I could see somebody. It gets too pixelated as you zoom in. But it's very interesting. Very interesting. All right, I'm going to take one more look to see if there's any updates, which I know there isn't. But I'm going to take one more look. Then I'm going to go through the super chats. And then I've got to go. Can you believe it? It's nearly 4:30. And I've got to be off here in 25 minutes, or else YouTube won't save this stream and it will be lost forever. So I can't do that. Can't do that. Who is watching her? Apparently true, but I it's just what people in the chat have said. I assumed it was Candice taking the video, but apparently it's true. But this video turned up, like of Summer playing, it turned up on Candice's social media. Okay, let me just look for one more up there. No, there's nothing. Hold on, I'm searched last hour. No, there's nothing. All right, we've seen all the updates. We've seen all the updates that we're going to see today. So I'm going to go through these super chats. I think I've acknowledged them all, but I'm going to do it one time just in case I missed anybody, because there's been a lot of generous people who've been in and out of this chat for the last 11 and a half hours. Can you believe I have been live for 11 hours and 30 minutes? Can you believe that? So, okay, Moonbeam, member for 49 months. Koala, gifted 10 memberships. Gemma's been a member for 26 months. Kelly's been a member for 21 months. We got Cecile been a member for 48 months, 4 years, can't even count. Courtney's been a member for 57 months. Crimson has been a member for 8 months. Paper Chaser, 43 months. Moonbeam, gifted 5. Ellie's been a member for 7 months. Auntie Ree, 24 months, got the OG badge today. Christina, 44 months. Christina gifted $99.99, which is insane, but thank you. And then, who else have we got? Mandy, 70 South African Rand. Orny Grand's been a member for 52 months. We got Daughter of Scotland, my oldest member, 58 months. Angie Berry, 34 months. The Tooth Fairy with 199.99, $200. Incredible. Lolly, member for 43 months. And then we got a 44 months and a 51 months. Look at all my old members. Look how long you've been members for. It's insane. 43 months. Cherry with a 10. Kimberly gifted 10 memberships. Adventures gifted 5 memberships. Webby's been a member for a month. Firewalk has been gifting 10. Thank you so much. And we got Blue Willow with a 20. It's Just Me has gifted 20. I'm sure I missed some of these, or maybe it was so long ago I don't remember them. Kel's gifted 5, but I'm glad I'm going through them all again. Emily gifted 10. Pam's been a member for 48 months, 4 whole years. Real gifted 5. Judy gifted $19.99. Emily gifted 5. Angie gifted 2. Natalie gifted 20 Canadian. Kiri became a new member. Judy gifted $9.99. Tooth Fairy gifted another $99.99. Incredibly generous. Stardust Shorty, member for 43 months. Wendy gifted 1. Moonbeam, another 5. Miska gifted 10. Sherry gifted 5. And then Mrs. Kojak gifted 5. And Jackie gifted 5. Mrs. Kojak gifted another 5. Robert gifted £5. Amy Lou, been a member for 46 months. Mickey gifted $9.99. Mrs. Kojak, another 5 membership. Mouse, been a member for 43 months. Cash gifted $4.99. Wings gifted $4.99. Blissful gifted 20. And Mariska gifted 20. Wood chipper has been a member for 37 months. And you snuck this in right at the end. $1.99. Thank you all. Incredibly generous. And I know I've been here for more than 11 and a half hours, and it is light outside. It's not just a little bit light, it is fully light now outside. We did it. We did it. Nearly. I can't go all the way to 12 or else we will lose this stream. I don't want to lose this stream. This is the longest ever stream I've done. I think the longest I've done before this was 9 hours, and that was during a trial. So it wasn't me talking all that time. It was me sitting here watching a trial and talking in the breaks. So this has been insane, but I hope that at least it's just done something to remember summer. And half a decade, I had to do something. I don't know whether the word big would be the right thing to say, but just something right from the beginning touched me about Summer's case. And it still does. It's just a case that has been with me for half a decade. And I've worked so long on it, and I've gone through every possible theory. And although things are a lot slower now than they used to be, it's a case that will never leave me. Until this case is solved, I might go a month without talking about Summer's case, but, you know, when there's absolutely nothing going on and it's impossible to, you know, make a video unless it's rehashing the same stuff, you know, I might go a month and then I come back to Summer's case because it stayed with me all this time. And if we're still talking about this case in another 5 years or another 10 years, that's going to be horrifying and heartbreaking, but be prepared for that. Be prepared for that. What's my theory? I think she was abducted. I think she was abducted by someone known to the family. That's my theory. It's been my theory from day one, and then I got out of it. So the very first video that I played not long ago, about maybe an hour ago, it was, I think she was abducted. And then I taught my way out of that and blamed the parents for about maybe 6 months and thought that they sold her. And then I went back to abduction. But I do think it's someone known to the family. And I think the family know more than what they've said. And I think people in that hollow know. I think people in that hollow know exactly what happened. And Jodie Sue has admitted, she has admitted that people that she knows lied to the cops. She herself. We played the clip earlier. Who reported that Summer and her brothers were up on the top of the roof playing, and who took that photo? It was Don, and the photo is this photo. I'm going to have to find it. Oh, no, I don't have to find it because it's right here. This photo was taken on June 14th, 2021 at 9:06. So I don't know who took the photo, but it was Don that talked about it. Don that brought it to YouTube. So don't know whether it's Dawn or Candice who took the photo, but there's Summer right there on the roof and one of her brothers either climbing up or climbing down the ladder. So it absolutely happened. This is Gavel Geek's video with the timestamp, 9:07 p.m. All right, I'm going to go. I'm going to go before we end up losing this stream. So thank you all so much for joining me. If you've been here for the last 11 hours and 38 minutes, then you're as crazy as I am. But it's now fully light. I'm going to go and try and maybe get some sleep, but the dogs are going to be waking up. So I'll get some sleep, but I don't think you're going to be seeing a video from me today. And I hope you understand why. But anyway, thank you so much for joining me. As always, thanks to the mods. Thank you to those that donated. Just being here was more than enough. And let's just hope that this coming year, the new sheriff is able maybe to kick some rocks or something, and something comes forward, or someone comes forward, or someone who lied goes back to the cops and tells what they know, and it's the thing that solves the case. We can hope, and let's just leave it at that. So leave a like before you leave if you haven't liked it already, and I'll see you soon. Bye, guys.